I would like to call this meeting of the Prince William County School Board to order. The purpose of the meeting of the Prince William County School Board is being conducted electronically under Virginia Code 2.23708.2 and the authority granted by the General Assembly on April 22, 2020 through Amendment 28 to House Bill 29, which permits the school board to meet electronically during the pendency of the current state of emergency for the purpose of transacting such business as is statutorily required or necessary to continued operations of the Prince William County Public Schools and the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. Motions in order for the approval of the closed session agenda. Ms. Zargarpur?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm like, we're on
1.03.
1.03. I move that we approve the closed session agenda.
Do you have a second? Ms. Wall? Ms. Wall seconds. Any discussion? Okay, everyone please vote. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote? Can you unmute, Ms. Ralston?
Okay, just raise your hand, Diane.
Yeah, raise your hand for aye. Great, Ms. Ralston is good. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Motion passes. Moving on to enter closed session. A motion is in order. Ms.
Mr.
Wall.
Yeah. I move that pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711, the Prince William County School Board enter closed session for the following reasons. 1, to discuss with staff the performance, appointment, transfer, release, assignment, and promotion of specific officers, employees, or appointees under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1. 2, to discuss and receive legal advice on the disposition of specific PWCS real property where discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the school board under Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A, 3, and 8. 3, to receive information and discuss with division counsel and staff actual or probable litigation and specific legal matters involving staff and students under Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A, 7, and 8. And 4, to receive legal advice from division counsel regarding the legal and due process procedures applicable to licensure revocation hearings and the requirements of Virginia's Conflict of Interest Act applicable to school board members under Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A, 8.
Do you have a second?
I second.
Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote? Go ahead and raise your hand if you're voting aye. Aye. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes.
So the motion is 6 yes, passed, 2 not present at vote, Williams and Wilk.
Okay, at this time, the Prince William County School Board is now returning to, the Prince William County School Board will now enter closed session and return to open session in approximately 1 hour. Thank you. All right, the Prince William County School Board will now be returning to open session from closed session. Moving on to the closed session certification of motions in order. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the closed session agenda as recommended.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jessie, I don't see Ms. Jessie. Is she there?
I'm not seeing her in the meeting yet either.
Okay. That is it.
All right, the vote is 7 yes, 1 not present at vote, motion passed.
Okay. We'll be moving on to the closed session action item, 801. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711, the Prince William County School Board enter closed session for the following reasons. 1, to discuss with staff the performance, appointment, transfer, release, assignment, and promotion of specific officers, employees, or appointees under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A. 1. 2, to discuss and receive legal advice on the disposition of the specific Prince William County Schools real property where discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the school board under VA Code.
Excuse me, we've already read the motion to enter closed session. We've come out
No,
of
we're on
closed session.
801, 801. I'm sorry, I wasn't even paying attention. The action, closed session action item. You were reading to go into closed session.
Right, you didn't read that yet.
We already did closed session.
No, I did the motion to approve the agenda for closed session.
We did that already too, before we went in.
Okay, who read this?
It's all done.
Okay. Sorry.
You're on 801.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the appointments and release of specific employees as presented in closed session.
Do you have a second?
Sorry.
Ms. Wall seconds. Any discussion? Okay, as seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. And I don't see Ms. Jessie yet. And Jason, can you work on, oh, Ms. Jessie.
She's there.
She's there.
Yes.
How do you
I
vote, Ms.
just had my
Jessie?
video off. Yes.
Oh, Ms. Jessie votes yes.
Yes.
So the vote is 8 yes, motion passed.
Okay, great. So we're up to 9. I would like to call the Prince William County School Board to order. This meeting of the Prince William County School Board is being conducted electronically under the Virginia Code 2237082 and the authority granted by the General Assembly on April 22nd, 2020 through Amendment 28, House Bill 29, which permits the school board to meet electronically during the pendency of the current state of emergency for the purpose of transacting such business as is statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the Prince William County Public Schools and the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. We'll be doing the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Zargarpur, would you like to lead us in the pledge, please? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Zargarpur, thank you. Okay, tonight is our, the beginning part of it is our annual organizational meeting. We have some things. Before we get started, though, I want to welcome everyone back to this new year. I'm glad we got a chance to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I think everyone who's seeing what's happening in Washington, D.C. is worried and concerned. But I think this board and the leaders in this county believe deeply in our Constitution and our government. I would like to remind the public that who are watching and or who are here, and we have 71 speakers tonight, that this is a very emotional time as we continue to go through the pandemic and as we continue to make decisions about in-person return or virtual learning. I want to remind the public that 7 of the board members on this board have children in the school system. We have them at all levels. We're parents first. We are deeply involved with the school system. When we have these meetings, members of this board may spend time talking about something that's very important to them, whether they're talking about their belief that we should be all virtual, or the belief that they should be in person, or that we are talking about teacher concerns, or we're talking about student concerns. When a board member talks about one versus the other, it does not mean that board member does not care about the other thing. These meetings are already long enough. Board members cannot express all their opinions all at once. It is impossible to answer every email. What I would ask the public to remember is that every board member on this board, regardless of what you hear from them this evening, I can tell you, believes very deeply that we have to do the best we can for our students and the best we can for our teachers, employees, and staff. It has not been easy on this board or this public. There's no perfect in a pandemic. I've yet to meet anybody who is happy with what we've done, how it's going. It is a pandemic. No one's happy because we've had to make a series of continuous compromises to get this system up and running. Tonight, You're going to hear some more updates on the pandemic. You may hear some announcements from the superintendent. You may be happy, you may not be happy. We may come to some conclusions. We may come to more questions. That will be the record that this pandemic will continue to impose upon us, that each time we come back here, and it has been tough. It has been challenging for our board. It has been challenging for our administration and staff. And I want everyone to know that for each person that has an opinion one way, there is someone else who has the opinion the exact opposite. But that doesn't mean we should not listen to them, and it doesn't discount their belief. We are working as hard as we can. So as we get these emails, some of them very angry, the rhetoric continues to rise, the emotions are very high. These board members, regardless of how they answer your emails or how they speak here, care deeply about the learning of our students, the loss of learning of our students, the teachers, the fears, the teachers' concerns about questions being unanswered, the teachers' concerns about the board not getting a full picture from the administration. We hear you, and we worry about every single thing you write in those emails. And so I would ask you that as we go through this meeting, you will see board members whose emotions will rise and fall as yours do. And it may not be pretty, but it is the maybe the unattractive aspects of our democracy that you are watching in action. So with that being said, I wish everyone a Happy New Year, and we're here to start. This is our annual organizational meeting, the beginning part of the meeting. There's an item, there's some items on the agenda for action. I need a motion, please, for 11.01. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the annual organization meeting agenda as recommended. I'm going to read all the.
I think you probably should, right?
Okay. It's a nomination for vice chair, clerk appointment, deputy clerk appointment, corporate surety bond for the clerk and the deputy clerk, time, dates, and locations of school board meetings for 2021, superintendent's designee to attend school board meetings, and membership in professional organizations and appointments of representatives.
Ms. Carroll, do we need a second on this? Or we doing 11.01 as an action item, right? Okay, so I need a second.
I second.
Okay, we have a second from Wall. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes
The
yes.
vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Moving on to 11.02, nomination for vice chair. Motion's in order.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Williams.
I move that the Prince William County School Board elect Ms. Lisa Zargarpur as vice chair for 2021.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Ms. Jessie seconds the motion. Any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Okay, Ms. Zargarpur, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for nominating me and for the unanimous vote. I look to all my colleagues on this board you all have wisdom, and I'm honored that you felt like I could take this on, and I just hope to do my best, and I am really grateful for all of you and your hard work as well. Thank you so much.
Before I move on to the next, I want to thank, I think from this entire school board, Miss Lori Williams of the Woodbridge District, who served as our vice chair this year in an incredibly difficult year. The pandemic basically started when you became vice chair. Now, it's not your fault, but the pandemic started. And if I can just say a few words on Miss Williams brought to this board cooperation, collaboration, caring for her community, and dedicated commitment to communicating with every single board member as much as possible, with the administration, with her constituents. and with our county, and I believe Prince William County schools are better for it because of Ms. Williams. Thank you, Ms. Williams. Can you give her a round of applause? Ms. Williams.
Thank you. It's a little embarrassing for me, but it has been my honor to serve this last year as vice chairman. I came from a long line of vice chairs, and I will be happy to get you started and the ball rolling. I am fully confident in your ability to serve as vice chair. For those of you who don't know, it is a rotating position on our board, and most of our board members are new this year, so usually it goes in order of seniority, but I think this is one of the most cooperative group of individuals and understanding, collaborative individuals that I've ever worked with, and it was truly an honor to serve as vice chair, and I will continue to do my best to keep those lines of communication open because it's a group effort. So thank you for the honor, and I look forward to moving on now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, and we look forward to working with you. Continue for this year. 1103, clerk appointment. Ms. Zargarpur.
The job started already, all right. Oh, my goodness. I move that the Prince William County School Board appoint B. Simpson as clerk of the Prince William County School Board for 2021. The
Do you have a
sal-
second?
I second.
Ms. Williams seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Yeah, I did. Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Deputy Clerk Appointment 1104, Ms. Zargarpur.
I move that the Prince William County School Board appoint Brandy,
Reeves.
sorry, I was like, whoa, Brandy Reeves as Deputy Clerk of the Prince William County School Board for the 2021.
Do you have a second?
A second.
Ms. Williams seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote? Ms.
Yes.
Ralston, yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Moving on, 1105, corporate surety bond for the clerk and deputy clerk. Ms. Zargarpur.
I move that the Prince William County School Board require a corporate surety bond in the amount of $10,000 for the clerk and deputy clerk to the school board, conditioned upon the faithful performance and discharge of their duties, with the premium for such bonds to be paid for by the school board.
Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Williams.
A second.
Ms. Williams second. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Ms. Jessie votes yes.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
1106, times, dates, locations, school board meetings for 2020. Motions in order. Motions in order.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Prince William County School Board establish the location of its regular school board meetings at 14715 Bristow Road, Manassas, Virginia, on the first and third Wednesdays of the months, January through June and September through December. Closed session meetings shall convene at 5 p.m. and public meetings shall convene at 6 p.m. Adjustments will be made to the established times and meeting schedule should it be necessary to do so, and the public will be notified as such.
Do you have a second? Ms. Wall seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
1107, superintendent's designee to attend school board meetings. Mr. Zargarpur.
I move that Keith Iman, Deputy Superintendent, be appointed as the designee to the Division Superintendent to attend meetings of the school board in absence or inability of the superintendent to attend through June 30th, 2021.
Second. Ms. Wall seconds. Any discussion? No discussion. Please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ralston, Jessie, both votes yes.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion.
Membership in professional organizations appointments. Motions in order. Go to town, Ms. Zargarpur.
All right, settle in, guys. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the appointments for the organizations/committees as follows. 1, continue membership in the Virginia School Board Association for 2021. 2, elect Adele Jackson to serve as delegate to the Virginia School Board Association Convention in Williamsburg, Virginia on November 2021. 3, elect Lisa Zargapur to serve as alternate to the Virginia School Boards Association Annual Convention in Williamsburg, Virginia on November 2021. 4, appoint Adele Jackson to serve as representative to the Northern Virginia Special Education Regional Board for 2021. 5, appoint Justin Wilk to serve as the alternate to the Northern Virginia Special Education Regional Board for 2021. 6, appoint Diane Ralston to serve as a representative to the National Alliance of Black School Educators for 2021. 7, appoint Lily Jesse to serve as alternate to the National Alliance of Black School Educators for 2021. 8, appoint Barbara Latif, MD, to serve as representative to the school board, Prince William County and Schools Joint Audit Committee for 2021. 9, appoint Adele Jackson to serve as alternate to the Prince William County and Schools Joint Audit Committee for 2021. 10, appoint Lori Williams to serve as representative to the Washington Area Boards of Education for 2021. 11, appoint Lisa Zargapur to serve as alternate to the Washington Area Boards of Education for 2021. 12, appoint Lily Jesse to serve as the representative on the Head Start Advisory Board. 13, appoint Barbara B. Latif, MD, and Jennifer Wall to serve as representatives on the Student School Health Advisory Board. 14, appoint Jennifer Wall and Justin Wilk to serve as representatives on the Safe Schools Advisory Council. 15, appoint Barbara Latif, MD, and Jennifer Wall to serve as representatives to the PWCS Internal Audit Committee. And 16, appoint Justin Wilk to serve as alternate to the PWCS Internal Audit Committee for 2021.
Do you have a second?
A second?
Ms. Williams seconds. Any discussion? As soon
Yes,
as-
I have a discussion item.
Ms. Jesse, yes.
Yes, I wrote a note to you about the Black Alliance. The Black Alliance is a national organization. Prince William County had an organization probably when Dr. Waltz came in, and I've been on this committee for some years now, and there's no meeting except on the national level. Are you allowing Mrs. Rawson and I to attend national meetings?
Yes. I have no
Okay.
problem with that. I don't think the board has a problem with that. Is there anyone on the board with a problem with that? Nobody on the board has a problem with that.
Okay, that's been a source of concern. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any further discussion? Excellent. Please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jesse, how do you vote? I need the vote up. Ms. Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes. Moving on to 1201, does that motion pass?
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous,
8
motion
yes,
passed.
passes. 1201, approval of the public meeting agenda. Moving on to the approval of the public meeting agenda. Motion is in order. Ms. Zargapur.
I move that we approve the agenda, public meeting agenda.
As
Oh,
recommended.
thank you, as recommended.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Ms. Williams seconds. Any discussion? Please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote? Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Oh, yes, yes.
Ms. Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ralston, Jesse vote yes.
All right, vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Adoption of the consent agenda. Motion's in order. Ms. Zargapur.
Do you want me to read all the recommended actions too, or just?
No.
You can just
All right,
read
so
it
I
as
move that we
recommended.
adopt the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
There you go. Second.
Ms. Ralston seconds. Yes, Ms. Ralston. And any discussion? Okay, please. Ms. Jesse.
Yeah, I think later on you're going to talk about a poll and what it goes on this consent agenda. Am I going to get something back from you from the item that I had on the consent agenda? Will we have further information on that?
Are you, I didn't hear, did you ask a question or you're just making a
I
statement?
had requested an item to be placed on the consent agenda and there was a poll taken. And I just want to know if someone's going to get back with me to review the procedures.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Any other discussion? Okay, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jesse, how do you vote? Ms. Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes, I'm sorry,
Yes.
turn my mute button off. Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Okay. We're now moving on to citizen comment time. Tonight, we have something like 70-plus speakers tonight. 24 are here, so let me read my thing. Due to the COVID-19 state of emergency and legal restrictions on the school board's authority to conduct its meetings through electronic means, unlike other public bodies meeting electronically under more expansive legal authority, all discussion at this meeting by board members, staff, and citizens must be limited to agenda items. Citizens may speak on an agenda item for 2 minutes. When the board is able to resume regular meetings without the virtual participation permitted during the state of emergency, expanded citizen comment time will be resumed as provided in Policy 134. In the interim, citizen comment time has been reinstated on a limited basis in order to allow public comment both in person and through electronic means during the state of emergency. Citizens are encouraged to submit their comments by email to the clerk, who will share them with the school board. Those citizens who've signed up in advance with the school board clerk via email no later than 4 p.m. Wednesday, January 6, 2021, may address the school board in person or virtually on agenda items. Patrons may sign up to speak at the school board in person or electronically about matters relating to the January 6, 2021 agenda items only. If you would like to sign up to speak either in person or electronically at the meeting, email pwcsclerk@pwcs.edu to be placed on the list to speak. Please provide your address and telephone number for the record and state if you will attend in person or participate virtually. Those wishing to speak electronically will be provided with a link to register to do so. Citizens who wish to speak in person or electronically must sign up with the clerk by 4 p.m. on January 6, 2021. Those who do not wish to speak to the board in person or electronically but wish to submit a written public statement about agenda topics may provide input to the school board by accessing the public comment page or by sending an email to the school board. Please email pwcsclerk@pwcs.edu for the link to the public comment page. There are 24 speakers in person, which we will do first, and then there is 49 virtually. There are a lot of speakers tonight. We're going to go strictly on 2 minutes. If I cut you off, it is not because I am rude. It is because we have a lot of folks to speak. And even if you're at an emotional point in the speech, I'm going to ask you to stop at 2 minutes. You will see the warning lights. I don't have my normal, I don't have my thing here, but just remember there's a good decorum. Please use proper decorum when at the mic. And if you do not, I will ask you to step aside. Our first speaker live will be Mayor Ernie Porta. Mayor Porta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ms. Williams, always great to see you. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm here to oppose the renaming of Gainesville High School. I say this as someone who has long been a strong advocate for reexamining positions of honor in public spaces. I have argued in multiple op-eds and resolutions, in appearances before the school board when I supported renaming Godwin Middle School, and in written documents to other bodies that names and positions of honor are important symbols, for their presence reflects what we value as a society today. It is my view that we should not preserve positions of honor in public spaces for individuals whose fundamental ideals or the contributions for which they are best known are things we find abhorrent now. There are numerous historical figures honored in an earlier time for things we would find unacceptable now. Their names and monuments should be removed from places of honor, while their role in our history should be told in museums, at historic sites, and in textbooks where appropriate context can be provided. Opponents of my views on this have often responded with a reference to the slippery slope, asserting that we should not have such a reckoning because for their own ends, people will go too far, pursuing remedies or changes that are not warranted and that cause more harm than good. My response to date has been that such overreach was unlikely and that mature societies can draw reasonable distinctions in difficult arenas. I respect the views of those who believe Gainesville High School should be renamed, but it is in situations like this where I think the line should be drawn. Critical to drawing that line is identifying honestly what is being honored. While history does show that a particular area of the county was indeed named Gainesville in the 1850s at the urging of the enslaver Thomas Gaines, the school is not being named in his honor. Today, the term Gainesville refers to a diverse and vibrant community of people that, for all intents and purposes, is severed from attachment to the long dead and largely unknown Thomas Gaines. It is after that community that the school is being named. I urge you as a body to continue the reckoning on names, but I strongly caution against making renaming decisions based on attenuated connections. Doing so will undermine the legitimate and necessary historical reckoning and subject the process to increased abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Ted Rosiak. And I'm going to go ahead and call the next three, so you can come up to the front to wait. Brandy Provenzano, Rachel Wilbur, Amy McCarthy. Mr. Rosiak?
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Ted Rosiak, and my address is 148 Cole Landing Road, Stafford, Virginia. I want to begin by thanking those who have so selflessly dedicated themselves to the health, safety, and welfare of the students, staff, and families of Prince William County. Mrs. Jessie, I'll begin with you. You have continued to do what you have done throughout your entire career by safeguarding the students, the staff, and their families from the possibility of harm. The students and staff of Prince William County admire you and thank you for your best to protect us all. If it were within our power, we would nominate you governor of Virginia, and undoubtedly you would win in a landslide. So we thank you. Mr. Wilk, we appreciate you. We appreciate the fact that you stepped out on Saturday night and made a statement regarding the safety of Tier 1 employees, and we look forward to hearing more from you as you lead the charge in protecting the most vulnerable of the school system. Your former colleagues, thank you. And finally, Maggie Hansford, we thank you for your day-to-day struggle to lead staff and students during the historic pandemic. Your hard work and dedication is present for all to see. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I stand here before you today to do my part in an effort to save the lives of our students, staff, and families. No doubt you have heard the statement, not until it is safe. This evening I say to you, when it is safe enough for you to return, it is safe enough for me to return, but not until. The life of a teacher is no more important than the bus driver who delivers the students to the school safely. The principal is no more important than the teacher who's in the classroom every day. And that no senior administrator or school board member is more important than the principals who lead the school on a day-to-day basis. When it is safe enough for you to return, it is safe enough for the rest of us to return. True leaders lead from the front, not the back. For those parents, students, and staff who hold your head down in despair, I remind you this is a game of chess and not checkers. We're in check and not checkmate. Checkmate occurs the minute we leave this building tonight and begin to look for the replacement for those elected officials who would choose to send you into harm's way rather than to protect you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosiak.
Thank you.
Brandy Provenzano.
Good evening. My name is Brandy Provenzano, and my address is on file. Sadly, I am not speaking as a battlefield bobcat tonight, but as a member of a larger group. I'm speaking as a Prince William County school employee who has a legal and moral obligation to protect all children of our school system. I cannot knowingly allow children to be put into harm's way, nor can I ignore potential threats to their lives and the lives of their families. For this reason, I am calling on the board and Dr. Waltz to return the entire division to virtual learning until there is a thorough outside investigation into the handling of positive COVID cases in our buildings. Our cafeteria staff has been infected and tested positive, yet they are not being allowed to quarantine even though they work in close proximity to each other all day long. Knowing that cafeteria workers have been exposed and are not permitted to quarantine is reason enough to shut down an entire system. These brave and dedicated employees have been literally feeding our students through this entire pandemic. And to threaten them and intimidate them into silence is not only morally corrupt, it is not legal. They have been coerced into silence, as have custodial staff, bus drivers, teachers, coaches, and others. I would never make this statement if it were not true. Teachers have been told that their co-teachers who are in the room with them for 7 hours are not their close contact. So when they test positive for COVID, they cannot quarantine. This is happening across the division. Students in elementary school are coming to school sick and returning the next day, and parents are not notified when there's a positive COVID case in their child's classroom, or if their child's teacher has a positive COVID case. This cannot continue to happen. These are our children that we are sending into the building, not just our teachers.
Rachel Wilbur.
Good evening, school board chair, school board members, and Dr. Waltz. As I read this tonight, my uncle is fighting for his life on a ventilator in Texas. My name is Rachel Wilbur. I am a Coles District resident and a Gainesville teacher. I have 2 students, one in 5th grade at Tyler Elementary and a 9th grader at Osborne Park High School in the pre-gov program. As with anything within this pandemic, virtual learning has been a huge learning curve for my family. My children's teachers have been nothing short of fabulous. My children have really done well in school. I understand that is not for everybody. Since August 5th, more than 110 active K-12 teachers, admin, and staff have died of COVID. Tonight, I want to share with you some images. Top left corner is Maggie, age 71, 1st grade teacher that leaves behind a husband of 40 years and daughters. Jennifer, age 53, located at the top right corner, a special needs classroom assistant that leaves behind a husband of 10 years and 4 stepchildren. Susanna, age 47, middle left, 4th grade teacher. She leaves behind a husband of 27 years and 5 children, 3 of whom are adopted. She and her husband just recently adopted one of her former students and her siblings. The couple, Paul and Rosemary Middle, are middle school PE teacher and 2nd grade teacher. Demi, age 28, bottom left, leaves behind her mom, Shirley, also an educator, who died of COVID. How many of these teachers would have actually died if they were all virtual? Following on the board is Jason, age 38, died 3 days after testing positive. With all this said, Jason stands out the most because on this board could be Rachel, age 38, no pre-existing conditions, middle school facts teacher who coaches track, leaves behind a husband of 17 years and 2 children. I urge Dr. Waltz and the board to wait, to pause, until we have a vaccine available to the teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Wilbur. Amy McCarthy, and then after Ms. McCarthy will be Ms. Stouffer, Ovetta Scott, Rebecca Anderson. Ms. McCarthy.
Good evening. In November, I emailed administrators in the school board with questions about elementary school specialist safety. These same concerns are even greater now that more students are entering the building and our mitigation strategies will lose some of their effectiveness. I have addressed the board with these issues such as children in poorly fitted masks, ventilation, the cleaning, sanitizing of materials, and inefficient contact tracing. As 2nd through 5th enter the schools in the upcoming weeks, I will be teaching in person and exposed to 100 students every 2 days, and all in-person students in a full rotation. How can Prince William County justify bringing more students in person next week if the district is actually paying close attention to recommendations from CDC and VHD? We know this is an airborne virus transmitted through aerosol particles, even with masks and plexiglass. Yet, we are also ignoring that. Researchers at MIT studying the indoor transmission of COVID recently deemed our types of mitigation strategies overly simplistic and not nearly as effective in indoor settings. As the science and nature of this virus has evolved, our mitigation strategies have not. I have asked our administration and school board what makes our mitigation strategies so superior to all surrounding counties, and they do not have an answer. They don't know what the other counties are doing. Why are we not communicating with other school districts and committees to share and understand the data to determine the metrics that put us in the highest risk of school spread? I know the school board is looking to the superintendent is looking to the governor is leaving it up to each locality. And it has also been exposed that health advisors are not supposed to address school questions. Right in Stafford County, the CEO of Mary Washington Healthcare stated that it is irresponsible to return to in-person instruction right now, given the prevalence and strain on the current healthcare system. It has never been a worse time to open schools. How can Prince William County employees have confidence in your leadership when you are passing the toughest decision of your career to someone else?
Angela Stouffer. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no Angela. Ovetta Scott.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Superintendent Waltz, Dr. Waltz. My name is Ovetta Scott, and my address is on file. 2020 brought us asynchronous and concurrent learning, but for 2021, the topic is inconsistency and data drives instruction, which is sponsored by site-based management and division leadership. Since the beginning of this pandemic, this division has been inconsistent in addressing teachers' concern. Instead of allowing more teachers to have a voice in this unique learning process to offer ideas, this division has aided in dividing the Prince William County community over virtual learning. It is the role of this district to provide a safe learning environment for both students and teachers. Division leadership and site-based management has administered inconsistent procedures when addressing vulnerable staff members whom are identified as Tier 1 employees. This division allowed employees to complete an ADA form, which falls under federal guidelines, and most were approved. Yet some employees have been denied the recommendation of telework given by their medical doctor. This shameful act is causing employees to choose between their job and their health. When I first came to this county, I was taught that data drives instruction. Currently, data shows that the rate of infection in our county is at 20% and rising. A parent came to my school seeking assistance, but revealed that she was positive with COVID-19. That data point clearly shows how COVID-19 can affect in-person learning. The rate of infection data is driving that instructional practice cannot be normal in the way this division is portraying to the community. I am a Tier 1 employee who knows that this disease will compromise my health and the learning environment of my students. Thank you very much.
Rebecca Anderson, and then after Rebecca Anderson will be Bridget Ann Seymour, Missy Alexander, and Michelle Rupert. Rebecca Anderson.
My name is Rebecca Anderson. I'm an elementary music specialist who has been teaching in the building since November 10th. I teach every child who attends in person and virtually. I teach in-person and virtual students simultaneously. I am not here concerned about the amazingly wonderful school where I work. I am here as a concerned employee, citizen, and parent in Prince William County. I have situations in my life that would qualify me for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, but there are other teachers with more dire circumstances than mine. Having heard what a struggle it was to find Tier 1 accommodations for those who have already applied, I have just tried to have faith in my employer, trusting that PWCS wouldn't make reckless decisions with our safety, and I am so disappointed. Despite all of the mitigation strategies that are being implemented with a 21% COVID positivity rate in Prince William County, I do not feel safe allowing PWCS to continue sending us into the school building. While it has been nice to see my kindergarten and first grade students in person, instruction of my elementary music curriculum has pretty much been grounded by the lack of 10-foot distancing that is needed for singing, formation, dancing, and playing of wind instruments, a distance that is required according to the VDH guidelines. According to the VDOE Phase 2 recommendations for singing, dancing, and playing of wind instruments, when 10-foot masked outdoor-only spaces are unavailable, 100% virtual, synchronous, and asynchronous should be used. In my 15 years in PWCS, I've never felt more like a babysitter and less like a music educator. Dr. Waltz, do you want your legacy as a superintendent to be the deaths that you could have prevented? Dr. Lateef, I'm so happy that you didn't throw away your shot and are leading the way by getting the vaccine. And in the meantime, my teacher colleagues and I will just have to be willing to wait for it. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Bridget Ann Seymour.
Hi, my address is on file. I am a 20-year veteran in this county, and I just wanted to address the board. You have our lives in your hands, really, you do. And many of my colleagues have complied with HR's request to provide ADA paperwork. Now, their personal health information is in your hands, and you still don't show empathy. Although there is now a vaccine, it won't be available to us until February at the earliest, and you're telling us return before that can occur. Most of you do not have to be in a closed room with up to 10+ students. And we're being told that we have to clean their desk for them because they can't handle the chemicals. Now, if our surrounding counties have a lower positivity rate and are remaining virtual until the end of January, why, with our positivity rate of 20%, are we not following suit? Do the metrics not matter in Prince William County? I can't fathom what will happen when we suffer a death of either a child or an employee in our schools. Is that what it is going to take before you realize the folly of your plan? Why isn't it possible to wait until all teachers who can get vaccinated? I am here tonight on behalf of my colleagues who are more at risk than myself. They didn't want to be here. I am here because my Tier 1 colleagues have been grossly denied the opportunity of virtual teaching, even though they played by your rules. No one can or has guaranteed us that our buildings are safe enough in terms of ventilation and/or procedures. I feel like you're not hearing us, and we're being accused of being lazy when we're not. We are doing the hard things that take many teachers out of their comfort zones. We are teaching these students. Yeah, they don't like it necessarily, but they're actually learning. Our students are learning how to work online, how to effectively communicate. And my quieter students are finally willing to ask questions that they wouldn't in real life. Yes, there are problems with the technology, but I'm still showing up twice a week to meet my kids where they are. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that if I'm in a hospital bed. We need to wait until those who can be vaccinated receive it. You have been reckless in your haste to return to a normal. This normal that we love so much, it needed to change anyway. It is time.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Missy Alexander.
Good evening. My address is on file. I am a Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 high school English teacher and the proud parent of a very feisty brain cancer survivor, 9th grade Patriot Pioneer. Because you have heard my story so many times since June, I prefer to spend time tonight sharing the story of one dedicated elementary teacher who has to remain anonymous out of fear of retribution. And here's her story. Being an elementary teacher for over 20 years is a dream come true. I've enjoyed the laughter, smiles, and hard work. Being in the classroom right now is a much different experience. This year, kids are sitting in plexiglass and wearing masks. I can't really connect with them. I don't sit at my desk, but I move around trying to stay 6 feet apart from each student, trying to keep them 6 feet apart from each other. All the while knowing that when we were on Zoom early in August and September, we were learning. I just wonder what we are learning right now. Are we learning to get along? Are we learning to share? Are we learning to sit in a desk or are we just learning to sit in a desk with plexiglass just so they can be in the school building? I think we have to get back to knowing that sometimes it's okay for us to be apart because this isn't working. My young students who have stayed virtually this entire time have made growth with the data to back it up. I also can't support the fact that we are not being safe. At the last school board meeting, the county statements were that there were only 5 or 6 students in each class and could always be 6 feet apart. I have over 11 to 14 kids in my class at a time. And the county told teachers to make sure desks are 3 feet apart with kids behind plexiglass and wearing a face mask. Not 6, as that is impossible for over 13 kids. Please know I want to be in school, but not like this. We can use the words that everyone is safe, but is that really the case? I don't think so. Please resume all virtual learning.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Michelle Rupert. After Michelle Rupert will be Jennifer Smith, Sam Chisholm, and Carol Fox. Michelle Rupert.
Good evening. My address is on file, but this evening I am speaking on behalf of a colleague. As an educator, I have a moral and a legal obligation to protect my students. Since PWCS is not currently reporting the in-person COVID cases, is not allowing staff to quarantine, and is not notifying families when a teacher contracts COVID and has been in contact with their child, I feel that I must speak up. I have recently graduated from Tier 1 to Tier 2 status. I was allowed to remain virtual during my high-risk pregnancy, regardless of the status of the rest of the county. Thankfully, I was virtual regardless. I now have beautiful premature twins. My doctor made it very clear that we are to be extremely careful for the first 6 weeks of their lives because their immune systems are compromised. We go nowhere. We see no one. We have one family member helping who isolated for 2 weeks and got a negative COVID test before coming to stay with us. They will only be able to be here for another week or 2. My husband, also a PWCS employee, is expected to go back into the building with students before our babies have reached their 6-week milestone. Once my maternity leave is over and I am expected to return to the building, I will need to take our babies to childcare. Thankfully, we only had to spend a few days in the NICU with our little ones, but it was the most terrifying and helpless situation of our lives. What happens if we bring something home to them? What happens if I or my husband, or even worse, both of us get sick? Who will care for our babies? The decision to go back in person with the current numbers in our county is dangerous for so many. We have a moral obligation to protect our students, and it is not safe for me, and it's not safe for them.
Thank you. Sam Chisholm, or I'm sorry, Jennifer Smith. And then Sam Chisholm and Carol Fox and Connor Wilbur.
Good evening. I am here tonight as a parent, but I'm actually speaking on behalf of a fellow parent and a friend. We love this county and have great faith in our school system. In fact, we have 5 children enrolled. We sent our kindergartner back in the building in November. The school was properly equipped with all the necessities in place: the minimum amount of children in the classroom, socially distancing the children, masks, and sanitized rooms. I was confident that everything would be okay. Fast forward to December 13th, 2020. We received an email that someone in the classroom tested positive for COVID and that we should quarantine our little girl for 2 weeks. Christmas was right around the corner, and I wanted to keep everyone as healthy as possible, so we crossed our fingers, said a prayer, and waited. 3 days later, we were sitting in patient first. My daughter had developed a high fever and fatigue. The rapid COVID test came back negative, but the send-off came back 2 days later on my daughter's birthday positive. From there, it was all downhill. The next day, I got sick. Then my husband got sick, my other daughter, my oldest son, then my middle son, and finally my youngest son. COVID took all 7 of us down. All the symptoms that go along with the virus: fatigue, aches, brain fog, terrible headache, shortness of breath, coughing, loss of taste and smell. You name it, we had it. I like to think that I'm a reasonably healthy 39-year-old female who works out, runs, and eats somewhat healthy, but the virus was determined. I can see how it has debilitated and killed so many. It is evident that this virus is dangerous for so many. My family survived, and fortunately we are on the mend, but for many this virus is deadly. I am not writing to condemn those who make the decision to return to the building, but to give you a first-hand account of what can happen when the virus comes home from school and plagues a family and hopefully provokes some kind of thought for the health of the residents and the amazing teachers of our county.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
Sam Chisholm.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is on file. Name and address is on file. As we watch the vestiges of our democracy be damaged in ways we will only understand in history books, it is more profound than ever that we focus on relevant and important issues at hand. With that said, I ask, to what end is it achieved by renaming a high school? As I see it, I draw the line at the Civil War. Those individuals that fought in the Civil War fought to keep individuals like me enslaved. Prior to that, that was a way of America's life. That was a way that individuals that had means did the things that they did. I am not in agreement with that at all. But if we continue down this road, then where will it stop? Will we name the city of Gainesville? Will we rename Gainesville Middle School? Will we rename every street that's out there? Will we rename Washington, D.C.? Where does it end? For me, it ends with those individuals that were the traitors that fought to keep me and those that look like me enslaved. I am not in disagreement solely, as you can see, but I am saying that there are more pressing issues that we have that will impact the lives of our kids as we listen to everyone here talk about COVID. So I ask that we move on from this issue. Money has already been spent, and let's continue down the road and let issues like that be issues in the past, and we move on. Thank you much.
Thank you. Carol Fox.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Waltz. My name is Carol Fox. I live at 6905 Sunday Silence Court, Gainesville, Virginia. Yes, I live in Gainesville. I was very happy and very pleased when the board decided to name the new high school Gainesville High School. Much as the residents of Woodbridge or the residents of Brentsville would have been happy when their schools were named for their community. I am very distressed and upset that there's a problem with the name of my community. I understand that Gainesville was so named after a railroad was completed in 1854 and Thomas Gaines conveyed land for a train depot with the condition that the train stop be named for him. Yes, this was the beginning of Gainesville, donated land for a small train depot. But the community of Gainesville is not a train depot today. The train depot no longer exists. The vibrant and expanding community where the new high school is being built is called Gainesville, not Gainville. It is very different. It is a community of growing homes and businesses, some of which even use the name of Gainesville in their name of their business. For example, here is a advertisement for Gainesville Physical Therapy that I cut out of the Bull Run Observer today. I do not understand why this question about a high school to be named for the community in which it is being built and the community who will send their children to the school has any problem. Does the name of Gainesville Middle School need to be changed too? How about the name of the whole community of Gainesville? Should that be changed? How about all the businesses that have Gainesville in their name? Should they have to change that too? Please notice that the name of this high school is not Gaines High School, after the man, Thomas Gaines, but Gainesville, after the community. I think this discussion concerning the name of a community is disgraceful in calling it a bad. If you want to change the names of schools named after people who are now considered to be bad, do it.
Thank you, Ms. Fox.
Thank you.
We have Connie Wilbur, then Carrie Chambers, Gail Drake, Madison Wright. Connor Wilbur. Go. Sorry.
Good evening, school board and Dr. Waltz. My name is Connor Wilbur, and I go to the 9th grade at Osborne Park. I believe that we should not go back to school, and while I can understand the points of other people, it is not a very good idea to do it. We have surging cases of COVID-19, and according to USAFox.org, Prince William County has a total of 26,456 COVID cases, and with our 7-day average being at 257 new cases per day, adding hundreds to thousands more students into physical contact in schools would certainly lead to a spike of COVID cases in Prince William County. Also, while children in school may be able to fight the virus, people they are in contact with may be at risk and vulnerable to the virus. I also feel that it would be a constant struggle for children to keep their personal protective equipment on and to obey COVID-19 guidelines. As a person who went through and has a mother who teaches middle school, I know for a fact that in middle school, children who, middle school at least, it'd be an uphill battle for teachers to get out, to get their children to follow the COVID guidelines the county has put out. I would also like to mention our hardworking educators, as they would be severely affected by the reopening of our school. Online learning has already had our educators overworked. In a hybrid schedule where they balance both in-person and online learning would put too much strain on our educators. Also, most people forget about the educator's family, some of whom may be at risk, including myself and others I know. While we students can opt out of physical learning, most teachers can't. And so if they were to be exposed, their at-risk family would be exposed as well. After all I've said, I'd want to say one last thing. I feel strongly about this issue, but I believe it should be up to the teachers if we go back, as they would be the ones most affected by this, and they have our best interests at heart. Thank you for listening to me, and good night.
Thank you. Carrie Chambers.
Thank you, school board members and Dr. Waltz, for sticking with the approved plan to phase students into the building. A year ago, I would never imagine I would be at the school board meeting for the third time advocating for all students to receive an equitable and accessible education. Nor would I believe that educators in a county that value diversity and providing a world-class education to all would choose to ignore the rapidly growing achievement gap. But more importantly, I never imagined that it could spark such strong feelings of hate and resentment for wanting Prince William County schools to continue to provide the education they so proudly boast about. So within the school system, some within the school system just want to ignore what is happening with so many of our students, whether that be academically or their deteriorating mental health. While not all students are suffering, there are many. Once again, thank you to those up there that have listened to parents, students, and teachers and have made it a priority to get our students back into the building safely. And yes, I said teachers because there are many teachers that want to be in person with their students, despite what those in the union may say. Will going back to school be different? Yes. Will there be time changes? Yes. Will my son be playing tag on the playground like he used to? No. Will my daughter get to sit next to her friend shoulder to shoulder at lunch? No. It will be different, but no matter when we go back, it always will. We have to start somewhere, and those that are deterred by it, that's the beauty of having a choice. While up to this point, I have strictly advocated as a parent of a 6th grader and a 3rd grader with a reading disability, I am a school counselor that cannot wait to see the faces of my students walking into the building on January 26th. Each student that steps through that door will have chosen to come for varying reasons, and I can no longer stomach the thought of my students that need to be in school not having the choice to do so. So please continue to use science and data in making your decision and not fear.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Gail Drake. After that, we have Madison Wright, Maggie Hansford, and Vivian Quint. Ms. Drake.
Happy New Year. My name is Gail Drake. My address is on file. I often share my gratitude for Dr. Waltz's years of service to Prince William County Schools and his dedication to moving our students forward and advancing them with STEM. It is the time of year with each senior class that I have to address senioritis. I teach our seniors that they must develop honor, integrity, and deep ethics and use those to cross the finish line at full speed. Dr. Waltz and the board, the health and the wellness of not only Prince William County Schools, but the entire county lies with you. Your decisions will determine the well-being of our health system. Your decisions will determine the survival of our small businesses. While we all know that your decisions determine the outcome of our children, the one key element that I'd like to address tonight is the well-being of our children. In an educational setting, the pillars that support our children are our teachers. When those pillars are firmly rooted and stand strong, our children are supported. When the children are falling, the teachers have the strength to lift them back up. Right now, during the pandemic, that is the most important element. Exams, worksheets, math, and reading, it will all come with good time. It always does. Right now, we need to be present for our children. We need to listen to our children. We need to support them and meet them where they are. That does not happen without strong teachers. For many teachers, this is the first time that they feel their lives are threatened. They're not DOJ, they're not military, they're teachers. When they feel threatened, their extra moments turn to internal support. The external support is gone. I would like you all to know that I believe your integrity and ethics are deep and that you will cross that finish line with the greatest honor you have ever felt. The current plan the county has at the high school level is not safe for everybody. You will not get that teacher support that you are looking for. They won't have that ability. However, you have a lot of creative problem solvers at your disposal. I would love to help, as I know many other people would love to help. So please reach out and allow us to help you develop a plan.
Thank you, Ms. Drake. Go to Madison Wright, then Maggie Hansford and Vivian Quint. So I don't see a Madison, so we'll go to Maggie Hansford.
Hello, my name is Maggie Hansford, and my address is on file. Thank you, Chair Lateef, board members, Dr. Waltz, and division staff for continuing to speak with me as we navigate return to buildings this school year. I want to thank the numerous educators who have shared their stories tonight. Your voice is important, and we value your participation in tonight's meeting. PWA continues to advocate for the safety of our students and staff. County transmission rates have risen unchecked. Our schools lack adequate substitute teachers. We have problematic inaccuracies with COVID-19 tracking in our schools, and the division remains unwilling to accommodate employees with disabilities. Given these mounting risks, it is imperative that the school board and division leadership act to protect students and staff. PWA remains with our call for all virtual learning and for a transparent, clear plan to vaccinate staff prior to returning to school buildings. Dr. Waltz, I'm asking you to follow the leadership of Superintendent Brabrand. Last night he stated, what we need to do right now is say we're taking a pause. Take some time to make sure people don't feel rushed. Talk to teachers, teacher associations, principals, principal associations, and make a plan. As PWA president, I continue to advocate for students and staff safety and staff compensation. As the budget season is to begin soon, it is imperative to provide our staff with competitive compensation that includes a step in COLA this year. Thank you, educators, for continuing to work on behalf of our students. Wear your mask.
Vivian Quint. After Ms. Quint will be Mark Dillon and then Gil Trenum, which should wrap up our in-person speakers. Ms. Quint. Please,
I'm
just
sorry.
keep it on, thanks.
Hello. I've been listening to many of these board meetings, and although I am thankful for them being held consistently, I can't help but see in the board members, the people that students are supposed to look up to, a great deal of inconsistency, hesitation, and weak leadership. I shouldn't be here advocating for an agreement that was already made. I'm not here to try to re-explain the grueling distress that is virtual learning, because it seems as if no matter how much light is shed on that subject, it is continuously brushed aside as an inferior risk to that of catching the virus. I will, however, say this. Most students who speak in favor of virtual learning are dripping with privilege. The privilege of a good computer, a working internet, the privilege of the right materials, and a healthy and comfortable workspace. To be absolutely clear, I have each and every one of those privileges, and I despise virtual learning. But despite that fact, I'm here to remind the board members once again of those who are suffering from lack of those privileges, and how much, coming from a student, improvement of mental and academic improvement could come from just a couple of days of being physically in school. Something needs to be done, whether it be a different version of the hybrid plan or the hybrid plan. The students have already been stretched so thin. I know a common argument to my case is safety, but we know for a fact that a child is not usually, that COVID is not common amongst children, and that a child case resulting in death is slim to none. So board members, let me ask you to rethink the so-called catastrophic damage of trying this hybrid plan. With hard work and new leadership, this virus will pass from our country. But in the meantime, we cannot keep letting the students get the short end of the stick. Please remember the students along with the teachers and staff.
Thank you. Mark Dillon.
Good evening. My name is Mark Dillon. My information's on file. After nearly a year of COVID, there are scores of assessments from nearby counties and across the nation that validate the facts that online education is failing. We know we need to get all our kids back to school, in-person schooling, as soon as possible. During the past 2 months, I've stood before this board to ask why are the taxpayers of Prince William County paying even more money for this substandard online education? It has taken too long, but Prince William County has a hybrid reopening plan, and I'm thankful for it. I'm here tonight to encourage everyone to stick to this plan and even accelerate it. Here's why. I'm a taxpayer from Prince William County, a parent, 34-year military veteran, 59 years young, and I've been a substitute teaching in person at a Prince William County private school for the past 4 months. It's not that hard to have a hybrid plan. Many schools across the state of Virginia and our nation, both public and private, continue to demonstrate that in-person schooling can be safely and successfully accomplished if the school leaders are focused on how to keep the schools open, not on how to keep them closed. In fact, I'm confident the Prince William County Superintendent and all Prince William County principals can do this, since Prince William County high schools have figured out how to conduct in-person winter sports. Surely, having in-person academics is more important than in-person athletics, especially based on the nationwide evidence that online education is failing our students. I encourage the Prince William County Board, the superintendent, school leaders, and teachers to learn from 2020 and be brave in 2021, to stick to or even accelerate the hybrid reopening plan in order to get our students back to in-person schooling as soon as possible. Please let me know if you need any assistance, and thank you for your attention to this important matter.
Thank you. Mr. Gil Trenum, former member of this body. Welcome back, sir.
Good evening, Chairman Lateef, school board members, and Dr. Waltz. My name is Gil Trenum. I'm a resident of the Brentsville District, and my name and address is on file. Thank you for your time and for your service. Before I start, I just want to report that life on this side of the dais is good and a lot less stressful. But I do miss you all and the good things that we were able to accomplish together. Now, spring is always a busy time for the school board. It is that most wonderful time of the year known as budget season. But this year, you have more on your plate than I could have ever imagined. You have budget season, wonderful as it is, when the county's revenues are down. You have to deal with the demands of trying to educate 93,000 plus students during the time of COVID. And speaking of COVID, the virtual learning experience has not been successful for many students. You all are going to have to come up with a plan to get these students back on track and make sure they don't get left behind. In the middle of all this, you have to hire and transition to a new superintendent. And to add to your pile, we've got Governor Northam publicly speculating about year-round school now. So I don't know what that does to your plans. But you and especially your staff have a huge pile of work on your plate. Now, Gainesville, Virginia is a great place to live here in Prince William County. It is a diverse community that has been well served by Gainesville Middle School for nearly 15 years without controversy. Now, I would hope that the board recognizes how much work you all have to get done and how much work your staff has to get done, and use your time and resources wisely to benefit all the students and staff of Prince William County Schools. Don't generate unnecessary work for your staff and create a controversy where none exists. The name Gainesville High School was approved unanimously by this board. Leave it that way and spend your time focusing on those challenges that you have in front of you, the ones that matter most, the ones that impact our students' education and prepares them for a successful life. Now, I certainly don't envy you this year, but I do trust you will make the right decision tonight. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Trenum. Have a wonderful new year, and thank you for coming. Mr. Stevens, that is it for me here in person. We're going to go to virtual. I will let you take over. You have the list, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start off with the Martin family. I've got Jim, Anna, and son James. So we'll just do one at a time. We'll start with Jim. You have the floor.
Okay. Hey, good evening. My name is James Martin. My address is on file. I would encourage the school board to continue with their return to in-person learning plan. I would also commend the school board for their mitigation measures and urge you to continue to provide teachers with the PPE they need and help with the vaccine administration to facilitate the return to in-person learning. I would offer that the school is one of the most controlled environments in our current society, and that students and teachers must wear masks, and teachers have the ability to enforce the mask requirements. It is difficult to enforce these measures in society, and that has likely led to the increase in COVID cases. The school board should monitor trends in schools and not societal trends. This will give you a more accurate representation of the COVID transmission within the school system. And this is also influenced by the mask enforcement, and the teachers are next in line to receive the vaccine in phase 1B of the vaccine schedule. The negative consequences of virtual learning have been significant. I've seen that firsthand in my first grade son, who was recently allowed to return to in-person learning. I've seen a marked change in his behavior, and he once again enjoys learning. I also encourage the board to publicly publish the student performance data in the virtual environment to show what, if any, negative consequences have resulted from the virtual learning. I thank the board for their efforts, and I encourage you to stand fast to the return to in-person learning. Thank you for your time. Also, Anna will not be speaking tonight, so just my son, James.
Okay, thank you. James, you can go ahead.
Hang on one second.
Sure.
James.
What? What am I doing?
Good.
Oh, okay. Got it, Dad. What is that? Dad, you can read what I read there? Okay. Good evening. I'm a former kid student from Signal Hill, Kansas. Can I please go back to school? I do not want you guys to close down schools. I just don't really like staying at home 24/7. I want to go to school and be with my friends. Yeah, that'll be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker. So I got a long list tonight, so it's taking me a little bit of time to find everybody. Fred Stars. You can unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Fred Starzik, and my address is on file. I'm making my comments tonight as a father of 3 Prince William County students and on behalf of many friends and family that I have who teach in Prince William County schools. As I speak to you tonight, COVID-19 has reached over 20 million cases across this nation, with more than 350,000 deaths, including a very close relative of mine. In Prince William County, this virus is growing exponentially with a 21% positivity rate. This is among the highest in the Commonwealth and is the highest in Northern Virginia. According to the metrics on the Prince William County Schools website, and based on guidance from the CDC, the core indicators in the county are whether we should return to in-person learning are both in the high-risk category. Based strictly on the core indicators, Prince William County schools should in no way return to in-person learning. However, the district tells us decisions are based on the core indicators and secondary indicators. The guidance is clear, and it's on the website, that the use of secondary indicators should not be used as the main criteria for determining risk of disease transmission in schools. The secondary indicators should only be used to support decisions made derived from the core indicators. It's time Prince William County schools do their part, as our neighboring school districts are doing, in preventing further community spread, and not ignore what science and the medical professionals are telling us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Chris Barker. You can unmute your microphone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Chris Barker. I'm the father of a 5th grade student at Old Bridge Elementary. I have a concern about the district's plan for hybrid in-person learning. As I mentioned, my son's in 5th grade at Old Bridge, and he is thriving in the virtual learning environment. He's going to remain virtual when 5th grade resumes in person on January 26th. All of his school staff have recreated their roles and have been working diligently for all students to succeed. Despite this, I fear that all of the students will suffer when the hybrid plan is in place. Right now, everyone in the class is on the same plane, virtual, so the teacher can address all the students the same way. Once in-person starts, I don't see how the teacher will be able to split his attention and energy between in-person and virtual students and give them all the same fantastic level of instruction they're currently getting. I believe the hybrid in-person model will be detrimental for all students academically in addition to exposing school staff, students, and their families to an unnecessary risk of COVID. I urge this board, for the benefit of the entire school community, to keep all students virtual until the time comes when everyone can safely resume full-time in-person instruction. The part-time hybrid in-person plan is just going to let all of our students down. And if you doubt this, just consider, have any of you board members ever tried to participate in a conference call while sitting in a room full of 8 or 10 kids? Of course not. Nobody would do that because it would be infuriating and self-defeating. But that's exactly what you'll be asking teachers to do with the hybrid in-person plan. Thanks for listening. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Liz Vohar. You can unmute yourself and you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Waltz and school board members. My name is Liz Vohar and my address is on file with the clerk. Since March of last year, I have sat and watched the school board make decisions. I have watched science and data being brought to all of you and our pandemic team, and I have watched as those facts have not been taken into consideration or just followed up with rainbows and sunshine about how infallible our amazing mitigation strategies are here in the county. I have attended town halls virtually with school board members, and while I felt heard, nothing was done except recently by Ms. Jessie and Mr. Wilk, who have spoken out over the last few weeks. For this, I thank you both. So tonight, when putting together my speech, I wasn't sure where to begin. Sharing data doesn't seem to work. Sharing our feelings definitely doesn't work. And then I realized I needed to go directly to the person who can make decisions, and that person is you, Dr. Waltz. Let me tell you that I've always enjoyed the fact that you marched to the beat of your own drum. Your story of your school counselor from high school changing your life brings me to tears each time I hear it. This is my 8th year as a school counselor, and I still remember hearing you speak at Connect and laughing at your corny dad jokes as you went on and on about your daughter and the amazing teachers here in Prince William County. I truly felt I was in great hands and that decisions were made with both students and staff in mind. However, this year, I'm having a difficult time understanding how you're making decisions. I told another school board member this week that you aren't in the business of pleasing everyone, but one of the biggest parts of your job is to keep both students and staff safe. There is no way with our current numbers in Prince William and the decision to continue pushing students and staff in, you can honestly say you're doing what's best for all stakeholders. So before more students and staff put themselves at risk, I plead with you to once again, march to the beat of your own drum. Do the hard thing and the right thing. I am asking you to hold off on returning more students and staff to the building by 2 weeks at least and keep everyone virtual to see if numbers continue to rise. While others on this board continue to punt the ball to you or remain silent, you are the one who can change this outcome. Who knows, maybe years from now, I'll be telling a story about how a superintendent cared enough and changed my life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Baum. You can unmute yourself. Okay, you have the floor.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Julia Baum. My address is on file with the clerk, and I am a high school English teacher in Prince William County. Tonight, I will be sharing a story of a Tier 1 employee who fears retaliation should they speak for themselves. This is their story. I have cancer. My immune system is severely compromised. My doctor has written a letter requesting that I remain a virtual teacher and not return to the building until the end of the school year. By returning to a school environment, I can be exposed to COVID-19 at a higher risk. I have rarely missed any days in the many years I have taught in Prince William County, and now when I need the school system's support the most, they are abandoning me. They refuse to allow me to use my sick days or continue to teach my class virtually. I did not have a crystal ball warning me at the beginning of the school year that I would get cancer throughout the 2020-2021 school year. I signed the online request stating that I would be willing to be an in-person teacher during the summer without knowing what was in my future. Where is the PWCS concern for their employees and student health? I can still do my job successfully as a virtual teacher and want to remain at the same school with the same students whom I've gotten to know very well while they progress at a very satisfactory pace. However, I was advised to take a leave of absence without pay which would probably cause me to lose my position at my current school. This also poses a dire financial hardship to my family and I during my diagnosis. I don't need a leave of absence. I can do my job very well in a virtual setting from home. I just need some time until the vaccine becomes available to myself and other frontline teachers. Please have a heart. Help me to continue to work with my great students at a job which I love. If the best teachers leave the profession over COVID and the county's lack of concern for all stakeholders, they will never return. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina Hampson. Okay, you have the floor.
Yes. Good evening. My address is on the file, and I am speaking in behalf of a Tier 1 colleague. As educators, we have the moral and legal obligation to keep our students safe. Right now, with the way that Prince William County Schools is communicating and not communicating COVID cases in the buildings, my students are not safe. I am not safe. In August, I submitted my paperwork as I was asked to do. I called my doctor, reflected on my health records, and papers were signed. I never got a confirmation from HR. I called and was told to be patient because they were going through a lot of papers. By October, my principal called me and told me my paperwork was going to be honored. She assured me not to worry about the fact that the county could relocate me being in such a position. Giving up stability in my school's community was heartbreaking. The grade level persisted. We arranged a safe return to the building plan. Rosters changed. Everyone on the team and the community was affected. January 2nd, I got my first document from the county apologizing for a 5-month delay and stating that I am not protected by the ADA and thus can be called in when the situation requires it. My health requirements were not apparently worthy to remain in the tier they asked my principal to adjust for. I am fortunate to work for an administrator who has been looking out for her staff. Nevertheless, this was a decision that shows a painful lack of regard for myself and other employees who have risks that their doctors were willing to sign off on. I am insulted and disappointed in the flow of information, the lack of communication, and the lack of respect. Like every employee here, I too am someone's child. I have a family. I am a wife, a mother, and a professional. Lack of transparency and communication continues. There is no clear line of communicating a presumptive case or a confirmed case. Staff and students and their families should know about every case as soon as they are aware of them with absolutely no hesitation. Sending even more at-risk employees back in, we deserve at least that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kimberly Williman. You can unmute yourself. You have the floor.
My name is Kimberly Williman, and my address is on file. I am reading this on behalf of a middle school Tier 1 employee who asked me to share their story anonymously. As an educator, it is my moral and legal obligation to protect my students. Under the current policies in Prince William County Schools for reporting COVID cases, I cannot protect them. 5 years ago, I almost died due to pneumonia that was the result of the flu that I contracted from a student in my classroom. This child was unwell and miserable on a Tuesday, and even after visiting the nurse, she was returned to class to await her mother coming to pick her up. Mom was working and never came. Mom sent her to school each day that week, leading to my own inevitable illness. Friday afternoon, I didn't feel well. Sunday, I was in the emergency room. Tuesday, I had double pneumonia with 70% of my lungs filled with fluid. As a result, I now have permanent damage to my lungs, use 3 inhalers twice daily, and take multiple medications for asthma. Children come to school sick all the time, which is where my personal fears come in. The fact is, when you're exposed to someone who is actively sick, your chances dramatically increase, especially when you are the one that is responsible for cleaning after that sick child leaves your room. This virus can be carried without signs. Parents that may be homesick with the virus could continue to send their children to school. As a Tier 1 employee, I must choose to leave a job that I dearly love or take the chance that I get a disease that will most likely kill me. I do not understand why we are having to make this choice. Why are Tier 1 teachers not being given the virtual-only students? Why are parents not being told the reality of what their students' day and schedule will be? How can we ask that kids wear a mask for over 6 hours continuously with the only break being for lunch? We are asking staff to risk their lives so that children can sit at a desk in a room with no one around them for 3 to 6 feet, wear a mask all day, and work on a computer, something they can already do for home. It would be much easier for all of us if we could go back and to normal, but we can't. Why continue to put so many at risk? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gina Treat. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Dr. Waltz and school board members. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Gina Treat and my address is on file with the clerk. I'm a Prince William County teacher and also a single mom of 2 young girls. Teaching is my passion. My students are my own kids. I tell my students that I will listen and I care for them at the beginning of the school year. And they know even in a virtual setting, I have an open door. As a Tier 1 teacher, however, I do not feel that I have been given the same respect. My accommodation has been denied. I had my initial meeting with the HR and my principal. During the meeting, I was told repeatedly what to come up with my own creative accommodations that could be used in the classroom to return to school in January. My response each time was that I was going to remain virtual as stated by my doctor on my ADA form that the HR had signed off on. I have discussed at length with my principal my concerns as not only a Tier 1 teacher, but also as a single parent. My choices to return are to return, take unpaid leave, or to resign. These are not acceptable. Further conversations with HR, I have been told that mitigation is excellent. However, it's not an acceptable accommodation. The school board defaults to you, Dr. Waltz. No one seems to want to show us that we matter during a pandemic, and I am not risking my own children. The leadership at the county level has been non-committal at best in responding to our concerns and our need to be heard. I fear that those of us who are Tier 1 have very difficult decisions to make in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Haley Martin. You can unmute yourself and you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Haley Martin and I am an English teacher with PWCS. My address and phone number are on file with the clerk. When I sat down to write this message, I was at a loss for words, not because I had nothing to say, but rather because everything has already been said many times. I started and restarted and couldn't think of the right words to convince you to return to the full virtual model, but I did have a lot of ideas. I thought to myself that I could talk about the number of people who have died from COVID-19 to date, which is 357,000 lives in the US alone, almost a staggering 100,000 more since I last spoke to you in December. I could have shared about how last week one of those lives was my former classmate, an immeasurably talented teacher who left behind a 4th grade class to comment how much they'll miss her on her obituary page. She was, by the way, only 27 years old. I could talk about the psychological trauma our own students will undergo if they return in person and experience that loss themselves. I could talk about how teachers are about to leave this profession in droves, that Tier 1 teachers are not being accommodated, or that PWC has the highest positivity rate in Virginia. I could talk over and over again that this is not in our students' best interest, but again, all of this has been said. I ask you, what is gained by sending our students in the building? Not socialization, not better comprehension, not even better teaching. The pandemic does not allow for that. We are better off throwing everything we have into the virtual model to make it the best it can be. I fear that you are causing more damage than you know. Isn't it ironic that teachers of all people are being ignored? That scientists, that researchers, doctors, nurses, medical professionals are asking us to stay home, and yet you are still trying to send large amounts of students into a confined space? That spits in the face of academia. That tells our students that education doesn't matter, that even if they go to school for years on end, get their important degrees, and go out into the world, no one will listen to them. So what will be the point? No one benefits from returning to in-person learning, least of all our kids. There are only so many times that we can tell you that people are dying and returning to in-person learning is wrong. That is a fact. Please acknowledge it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Homan. You can unmute your microphone.
Hi, my name is Amy Homan and my address is on file. I am reading this for a Tier 1 teacher who has been told she must return to in-person teaching. As a PWCS educator, I have a moral and legal obligation to protect my students and their families. My students are not safe right now. I am not safe right now. I'm a 25-year veteran teacher. I'm a 2-time triple negative breast cancer survivor. I underwent 36 weeks of chemotherapy, 2 months of radiation, and 21 surgeries. I just celebrated 10 years as a survivor. Upon my lasting side effects from chemotherapy, the radiation left scar tissue in the upper lobe of my right lung, which gets inflamed due to excessive talking and sinus issues / mild allergies. At one point, doctors thought I had a mass on my lung. After getting a biopsy of my lung, luckily it was just scar tissue. I desperately want life to go back to normal where we can go back and teach face-to-face. However, I fear if exposed to COVID, my body will have a very difficult time fighting it. If I'm not able to have accommodations, it's not as if I want to retire less than 5 years before I officially can. Who can realistically afford leave without pay in this area and go without health insurance, especially when it is necessary because of having gone through cancer twice? So by returning to school when the COVID percent is so high, who will explain and apologize to my family when I get exposed and contract COVID? The environment in which I specifically teach has a much greater chance for exposure and contamination. My body is already compromised and is at risk under normal circumstances in the usual school year viruses that are rampant. But if exposed to COVID, my body is more likely to have a difficult time fighting it off and could potentially be too weak to beat it. How is the county's mitigation going to protect Tier 1 teachers who are still being forced to come in against their doctor's advice? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tamara Martinez. You can unmute yourself and you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Tamara Martinez and my address is on file. I'm a Spanish Encore elementary teacher. During every board meeting, I hear how much smarter and better we are than other school divisions and how we have the best mitigation. However, as a teacher that has been working in person since November, teaching lessons virtually and concurrently, I have a hard time believing this. Children are not wearing their masks properly. I spend most of my class time asking kids to fix their masks, which are usually worn under the nose and around the chin. How is this the best mitigation? We have had substitute custodians since November, resulting in classrooms not getting cleaned at all or not getting cleaned properly. How is this the best mitigation? We have to supervise lunches for 30 minutes with children with no masks. How is this the best mitigation? We are not allowed to use air purifiers or open windows as recommended by the CDC. How is this the best mitigation? We're the only district without clear metrics. How does this make us better? We are making Tier 1 teachers go back to work in person. How does this make us better? We are at 20% positivity rate, the highest rate in Northern Virginia, and we are still intent on bringing more kids back to school in person. How does this make us better? We are teaching in person for 2 kids in the classroom while muting 20 children online. How does this make us better? The school board members, Dr. Waltz, the superintendent staff, and central office staff have the choice to work from home and meet virtually, but teachers do not. How does this make us better? We do not have a day, time, place, or any other information regarding vaccine distribution for teachers, but we have to continue to teach in person. How does this make us better? We have 1 substitute available for our school. We can't find people to fill in our teacher assistant positions because they don't want to come and teach in person. How does this make us better? Virtual for at least the next 2 weeks, like every in Virginia. I beg for a specific number that tells us if we can be in person or virtual, not a complex algebraic formula that only its creators can figure out. I beg for someone to show us they care. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Julia Biggins. Just a second. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Julia Biggins. I live in the Coles District. I am an infectious disease scientist, and I am the mother of 4 children in 3 PWCS schools. I'd like to speak tonight about keeping our children and teachers safe during the pandemic. I am extremely disappointed that the school board continues with their return to school schedule despite the soaring COVID case numbers. I agree that our students need to return in-person learning as soon as possible, but that is only possible when it is possible to do that safely. Right now, our community transmission is too high for that. We have the highest positivity rate in Northern Virginia. And while the data shows that kids usually experience mild COVID infections, they can easily transmit COVID back to their homes. Many of our neighboring districts have reasonably paused their return to school schedules in light of the rising cases. We have not yet begun to see the peak in rising cases following the large amount of holiday travel. I urge the superintendent and school board to pause their efforts and even rethink them. Under the current plan, bringing all of the high school students back at nearly the same time is not safe either. Data shows that children aged 10 and up transmit the virus back to their homes just as efficiently as adults. I am also disappointed in the superintendent and school board's treatment of our teachers, forcing them to choose between returning to the classroom when it is unsafe for them to do so or losing a job speaks volumes about how little you actually value them. And finally, the recent lack of communication and transparency for the superintendent and school board is unacceptable. Metrics and decisions must be made in full view of the public. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Amy Rothenmeier. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Amy Rothenmeier. My address is on file. I am an elementary music teacher. I am also 6 months pregnant. When I found out I was pregnant, I requested to stay virtual since pregnant women are high risk for severe complications from COVID. And as an encore teacher, I see every child in the school. HR denied Tier 1 status since pregnancy is not considered to be an inherent disability under the ADA, even though pregnant women are more likely to end up in intensive care, deliver prematurely, or miscarry. I have been in the building since November. I'm sure you'll hear central office staff extol the virtues of our mitigation strategies. As a teacher who is in the building, I disagree. Our mitigation strategies are predicated on the premise that students will stay apart, 6 feet apart at all times. In kindergarten and first grade classes, we are constantly closing that distance to interact with our students. We tie shoelaces, zip jackets to help children with their materials. It is not possible to maintain 6 feet and do our job as educators. We are exposed every day. Any teacher who becomes ill or is required to quarantine will need a sub. At my school, we have one person, again, one substitute teacher willing to come inside the school building. Every staff member takes on extra duties to make the COVID restrictions work, but there aren't enough bodies to go around. People will say, just give schools money for extra assistance. The problem is it doesn't matter how much money you throw at something if people won't apply. Despite posting assistant positions and holding interviews, we can't fill them. Why? Because the general public is concerned about rampant community spread and won't take the risk. My husband is a paramedic, and I hear daily of the overflowing ER, desperately ill patients, exhausted providers, and medical staff shortages. Why are we the only ones in Nova attending in person when our numbers are the highest and every other district has gone virtual to ease the strain on an overwhelmed health system? I implore the school system to please listen to the professionals who are actually in the building implementing our mitigation strategies rather than simply trusting the word of those who sit at home and discuss how they work in theory. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeanette Newman. You can unmute your microphone.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Newman, and my address is on file. I wanted to talk about a couple of reasons why I support maintaining virtual learning at the high school level. I am a high school teacher of 21 years in this county. The first one is student health and wellness, since that is a priority. The return to new learning plan that was approved and implemented by the school board said daily maximum screen time limits ranging from 90 minutes for kindergarten students to 210 minutes. That's 3.5 hours for high school students. Now we are going to be requiring them to be on for nearly double that time to keep up with their in-person peers. Another issue is student support. Returning to in-person learning means no more office hours and no after-school help. There's no after-school buses other than the regular dismissal. We're also talking about decreasing sleep for high school students. That's been a huge perk of all of this, right? But now we're talking about giving our students giving up at least 2 hours of sleep if they're bus riders. A lot of these students also work jobs, support their families, and manage younger children. There's also an issue of timing. More grade levels back means more bus runs. More bus runs means later dismissals, especially at the elementary level. We're talking about 5 o'clock dismissals for some of these kids. There's also the factor of staff needs. SAC is only available at 21 out of 53 elementary schools. Parents with work report times earlier than elementary start times have limited or no before school childcare options without increasing exposure to their students and families if they want to participate in in-person learning. COVID leave expired in December. What happens if a teacher doesn't have enough leave to cover COVID quarantines now, especially for new teachers or those with multiple children? Then there's the tech readiness issue. Our school's target completion date is January 15th, but we're still waiting on delayed deliveries of important cables and supplies in order to be able to complete this. And then there's logic. The current metrics puts us in at least moderate to high risk under VDH. As spread increases, why are we moving forward to bring back upper elementary, middle, and high school students against VDH guidance?
All right, we're gonna have to stick to that 2-minute clock. Our next speaker is Nicole Verman. Just a second. Okay, Ms. Verman, you should be able to unmute yourself. And you have the floor.
Nicole Verman, my address is on file. I am speaking tonight for myself and many other Tier 1 individuals who are wishing to be unnamed because of retaliation. I'm speaking today because I fear for our lives. Actions show that the school board and Dr. Waltz are not taking this seriously and are putting the vulnerable at grave risk. Responsibility for safety is being passed from person to person without a clear answer as to who it belongs to. Those who are facing cancer, transplants, high-risk pregnancies, or autoimmune diseases like myself were told that virtual flat out wasn't going to happen, despite having doctors' orders not to be near people at all, let alone in a crowded classroom. Many of us are being forced to choose between being exposed to a lethal virus to continue to teach our children or to take an unpaid leave of absence. Are we thought of as disposable? There are non-Tier 1 teachers who are being offered virtual, while many of us are being offered absolutely ridiculous accommodations, such as masks or other PPE, when the research has shown that these are only minimally effective in our situation. We are being offered gowns as if this would make a real difference for an airborne virus. It is mind-blowing that we're being told that masks is why our hospitals and healthcare workers are at their breaking point. I was told that these accommodations couldn't be guaranteed because kids will be kids. This is not taking the situation we are in seriously. Please do the right thing and allocate virtual students appropriately to teachers who need virtual to stay alive and to continue doing the job that we love.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly McClear. You can unmute yourself. And you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Kelly McClear, and I have my address on file. Board members, though we all understand the importance of your roles and the depth of your tasks to wade through, my sincerest hope is that you will show respect to this educator's narrative by displaying active listening behaviors. Tonight, I have the pleasure of reading one Tier 1 teacher's narrative who has been told that she must return to in-person teaching. She says, as a Prince William County School educator, I have a moral and legal obligation to protect my students and their families. My students are not safe right now. I am very fortunate to be at a school with an extremely supportive principal, and he is doing everything possible to protect our staff and keep them safe. But our division has a 20.8% positivity rate. This is a division-wide issue, and our county must pay attention to these numbers. We need division-wide leadership to protect our community. I am scheduled to return to the building on January 26th. There is nothing more that I want than to return in person with my students. This is my second career. I retired and returned to college to earn my bachelor's and master's degree after my first husband's death. I could have easily retired, but I chose to become a teacher as my retirement job. I want to be back in school. My second husband is 66 years old. He had a stroke last year. He is a diabetic and has high blood pressure. He is high risk. I feel like I am endangering a person I love if I am forced to return to teach in the building. I lost one husband and I do not want to lose another one due to this pandemic. We have quarantined since March under our doctor's orders. We have given up all trips, vacations, family events, and outings. We have not been able to spend any quality time with our children and grandchildren since March. I have been out of the house only for essential doctor appointments and to go to the store for food. The day I walk back into an enclosed classroom with 10 students for 7 hours a day negates all of these safety measures I have taken to protect my family since March.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Lake. You can unmute yourself. You have the floor.
My name is Katie Lake, and I'm a second grade teacher at Haymarket Elementary School. I am scheduled to return in person on January 12th. I will be teaching a different group of students each day in a revolving door situation Tuesday through Friday. Numerous reports around the county this week describe the inconsistencies in mitigation strategies. Examples include a shortage of plexiglass, inadequate space to separate students for breakfast and lunch, and the substitute teacher shortage. I highly encourage the school division in the very near future to publicly share their data on primary contacts on the Prince William County Schools dashboard. I believe this will provide more insight for our community about why COVID-19 is becoming so undeniably prevalent. School board members, it is my hope that the school division shared the entirety of its findings regarding risk managements, building, PPE, and safety checks, not just those shining star schools around the county. The Prince William County Schools dashboard shows that we have already had 140 cases in the span of 6 days in January, with students only in the buildings 2 days. All of this is layered upon the quietly unspoken fact that the child care funding through the CARES Act expired for Prince William County employees on December 31st. I have a 9-year-old special needs child with medical and academic diagnoses currently enrolled in another county on a virtual-only option. I am tasked with the impossible and illegal decision of leaving him home alone to navigate virtual school while I return in person to the classroom. I implore you to keep us healthy and safe at home in the virtual-only instructional model so that I can continue to provide a world-class education to my students.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Wardle.
An assistant in a variety of self-contained classrooms. For the past 5 years, I've devoted myself to anti-racism work. The passage of the anti-discrimination policy and the swift action to change the names of schools honoring racists made me proud to tell folks that I work for Prince William County Schools. Today, I ask myself, how could this group of visionaries be so blind? According to the system, its buildings are not the source of COVID infections. Are our schools constructed using magic fairy dust? Are there invisible force fields? Perhaps we are part of a top secret experiment. All kidding aside, it really is all just an illusion. Schools not being conduits for transmission is supporting a false narrative. Instead of our administrators, nurses, and counselors attending to their responsibilities, they are now expected to know all the current CDC guidelines and assume the role of amateur detective. When leadership and direction is needed the most, these talented folks are poring over hours of video. Nervous staff await their fate just to find out that there's no need to quarantine. After all, the student was only in contact for 12 minutes, or sat 6.5 feet away, or tested positive on Saturday, or the hundreds of scenarios to choose from. Alert individual parents? No need. That would evoke widespread community panic. We'll just send a vague form letter or robocall. My mother would have called this behavior splitting hairs. There is no mandated testing for staff and students. Years of training on the importance of testing, establishing a baseline, and the emphasis on data have been drilled in our heads for decades. Now we are just expected to ignore the elephant in the room. As I look towards my retirement, I would like to live long enough to enjoy it.
Our next speaker is Farah Hake.
All right, good evening. I'm a parent and employee of Prince William County Schools. I'm also an educator with a background in science. I am here to implore you to halt the current plans and revert to 100% virtual learning. This is not an issue of doing what is best for each individual family. This is an issue of public health, which means that a person's preference or plan of action essentially impacts us all. The decision being made should be one that helps us all get through this pandemic alive and out of these restrictive conditions permanently. I hear the argument that kids aren't as affected by the virus and therefore going back to school shouldn't be a problem. This is not accurate. Anyone, including kids, can be affected. But they aren't the only ones going back, are they? Teachers, assistants, aides, staff, bus drivers, and substitutes are also being put at risk. Subsequently, everyone's families will potentially be affected. I know that as a sub, I will not go back until it is safe, and nor will I be sending my children. I understand that neither option is ideal. However flawed, virtual learning is going relatively well for us. I teach high school science virtually. My students and I have developed a good rapport. Shy students are interacting better than they would in an actual classroom. I have gotten to know them and keep them engaged. My children are doing well too. I have 4, so there's different levels. It is a lot of work for me to keep on top of their assignments, but it's a small price to pay for their safety. The logistics for hybrid are a bit intense. Who will be monitoring the hallways for if the teachers are busy disinfecting their classrooms? Will there be a monitor in the bathroom? When the kids take their masks off to eat, will the HVAC system filter the virus and prevent it from going into other classrooms? Dismissal will require students to sit in school idly for an additional hour. Teachers won't be able to actually be near their students to help them, or shouldn't be. We cannot, in good faith, say that it is safe to go back at this time. I think that's the worst decision ever, actually. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Megan Morse. Let's see here. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you have the floor.
Good evening. My address is on file. I am speaking to you tonight as a Prince William County teacher and parent. As a parent, I, like everyone else, have been given that choice to send my children back to in-person learning or to keep them virtual. I, unlike everyone else, actually have the ability to make that choice because my husband is lucky enough to be able to work from home. For many teachers, this is not a realistic option. They have to go back, so their ability to do what is safest for their children and keep them home is down to choosing between keeping their job or resigning. So I will keep my children home. The numbers are too high for me to fathom sending them in. The community spread is out of control. The school board and Dr. Waltz might not be making the right call to keep my children safe, but I will. But, and this is a huge but, I don't actually get to keep my children safe, do I? Not as a teacher who is required to report for in-person teaching in a county with a dangerously high level of community spread. Since I have to go into the building 4 days a week, my children will be exposed 4 days a week through me. Every day I return home to my babies, I could be bringing COVID home to them. And that exposure is more than what you might think. I'm an 8th grade teacher. As a secondary teacher, the number of children I will be exposed to every day is high. Each day I teach 4 different groups of students. These 4 groups of students then go to 5 different classes over the course of the day. There, they will interact with at least one teacher in each room and another group of students. Our students don't travel in pods. If I have 7 students in my first period class, when I send them to the next class, they could easily be heading to 7 different classrooms, to be with 7 different teachers, to mix with 7 different groups of students. I don't teach math, but I dare you to crunch those numbers. If one student has COVID at school and goes to their 5 classes that day, that is 5 different groups of students and 5 different teachers who will have been exposed. Those teachers and students will then go home and expose their families, often without proper notification. But the mitigation strategies will keep us safe, right? The mitigation strategies that only work in theory. Take them off paper and put them into a realistic setting. They aren't worth much more than the paper they're written on. Please do what is right and safe. Keep us virtual until teachers have the vaccine and our numbers are lower.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Megan Martin. Just a second. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself. Megan Martin. Ms. Martin, you need to unmute your microphone to speak.
Hi, sorry.
Right, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Meg Martin, and I'm a parent and an educator in the county. I've taught since 2007 with Prince William County as an ESOL teacher and most recently as an ITC. I've been at school collaborating with my T-Spec to prep and distribute devices last year, as well as the beginning of this year. We've been in the building and worked together to set up webcams and wireless headsets for elementary teachers returning to concurrent teaching environment. We've supported parents, teachers, and students. And throughout it all, I'm grateful for the support at both the county and the school level. The county has promptly answered any questions I've had, from accessibility issues to clever access. At the school level, my administrators have been encouraging and thoughtful in their approach to this concurrent teaching plan. I've witnessed firsthand the resiliency of teachers, students, and parents alike. Pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade teachers have adapted to a concurrent teaching environment in a very brief time frame. They've mastered interacting with students both in person and virtually. Students dutifully wear masks and sit behind plexiglass dividers, and they still get to talk with their peers and teacher. I've never worked in a cleaner environment in 13 years of teaching with PWCS. Our custodial staff is absolutely phenomenal. As both a parent and teacher, I want to express my desire for the continuation of the phased-in approach to in-person learning at the elementary level. As teachers, we encourage our students to have a growth mindset. We ask them to focus on what they can do instead of what they can't. In this environment, I'm asking you to focus on what we can do. While we cannot control a virus, we can implement safety protocols, support teachers with proper PPE and vaccinations. We can continue to support our students virtually and in person. Please let us continue to teach little ones in the ways we know best in person. Keep that growth mindset and focus on possibilities. Brene Brown states, "The willingness to show up changes us. It makes us a little braver each time. Let's keep showing up and being brave." Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Perez El-Sharbini. Word version of Zoom. Mr. El-Sharbini is not going to allow me to let you speak. It's telling me that your version of Zoom is too old. So if there's a way that you could put it in writing, send it into the board. I'm not going to be able to let you speak, unfortunately. Let's go to the next speaker, Paulette Butler.
Yes, hello.
Hi, you have the floor.
I thank you in advance for your complete attention as I speak. My hero, Mr. Rogers, said, when I was a boy and would see scary things in the news, my mother would say to me, "Look for the helpers. You will find people who are helping." Especially tonight, our children are looking for us to be those helpers, and I believe that we are failing them at every level. From my very first day as a teacher and later as a parent, I have told all of my children that my first job is to keep you safe, physically, mentally, and emotionally safe. This will always be my first priority. When I tell my students this, some ask why I don't say teaching is my first job. My response: if you are not safe, if you are constantly worried about your safety, even on a subconscious level, your brain is not available for learning. It is in Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I ask you to pledge to keep all of us safe. If we are not, it does not matter where we are, virtual or in the building, because we will not be available for learning. Tonight, I have lost faith in you, our governor, and our national elected officials. You are not helpers. This has been proven over and over. We are teaching our students that science is to be ignored. 21% positivity rate and 300 deaths today in Prince William County alone. We are teaching our students that they do not matter. Of course, virtual learning is not optimal for all students, but should people need to risk their own health or life for others to return to the building? I demand answers to the following. One, why was it not safe to return to buildings with those very few exceptions in September when positivity rate was 5%, but is now safe when it is 4 times that? Does every school building have HVAC systems working at optimum levels to help filtering air within the buildings as recommended by health officials? I emphasize.
Again, we're going to be sticking to that 2-minute time because we have a lot of speakers. My next speaker is going to be Amber Lamb. You can unmute yourself and you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Amber Lamb. I am a parent and educator here in Prince William County. My address is on file with the clerk, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to speak tonight on behalf of myself and all of the educators who are being asked to return in person but have no childcare options since SAC is not open at all elementary schools. I am one of hundreds of teachers in this county who are now faced with an impossible situation. In the coming weeks, I am to report in person as I am a high school teacher. Because my workday begins so early, I have always relied on the before school SAC program at my children's school. My children are blessed to be at school where the principal has said that my children can attend in person all 4 days. However, I know there are many teachers in this county who are not being treated with grace such as this. In addition, I have been told that the Alphabet SAC program is only open at certain schools this year, and that they are only providing full-day programs, not before or after care. As a high school teacher, I am not in need of full-day SAC program, and my children are too young to stay home alone. Additionally, I have been told that in order for my children to get that care, they must attend one of those schools. I was told I could transfer my children mid-year to a school they have never attended, to a place with no familiar faces, a place where no significant relationship has been established. This is simply unacceptable. As educators, we have been required to adapt at the drop of a hat, asked to figure it out. Teachers always find a way to make it work. We are working. We all need to be able to support our families. But how can we be expected to make it work when we have few options for our own children? In summary, I would like the county to reopen all SAC locations so teachers like myself can return to work without any worry of how and where we will find childcare. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I have Carrie Molina on the list, but I also have 2 phone-in numbers that I'll check last to see if we can get them to work. If you have access to your computer, please use the link that you were given to access by online, because by phone doesn't always work. So I'm skipping over Carrie Molina. I don't know if that's the case there or not. My next speaker is going to be Andy McCarthy. You can unmute yourself. And you have the floor.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for having me today. I'm speaking on behalf of a colleague who wishes to be unnamed. She begins, this is my 24th year in teaching and education. 16 of these years I've been in Prince William County schools. I've also been an administrator and assisted in leading people through crises like tornadoes, the Beltway sniper attacks, Columbine, and 9/11. First and foremost, I am a wife and mother. My husband and I have an 8th grader and a 6th grader that attend Prince William County schools. We are very blessed. My children have been successful in virtual learning and enjoy it very much. We have chosen to continue their education by virtual means, not solely due to the health concerns of COVID-19, but because currently the schools are a chaotic environment. Teachers and students do not have schedules. Teachers and students are anxious and have many more questions about logistics and protocols than answers. The best learning environment is one with structure, routine, and that is safe. There is nothing about returning to learn in the building that is safe right now. My husband and I are teachers, and with our return to the school buildings, not only is our physical and mental health at risk, the mental health and well-being of my children is at stake. They have become anxious about our return as well. Over the winter break, I have been preparing to return to the school building. I've researched and purchased face shields, masks, and filters. The N95 is one of the best types of PPE. My principal suggested that if you need additional PPE when you are in the building, please call or email the secretary in the main office. She will be able to supply you with whatever you may need. The secretary asked, when I asked for one, the secretary asked if I was tier 1 or if I had contacted HR. This is confusing. Is this lack of communication, or is our school system not prepared? By returning to the building to teach, you are asking me to prioritize my job and someone else's children by compromising my health. If I am going to risk my life, could the school system please attempt to protect me? I have other questions. What are the teacher-student schedules? How will we teach physical education and music class?
Sorry to cut you off there, but we need to move on. Our next, let's see. All right, our next speaker looks like will be Tyler Davis. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Tyler Davis, and although I live on the east end of the county, I wanted to speak in support of renaming the Gainesville High School so that we are not commemorating Thomas Gaines, a slave owner with the school. Yes, technically we're naming it after the community, but the community was named after him, so the school will still bear his name. It's a loophole that we shouldn't allow. I like our practice of honoring local heroes by naming a school after them, so I'd like to see that continue for this high school. I know who we can name it after. We can name it after the first Prince William County admin, teacher, cafeteria worker, custodian, bus driver, aide, secretary, support staff, or student who dies a preventable death from COVID-19 because no county staff wants to speak up and admit that they're making the wrong decision. Dr. Lateef said there's no perfect in a pandemic, and I agree, but that doesn't mean you have to make one of the worst choices available. Teachers are dying all over the country, and I really hope we don't experience that, but apparently that's a risk you are willing to take by sending staff, including those with known serious health issues, back into buildings. 140 staff and student cases in the past 6 days. How much higher will that be when they're able to spread it through the buildings? Why are we returning with the light at the end of the tunnel? The vaccine is in sight. I think that school's name would serve as a great reminder of the hubris of our superintendent, his staff, and every school board member who did not raise a vote to oppose our return to buildings plan while COVID rates in the Commonwealth and county hit record highs multiple times a week. I hope there are graduates famous enough from that school to get their own Wikipedia article. So in their bio, it can say that they graduated from that school. And when people click on the school name, it'll explain how it's named as a reminder of either your ignorance of reality or your cowardice to speak up that caused families to be forever fractured. I want every person involved in the decision to allow students to return to buildings to feel shame for the rest of their lives, because just being able to shame you until you retire or get voted off the board won't nearly be long enough.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Cherry. You can unmute yourself and you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Emily Cherry and my address is on file. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a Tier 1 employee. In August, I submitted my ADA accommodation forms signed by my doctor saying that I should not work in person and should receive a telework accommodation due to pre-existing health conditions that the CDC says put me at a high risk of serious illness or death from COVID-19. The only response I have received from Human Resources in the past 5 months is a mass email sent to all secondary level Tier 1 employees saying that accommodation meetings would be scheduled, but that telework would be denied for middle school Tier 1 teachers. I have no idea how I can afford to take an unpaid leave of absence if my telework accommodation is not approved. But I also have no idea how I can care for my 2 young children if I get a virus that will make me very ill or potentially kill me, and that I will certainly be exposed to if I return to the building while COVID numbers in my zip code are some of the highest in Virginia. I've had nightmares almost every night for weeks as I've struggled to make impossible choices. I've always loved being a teacher, and I love teaching and living in Prince William County. I pour my heart, my soul, my time, and my resources into my teaching. But over the past months, I've become increasingly disheartened as I've seen and heard members of the community say that teachers like me are just lazy or overly emotional or living in fear, and that we should just shut up and do our jobs. And if we get sick, it's a consequence that they are willing to risk. All the while, I'm forced to choose between facing financial ruin and leaving the job I love or being healthy and safe. Why is my health worth so little to my community and to my employer? I have 2 master's degrees and years of teaching experience. How will potentially forcing me to leave the profession I love and have devoted my life to help the students of Prince William County? I've heard members of the board say how much they love and respect teachers. If that is true, please keep us safe, especially Tier 1 employees like me that are most at risk. Allow us to continue teaching virtually until we can be vaccinated and gain immunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker that we had signed up was Catherine Timothy, but she wasn't able to stick around, so I actually forwarded what she wanted to say over to the clerks so they can share that with the board. After that is Robin Hilliard. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, I just did. Thank you very much. Good evening, school board members and Dr. Waltz. The only standard of risk returning to school is moderate to high is actually the division standard. The state's core first and second indicators show that Prince William County is now at the highest risk. How can it be stated that there's no correlation between having the highest index in Northern Virginia and being the only school system that is still in? We are going to be congregating in my building 590 people a day in a building that must allow freedom of movement to people with questionable social distancing abilities. If you do not believe this, ask another middle school teacher. There are those who are in a state of denial that fundamental school skills are not being learned by our students. Our students, whom undeniably the landscape of employment practices have changed to primarily computer-oriented workplaces, especially for well-paying jobs, will find the things that they've learned now very beneficial. Speaking of the future, will Prince William County not need to hire teachers in the future? Teachers' pay scales in our county versus other Northern Virginia counties have always been on the low end, not the administrator salaries, the teachers' salaries, which has made hiring the best of the best challenging in the past. Now we are going to be that school division who did not care about its employees during a pandemic. That decision will not serve us well either. I have been a language arts teacher for 25 years and know many words and their definitions. Here's your vocabulary question for today. What is the killing of a human being without malice, aforethought, or intent? Manslaughter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Magali Hurtado. Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Waltz. So we still don't have a clear understanding of how the superintendent's office is making the decisions about reopening the buildings. Saying that you're looking at many factors and the decisions are complex, it lacks transparency. It is also quite condescending. Proper mask wearing is a key component of the mitigation that the district boasts. However, have you seen the pictures of how high school athletes and coaches are wearing their masks? They may as well not wear any. Teachers may keep them under control in the classroom, but with concurrent learning, who knows what they can do? How about buses and hallways? COVID numbers are not getting any better. Our community is getting more divided, and all we get is, it is up to the superintendent, but no clear parameters for anyone. In the last few weeks, we heard pretty much from every single neighboring district, and we saw how they were making decisions about their plans. Eager to hear from our district, all we got was, we granted authority to the superintendent. School board members, we elected you, not Superintendent Waltz. And in the middle of a significant increase in cases in our communities, we didn't hear from the schools, we didn't hear from the board as a body offering clear answers or pressing for action. All we got was a view of adults playing hot potato. I understand that our county is home to very vulnerable and at-risk students who are surviving this pandemic under conditions that many cannot comprehend. And they need in-person learning. We should be able to take care of them safely. But safely doesn't mean opening the buildings to all. There has to be a way to support our most vulnerable students with in-person learning without bringing everyone else at once. Dr. Waltz, our board washed their hands and gave you a blank check.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Hamill. You can unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello, my name is Carrie Hamill and my address is on file.
Despite our mitigation strategies, COVID-19 is in our community and spreading through our school system at an increasing rate. I've worked for Prince William County Schools for 14 years, and I've been at the same school for the last 12 years. Due to concerns for my family's health, I started a leave of absence on the day I was required to return to the classroom with students. Many people have told me that I made the best choice because my family's well-being needs to come first. While I know this is true, I struggle because my school family is also my family. My colleagues, my students are my family, and I want them to be protected as well. Sorry. My leaving mid-year, mid-pandemic, put a burden on many, and I feel tremendous guilt about that. No one should be forced to choose between going into a situation that they know isn't safe or having to leave their job. I'm in a fortunate situation. My family is in a financial position that we will be able to make it through without my income. Many staff don't have that option. It's discriminatory to deny people the option to stay safe if they can't afford to do so. This virus is Russian roulette. COVID-19 impacts people in unpredictable ways. This virus has mutated, and although the new strain is less likely to kill, it's more easily transmitted and is more likely to impact children. I'm disappointed that Prince William County isn't being proactive in helping slow the spread of this virus. I've always trusted that the school system makes decisions based on what's best for children, but that trust is gone. The decision to continue returning to the building is reckless. Virtual learning should be implemented until it's safe to return.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rana Call. You can unmute yourself and you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. Happy New Year. I hope everyone had some healthy downtime during the holiday season. We definitely all need it. My name is Rana Collin. My address is on file. I'm back again. I'm speaking to you virtually because my job prevented me from getting to the Kelly building on time to present to you in person. But you see, I had that choice. The school board offered us that choice when the pandemic changed how we conduct our school business, and I applaud that you decided to accommodate our different needs. It has been 299 days since my children were able to experience the choice of in-person learning. Let me thank you for your varied points of view and positions. I also want to thank our teachers, staff, and administration for all the work they're doing to continue the educational journey of our children. This is a pandemic, and it's hard. Our school system is filled with 91,000 students. I would like us to consider them in this discussion and their mental health. Since tonight's theme seems to be speaking on behalf of those who cannot speak for themselves, I would like to take a moment to pay our respects to the PWCS student who hanged himself at his PWCS school a couple of months ago. Again, this is tough. As a two-time breast cancer slayer and thriver of almost 21 and 9.5 years, I consider all aspects of this pandemic and respect all of our vulnerabilities, mine included. I have lived with the science of long-term side effects for over 2 decades. There are varied multiple points of view on how to return children to in-person learning. There are even multiple points on why not to provide a choice for our children to return to in-person learning. One of the basic tenets of education is that all students learn equally using the same method. Our educational experience will be forever changed after this pandemic. We continue to learn what works and what doesn't along the way, and it will iterate. I had the pleasure of hearing and seeing today how one of our schools is preparing to return those students who choose to go to in-person learning. So many details considered, pictures of classrooms, PPE and cleaning supplies, technology. It was a great example of a mindset of opportunity and possibility. I can't compete with the curated talk tracks you heard tonight, nor the effective PR campaign you've just experienced, but I can.
Sorry, we have to go to the next speaker. I have a Susan Etheridge listed, but I see a Lauren Etheridge on my list. You can unmute yourself. Is that Susan?
It's Lauren.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Lauren Etheridge. My information is on file. I've considered speaking at the school board meetings many times in the last 9 or 10 months. I've let myself off the hook for one reason or another each time. I can no longer be silent. I'm a parent, I'm a registered nurse, and I am a family member and friend to many teachers. I feel like all of these things give me a unique insight into our current situation. Since March, the focus has been how to let the children learn safely. My question now is why this is no longer important. After the rise in COVID cases during the holidays, why do we no longer care for the health and safety of our community? Why are we the only county in Nova that has not decided to return to an all virtual platform? How are we protecting those teachers forced into the building? We give families options to choose what type of learning they believe is best for children. We do not give teachers a choice. Since they do not have the freedom to choose, we need to protect them. Some Prince William County teachers, depending on the school, will be responsible for providing their own PPE. I keep seeing teachers' risk being compared to that of a supermarket cashier or frontline healthcare worker. When was the last time that you saw 600 people at a food line simultaneously? I haven't. As for the comparison to the frontline healthcare workers, teachers did not sign up for that job. If we're going to send teachers into the building, Prince William County needs to provide proper PPE for all teachers in all the schools, NIOSH approved N95s. I'll even volunteer to do fit tests myself on the weekend. Something else we need to address is the vaccine. We need to get teachers vaccinated. I called the Virginia Health Department today and asked when teachers expect to be vaccinated. They don't know. Some doctors and nurses are still on the wait list. Children are resilient. My child's teacher is doing a fabulous job with virtual. Kids aren't going to have a perfect day every day, even in a classroom. Kids may fall behind, and we can address that as a community when it is safe to do so. And I just want to thank Ms. Jessie for being the only board member that always cares for teachers.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aiden Call. You can unmute yourself and give the floor.
Good evening, Dr. Lateef, Dr. Waltz, and members of the board. My name is Aiden Call. I am a 17-year-old senior at Colgan High School, and I've been a student in Prince William County, living in the Coles District for my entire K-12 education. I would like to start out by saying that I appreciate all of the efforts of the school administration and staff, along with the school board, to make this school year as normal as possible given the global pandemic. With that, I would like you to continue to safely find ways to educate us so that we can survive this pandemic and come out of the other side stronger and prepared to lead in future crises. I have faith that you will take care of your students as well as our teachers and staff. We as students are prepared to follow all of the mitigation requirements. And as a high school student, I understand that school will not be what I am used to, and that I need to partner with you for success. I'm extremely confident the rest of our high school student body are prepared to do this. As a senior, I am even prepared to set an example. I would like you to acknowledge that it is scientifically proven that schools are not super spreader environments. This is not only in Prince William County, but in counties and countries across the globe. Use this same science to make your decision to provide the option to who want to in-person learning. There are around 91,000 students in Prince William County, and I would like to know that my school board represents all of its constituents. Tomorrow will be day 300 since I have been in my school building, and I feel like I am falling farther and farther behind those who are already back with no issues. I am heading to college in the fall, and in spite of my best efforts, I feel like I will not be prepared in some key foundational areas due to learning gaps this year. I am eagerly anticipating safely returning to in-person learning at my high school for the last days of my senior year on February 2nd, as previously planned. As a student, I find myself underrepresented in these debates and conversations. Thank you for considering my position, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cassandra Monroe. You can unmute yourself. Cassandra Monroe.
Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cassandra Monroe, and my address is on file. During its meeting on June 10th of 2020, the school board voted to name the new 13th high school Gainesville. Since that time, I believe several school board members have been notified that the jurisdiction Gainesville is named after Thomas Browner Gaines, a prominent landholder in the western part of the county before the Civil War. Like almost all Prince William County landholders of that period, Mr. Gaines was a slaveholder. Not only did Thomas Gaines own slaves, but he was a constable for Prince William County. Mr. Gaines' name shows up in several Prince William Circuit Court records regarding the disposition of other county resident slaves, recommending where those slaves should reside upon the death of their masters. While the school board has renamed 2 schools in the county, apparently to address some concerns about racial injustice, acceptance for is this action a personal affront to African Americans and their children who may attend the school in the future? It begs the question of what the school board is trying to send in terms of a lesson to the community and the students in particular. We are asking for a process to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Our next speaker had Dominic Best. They were here earlier. They are not present at this time. So we are going to skip to Jasmine Case. Okay, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jasmine Case. My address is on file. I am a parent, a child advocate, and an educator myself. So I urge the school board to lead and listen to science and data. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, 172 children have died from COVID-19. I myself don't consider that slim to none, and that is a major concern of mine. My youngest son is in 2nd grade, and I was okay with sending him back to school at first and put my faith in you all, thinking that he would return when the school is safe. We're at 21%. We have the highest numbers in Northern Virginia. That's not safe. It's not safe to me, and it hasn't been safe, which is why school has been closed in the first place. You all will be negating those efforts if you reopen the building and allow these children to return. Our teachers are jewels, and they need to be protected. No children aren't as at risk as the adults are, but they are spreaders. The number of 172 children dying are the children that contracted and fell to it. We don't really have the numbers for the amount of children who spread it because they're not getting tested, because many of them are asymptomatic. If those children are in school, our numbers are going to go up higher to 21%. It's the highest already, and they're not in school. It is a parent's responsibility to make sure their children have socialization. People aren't sending their children anywhere, but they expect the schools to provide that. If it's so safe for you, you take your kids to somebody and you guys practice social distancing. You can't expect the teachers to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Dabney. You have the floor.
Hello. Excuse me. I'm Andrew Dabney and my address is on file. I'm a history and economics teacher at Forest Park High School. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My observation is that we are very close to having a vaccine available for educators as part of the next group prioritized by the CDC and the governor as 1B. In fact, we would likely be getting the first dose at the same time that most students whose families have selected in-person learning, and teachers would be returning to school buildings, including tier 1 employees with underlying conditions. Please delay the hybrid rollout to give us enough time to receive both doses in the 3-week waiting period and 10 days following that, which is the medical standard. We could return all grades by March with that plan and have educators vaccinated. This would allow time for positive cases to reduce with greater vaccinations. Anecdotally, I've heard from parents who favor in-person learning, but say they would support such a delay, but the school board and Dr. Waltz have not yet brought it up. It's a matter of offering specifics and transparency. I'm also eager to await plans for the vaccination rollout for staff and interested to see if more information will be forthcoming on this from PWCS. I look forward to working with my students in person and do miss it, but I do not want to take a needless risk or see my colleagues or students suffer serious illness or even death. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charles Ronco. You have the floor.
Thank you. Once upon a time, by October, life in Virginia was completely disrupted by the pandemic. By November, the head of the Richmond Health Department, Dr. Flanagan, believed that an unprecedented outbreak of the disease was inevitable and addressed the closing of schools and other public places. He promised to protect children and teachers by barring students from attending school if their homes were infected. He acknowledged that if the situation worsened, he would have no choice but to close schools and other public places. Similarly, Hopewell schools closed after 300 cases had developed. Days later, Fredericksburg City schools closed. Elizabeth City schools closed after 3 deaths. The Richmond Academy of Medicine and Surgery met on Halloween to debate the closing issue. The Academy passed a resolution which opposed the reopening of schools and public places, saying, quote, "Considering the disastrous experience of certain cities following the premature reopening of public meeting places, it is the part of prudence to postpone further the reopening of schools, theaters, churches, and other places of public assembly until the opinion of the chief health officer is that such reopening will be entirely safe." Once schools were reopened, a second wave hit Virginia. Due to a shortage of substitutes, classes were combined. In Richmond City alone, 200 cases and 2 deaths were recorded on December 2nd, and a week later, another 400 cases and 11 deaths were recorded. The next week, 1,365 cases were recorded and 120 had died. Ladies and gentlemen, all of these events occurred 102 years ago. The last time a pandemic hit this nation and this Commonwealth. It is time to learn from the lessons of the past. Those who do not study history are doomed to repeat it. Don't ignore the past. Learn from it and do the right thing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Jo Howarth. Let me see. Okay, you can unmute yourself. Mary Jo Howarth, yes. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Waltz, Chairman Lateef, and members of the school board. My name is Mary Jo Howarth. My address is on file. I oppose the renaming of Gainesville High School. We have lived in the Bristow community for 17 years. We have seen the Gainesville area grow tremendously and become a wonderful, modern, and diverse community that continues to grow. With Gainesville's growth, Patriot and Battlefield high schools have become the most overcrowded in the county. At the June 2020 school board meeting, the name Gainesville High School was unanimously voted on by this board. A school that does not have the name of a person in front of it. A school whose address is Gainesville and the name of the town with a diverse community. In 2020, this board voted to rename Stonewall Jackson High and middle schools. The cost I would conservatively estimate at $300,000 to $400,000, money that could have gone to support staff and students. The staff of Gainesville High School has moved forward with the name, purchased materials with the school's name that would be what would be the cost of renaming. There are real economic needs for our teachers and students, and starting down this path of renaming schools takes valuable resources away from those real needs. We could be strengthening our schools, reducing class sizes to provide the world-class education that Prince William County residents expect. I will end with a quote from the June 10th, 2020 Inside Nova article titled Prince William County's 13th High School will be Gainesville High. I think we did something good tonight, said school board member Lily Jesse Occoquan following the vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anthony Reyes Ledoux. You can unmute your microphone.
Hello. My address is in the file. I am speaking because I did heard you about the agenda, the 13.03. It was at the Prince William County School Board. Is it approved for the payroll? It's about to approve the payroll for November 2020. Is it amount of $60,221,828.34, which is a lot of money. That of the Prince William County give money into those places belong to the Prince William County Public Schools District. Those examples are the auxiliary center, which is center is around $31 million. And just to inform you, if there's the first Bragg County, the largest school in the state, has reported that online learning have been such a disaster that there's an 83% failure rate in the student population. And for the in case you're wondering about the COVID-19, the cold temperatures is to blame for all the COVID-19 longer survival rate. So that's all I have to say. And have a great night and have the rest of your day at Prince William County. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emmett Fletcher. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Emmett Fletcher and my address is on file. Good evening, Dr. Lateef, school board members, Dr. Waltz. Last year, Governor Northam and Dr. Waltz began the process of renaming schools that had names of traitors, racists, and segregationists. Dr. Lateef, school board members, and Dr. Waltz, we all know that Thomas Gaines was a slave owner and a constable for Prince William County. Gainesville name should be removed from the new high school. The new high school doesn't represent all the people, although it may represent an area now, but the origination is from Thomas Gaines, a slave owner. Mrs. Cassandra Monroe also stated that, and it's also been in the media. I have opposition to the name of Gainesville. Dr. Lateef, Dr. Waltz, and school board members, you received letters from the Prince William County Democratic Party, the Prince William County Black Democratic Committee, and the NAACP. They had opposition to the naming of Gainesville. Also, there were other two names that were up for selection. All two of those names recommended by the citizens of Prince William County outranked the name Gainesville. Gainesville only got 29, and the police officer that was killed just recently, a couple years ago, I think she got 286. If you allow this name to stand, you really owe an apology to American traitor Stonewall Jackson. If you do not change the name, you're hypocritical and not worth their serving on the school board. We cannot have a dual standard. The citizen did speak. We indicated the names of the school, they were ignored. We would ask the school board members to reconsider the name of Stonewall, of Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I had listed is Crystal Thompson, but I'm not seeing her in the list. So we're going to skip her and we're going to go to Richard Jesse. You can unmute yourself. You have the floor.
On June 11th, the day after the vote, if not earlier, Chief Lateef, board members were made aware that the town of Gainesville was named after a slave owner. The reason it is on the agenda tonight is not that Mrs. Jesse put it on. Mrs. Jesse had asked multiple times for Gainesville naming to be placed on the agenda, but Chair Lateef refused to do so. After the Prince William County Democratic Committee, the Black Democratic Committee, and most recently the Prince William NAACP all sent emails stating that the majority of their members supported the reconsideration of naming being placed on the agenda. Chair Lateef added it. It is an insult to the public that within 24 hours of the vote, you learn there is a potential controversial issue, and before funds are appropriate, at least it is brought back for a public discussion. As board members, what you did for 6 months to the public and specifically to the Black community was to withhold information because you considered it not relevant enough for the community to consider. I'm not saying all Blacks or even the majority agree that the school should be renamed. However, Chair Lateef and members, except for Mrs. Jesse, by their actions simply said, we as a board have determined that we decided that you are not worthy or should be concerned about this. How many of you have spoken to any significant number of your Black supporters? Chair Lateef even went a step further and brought Mrs. Jesse up on charges that she violated the school board code of ethics after previously voting yes and asking the matter be placed on the agenda. It is possible, according to Robert Rules of Order, that a matter can be brought back to the board if information was withheld or subsequent adverse information was learned.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Kelsey Nelson's also not present. We're going to try to go back to Faraz Al-Sharbini to see if it will allow him to speak. Yes, it will this time. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Before I start, I wanted to say sorry for the inconvenience I had earlier with my outdated Zoom, which I use regularly every day at school, which is a huge disadvantage for me. Good evening, Dr. Waltz, Dr. Lateef, and school board members. I attend Colgan High School. My teachers are all doing an amazing job, but this is not how learning works for me. I hear many people say that virtual learning is working great. I do not think this is fair that they speak for me and many others who are stressed about virtual learning. I understand there are risks, but I also understand that science has shown how to minimize these risks. It seems that our mental health is not something anyone cares about, even though teen suicides have increased. So do the deaths of suicide not count? Since March, only one person in Virginia under 18 has died, and that's due to underlying causes. But I can tell you that many more have died from suicide and may have attempted it. So please take a moment to think about those peers of mine when you tell us to stop whining and be resilient. I also hear that no one is getting left behind and we are all in a pandemic. That is not true. And that is not true either. Families who can afford private school are getting a much better education. Who can afford private school are getting a much better education. Families who can afford tutors are getting a much better education. And families where a parent stays with them at home to help their kid is very different from immigrant families where both parents work and they don't have any help. Can we stop assuming things about how people live and what teenagers feel and listen to all the voices? Or is it just the same people who have the time to write long emails and scream on the social media who deserve to be heard? To those who want virtual learning, I respect that. Please give them that option. But please don't let them take away my option to attend in person either. Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Stevens?
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break. The board will resume. What do we have? 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, folks. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. We will move on to We are now at 14:01, student representative time. This is the time where we hear from our student representative on the school board. Tonight it'll be Caroline Silvera, and she will be joining us virtually. Ms. Silvera, Jason, can you connect her?
Ms. Silvera, just unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. For those of you that don't know me, I know that there are probably a lot of viewers tonight. My name is Caroline Silvera. I'm one of the student representatives to the Prince William County School Board, and I'm a senior at Hilton High School. I just wanted to start off by saying, after hearing from everybody tonight, I wanted to thank every single person who has had the bravery to come and speak to the board. As a non-voting member of the board who represents students, I do not make any decisions, and I also don't think what I'm saying will alleviate the concerns everyone has, but I still heard and felt every story tonight. As a student who is the child of an educator, I can relate to some of these stories more than you know, especially some of the conversations that you all have been having with your families. But before I continue with my remarks, I just wanted to let teachers, administrators, staff, and students know how much they are valued. In some of the worst or most stressful situations of my life, my teachers have always been there to bring a smile to my face or support me in learning new material. I know that you all are appreciated by your students and that you work so hard for them. So thank you for everything that you do from the bottom of my heart. Okay, moving on from that, I'd like to begin my remarks by stressing the importance of understanding and flexibility. Students everywhere, including this county, are struggling with their workload. In addition to this, our country is in the midst of political and social turmoil as protests surround the very metropolitan area we reside in. It is important to remember that students attending school are more than students. We are teenagers or children trying to juggle schoolwork during a global pandemic. I have heard countless stories of students struggling with their workload, even when they are positive with COVID. Organizations such as the College Board, which are not changing their test material this year, make it difficult for some teachers to be flexible with their curriculum. Tomorrow, some students may not be feeling well because of what is happening in DC, so I ask that teachers are just flexible with students' emotions tomorrow. But despite all of this, I am proud of every student who has made it this far because I'm right there next to you. I'm also so grateful for my amazing teachers who are trying their best to accommodate for these changes. I've found some things that have helped in my classes are no late penalties, project-based testings, and students communicating openly with teachers about what they are struggling with through office hours or email. There's also emotional support available through the county that I strongly encourage students to take advantage of. It's on the PWCS website. It's one of the highlights, but the email is studentssupportservices@pwcs.edu to receive free virtual support from counselors and school-based mental health staff. It is okay to receive support when you're not feeling your best, so please do not feel that reaching out to this service will trouble anyone. It is here specifically for you. Lastly, I'm going to share a few quick Student Senate updates. A lot of our work is behind the scenes, so it is nice to let everybody know what we're working on. Our technology committee met with Mrs. Phillips from Informational Technology and Ms. Horazin and Mr. Cruz from Instructional Technology, where they gave feedback on PWCS technologies, educational websites and programs, Clever, and offering suggestions on which technology subscriptions to purchase. Our educational committee is soon releasing an informational video regarding specialty programs in our high schools with testimonies from our senators who are part of these programs. Our Diversity and Inclusion Committee is planning another meeting of the Cultural Clubs Coalition and creating a handbook for cultural club leaders of the present and future, with tips and resources on starting your own cultural clubs. You can find us at pwcsstudentsenate.com or at PWCS Senate on Twitter. Thank you so much for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Silvera. Move on to Dr. Waltz, superintendent's time. Dr. Waltz, please, you can go and you can unmute.
Too many papers. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to update the school board staff and members of our community, including students, on the important work occurring during this pandemic. I would like to thank Lori Williams for serving as the vice chairwoman of the school board during the past year. Her service is sincerely appreciated, especially in light of the difficult times we have faced because of the pandemic. I want to tell you that I have appreciated more than once when you've reached out to me with messages of support. I would also like to congratulate and welcome Ms. Zagapur to the role of Vice Chairwoman, and I look forward to working with you. During a pandemic, our students continue to participate in special projects to demonstrate their learning. Before the holiday break, I had the opportunity to meet with Colin Ropella, a student at Unity Reed High School, who is doing a video project on the renaming of the school. It was great to meet Colin and be interviewed on camera to share more information on the process the school board followed to change the name of the school to honor a beloved longtime security assistant at the school, Arthur Reed. I look forward to seeing the finished project. And we also had some school board members who were present there, Ms. Jackson and Ms. Wall. So I think they're going to be featured on that as well. As the pandemic continues, all high school counselors and principals have been reminded to ensure all available support is provided for students with their free application for federal student aid, or what you sometimes hear as FAFSA, including virtual help sessions and other targeted supports for both students and parents throughout the college application season. The Prince William County Department of Economic Development notified AlphaBest recently, and this speaks to some of our speakers at Citizens Time. I think this will be very good news if they haven't heard already. We've recently been told that the funding they previously provided through the CARES Act has been extended into 2021, beginning last Monday, January 4th. This funding will continue to provide scholarships for full day care and virtual learning support program, Alpha Academy, to the PWCS families infected by the COVID-19 pandemic. AlphaBest has communicated this information to all their AlphaBest families. During a pandemic, our community continues to display their generosity. Between July and December, our community donated more than $118,000 through Donors Choose for Educators at more than half of our schools. This money funded several projects, including educational kits and games, science lab equipment, art supplies, books, instructional technology, flexible seating, sports and exercise equipment, musical instruments, computers, and tablets. Congratulations to all the educators whose projects were funded. If you would like to support the projects of our amazing educators, go to donorschoose.org and add your zip code to see local requests. Thank you again to our giving community members. Not even the pandemic could prevent 6 Prince William County schools from being selected to participate in a community compost and food waste reduction grant-funded project. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, or USDA, has awarded Prince William County government $88,000 for the project, which will be implemented in collaboration with our school division. Composting is an environmentally friendly way to recycle organic food scraps such as orange rinds, banana peels, apple cores, grapevines, and strawberry stems from school cafeterias. The grant from the USDA will provide composting and gardening education to students and staff at Ellis, Mullen, Piney Branch, and Victory Elementary Schools, Gainesville Middle School, and Unity Reed High School. The grant money will also be used to purchase bins, composting signage, waste audit supplies, and cover the cost of disposing of organic matter. Congratulations to these schools for their recognition. As many of you know, during a pandemic, our nurses become even more valuable to our students and staff and our schools. I would like to recognize Shuping Carpenter, nurse at Minnieville Elementary School. The Greater Prince William Medical Reserve Corps recognized Ms. Carpenter as a school nurse standout for her efforts to fit test N95 masks for school employees. She was also one of the first school nurses to respond to the Virginia Medical Reserve Corps volunteer request to answer phones at the call center. Her nominator said, quote, "She is an angel that works so hard and never calls attention to herself or asks for any recognition. She just wants everyone to be safe. She is amazing," end quote. Congratulations, Ms. Carpenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. We'll move on to 1701. This item is an approval of a vaccine resolution. I asked the board to allow this resolution on by unanimous consent as a late addition to today's agenda. The Fairfax County School Board last evening passed a similar resolution. They've asked Prince William County School Board and Loudoun County and a number of the other districts to pass a similar one this evening. I worked on this with Karen Corbett Sanders from the Fairfax County School Board to get this happen. And I think I'll go ahead and read the resolution as a motion. And I know the governor has talked about this today already, but we'll go ahead. The resolution reads, so the motion, I asked that the Prince William County School Board approve the motion and resolution to request the governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia to prioritize the vaccination of school personnel. Whereas Prince William County Public Schools is the second largest public school system in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and it employs over 12,000 people who work with our 90,000 students. Whereas Prince William County Schools are committed to ensuring that the students of Prince William County Public Schools are able to return to our school buildings. Whereas COVID-19 and its newest mutation are highly transmissible among adults. Whereas there has been an increase in community spread in the Prince William Health District. And whereas vaccines have proven to be effective in combating the spread of contagious diseases and have been approved for combating COVID-19, be it resolved that the Prince William County School Board calls on the Honorable Governor Northam and the Virginia Secretary of Health and Human Resources and the COVID-19 Vaccine Advisory Group, which meets on January 11th, 2021, to prioritize the vaccination of Virginia's school personnel right after the healthcare workers in the Commonwealth identified as Phase 1A Group 4 by the CDC Advisory Committee on Immunizations Practices. And that the Prince William County School Board further calls on the County Board of Supervisors and the Prince William Health District to allow its school-based health professionals and health partners to administer the vaccine to all school personnel immediately after the people in 1A Group 4. And further, be it resolved that the Prince William County School Board request that the superintendent work with the Prince William County Executive to establish a timeline for vaccinating all school-based employees in Prince William County Public Schools. I'd like to ask humbly for a second on that motion.
I'd second.
Ms. Williams seconds the motion. Any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie.
Hi. I've been so concerned about what's happening with teachers that I called the Secretary of Education this week. I am very concerned about putting teachers in harm's way. And he indicated that the governor was looking at this vaccination program. Do they have a timeline on it? That's my first question. When I first read the resolution, it seemed like it said educators and it didn't say all personnel. So are we talking about custodians, bus drivers, cafeteria workers? So those are my two questions.
So my apologies, Ms. Jessie. The one that I read said school personnel. So we made those edits late in the day. And so
Okay.
what I read is the one that B. Simpson should post up on the thing.
Well, I think I read it early.
Yeah, you may have. We just read.
Yeah, but I just want to know.
Absolutely,
when we
it'll be
say
all school personnel. All school personnel. Everybody in the buildings.
Okay, thank you. That's very important.
And then regarding
And
what the
is
governor.
there a timeline for the vaccine, or do we have any idea? Has that been addressed?
Yeah, so the, I don't know if the attachment made it to the agenda item, but the attachment that was sent to the board earlier did talk about Group 1A, 1B, and 1C. And 1A is the first group that's currently getting the vaccines. What we've asked the governor, 1B is a large group of essential workers, and we've asked the governor, all school boards have asked him to raise the level of teachers to the highest level in the 1B group. or to follow right after the last group in 1A. Today, the governor announced at a press conference that he would be, I think there's some articles expecting teachers to start getting vaccines at the end of January, maybe February. And so that's where they are. But they have an advisory committee that meets to roll out the timeline on January 11th. And that's why I asked for the board to do this, because they're going to make the final decisions on the timeline next Monday.
When I was talking to the Secretary of Education, I spoke to him about Prince William, the number of teachers, and the fact that we have this high percentage. And I was wondering with him, I didn't know a resolution was coming, but I wondered if we could get any priority, or, you know, when you look at the vaccine, there's been a problem with the dissemination and the scheduling and the access. So is there some way that because of our high positivity rate, that is there a way to prioritize us?
That's a great question, Ms. Jessie, and that's why I think the resolution, we included the last two paragraphs, which we call on the Board of County Supervisors in the Health District to work to allow our professionals to do it faster. I don't know if they can prioritize counties. That would be up to the governor, certainly, but that's something we could certainly ask him. But then in the last paragraph, we asked that the county superintendent work with Chris Martino to set up a program that we can do this as quickly and as possible. And I know Dr. Waltz has already committed our buildings to support the vaccine effort over the last few weeks, and so I know that's something that's already been taking place.
I think I know once it gets to us, we'll do a great job. I think that my question is, have you addressed with the governor the dissemination schedule? Listening to all these people tonight, we really need to help them feel that they're safer. So if there's somehow this could be addressed, I would appreciate it. I did address it with the Secretary Carney. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. And essentially moving teachers into the 1B category and then trying to get them, as Fairfax's resolution, I think, went as far as to say that the teachers should get them at the same time first responders are getting them, which is basically the category of 1A Group 4 or 1B, so the top of the 1B category. But, you know, that's what we're asking the governor and the committee who makes those decisions to consider. And I think letters from all the school boards, especially Prince William, Fairfax, and Loudoun, the largest three divisions in the Commonwealth, makes a big deal. And I think they've already started moving on that because of these efforts by our local education leaders.
Well, I don't want to jump ahead, and I'm going to let you go. But Dr. Waltz, do you think that the vaccine for teachers would influence our return to learn plan?
Dr. Waltz, I don't know if you heard the question.
Yes, I was just waiting to be recognized.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Go ahead.
No problem. Yes, I do. And I want to thank you and the board for putting this forward. It's a great idea, and it absolutely would help to address our ability to bring kids back and mitigate this situation. So it was a great idea. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. One, we're already in communication with the county on trying to provide, not only like teachers who were first in, but our food service workers who never stopped working all from March. The next week in March, they never stopped. Custodians, facilities people, these folks have been on the front lines in this pandemic. And so that process already started, I would say, over 2 weeks ago with trying to get those groups identified and working with the county. And also, just to piggyback on your comment about that I've already committed to facilities, I want to make sure we're not compounding our problems. So let me just say that we offered the Kelly Leadership Center. So I didn't want anybody to think that we're trying to necessarily do the schools, because we'd be bringing a lot of outsiders. And I think part of our mitigation has worked because we strictly controlled the folks that go in and out of the buildings and also keep track of them. So the Kelly Leadership Center, has a very large open space, and I think would be a great place, and we'd be willing to provide that free of charge.
I'm sorry, I have one other question, Dr. Waltz. Who would you designate as the person to organize this program for us? Who would be the head honcho, for lack of a better word? Who's going to be your Dr. Fauci?
Well, John Wallingford is the contact with the county. And then obviously our head of our pandemic team is also Denise Hebner, who also supervises and works with Teresa Polk, our supervisor of nursing services, health services, and Gina Bellamy. So all of those folks working together. But Mr. Wallingford is the actual contact with the county because facilities comes under him, so he can make that happen on a dime if they would choose to want to set up a center in the Kelly Leadership Center, which could accommodate a lot of people with social distancing.
Well, I would like for you to, I know that you mentioned Teresa Polk, but I'm not sure it's her, but some health professional to be somewhere in that line of authority, because, you know, there are issues with these vaccines. But
right, and I assure you that Dr. Ansher is involved in this as well. So she is our chief medical health professional, public health expert who is a doctor in public health for the County of Prince William.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and seeing no further discussions, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jessie votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous.
8
Motion
yes,
passed.
unanimous, the motion passes. We'll go to superintendent's time. The update on the pandemic, Dr. Waltz.
Thank you very much, Chairman Lateef, members of the board. First of all, before I begin discussing tonight's update on the pandemic, I just want to say, you know, that I listen attentively, read the emails that people send. This is an extraordinary time. It's extremely difficult. There's tremendous emotion. Please know that I feel that. I hear it, I see it, I read it. I've been now to, I believe, either 16 or 17 schools. I've been in them in person while the pandemic has been going on. I listen to individuals when I'm there. I pick their brains on how we're doing. I observe the mitigation strategies that we're trying to have in place. And I want to say that, you know, I think while we never, refute anything that people would say at Citizens Time, because you have every right to say what you would like. But I do want to just share a couple of things from the heart. One is, I certainly don't think everything is going perfectly. And our main job is to help people. So we are trying to do that every single day. And if you're having a problem or an issue, please try to work through the system. And if you don't get a resolution at one level, then please go to the next level. If it's a school-based issue, you know, your department chair, your assistant principal over that department, sometimes the head counselor, it might be the nurse, but we want to do everything we can to help people through this extraordinarily difficult time. And I know I say this because several of you have emailed me about, you know, I often sound like everything's coming up roses. And it's not that everything's coming up roses, but I do try to present the work that our team is doing. And when I say our team, I'm talking about third shift custodians to bus drivers, to food service workers, front office staff, and certainly the teachers in the classroom, all working together with building-based and central office administration to try to get through this. I'm not sure that it helps to have a leader who has a negative presentation of things. Now, that being said, I'm trying to present the reality of where we are on any given day. but rest assured that I'm trying to be as positive and supportive as I can to each and every, not only staff member, but to our students who are out there. Our teachers are working harder than they've ever worked. I was a teacher. I put in a lot of hours when I taught, and I taught in a challenging situation in an urban school system for 12 years. I loved every minute of it. And it wasn't unusual during that point in my life for me to work 50 or 60 hours a day. And that was with no COVID, no national pandemic. So, again, people have heard me say many times that our own daughter, and we're connected with many, many other families. Our daughter went through the school division from kindergarten, and she's graduating hopefully this year. So sad and so discouraging to have so many of the normal opportunities that people don't have. So believe me, as putting the parent hat on, I get that too. And I certainly understand, because I talk to a lot of teachers, I listen to a lot of teachers and staff members, and I know that people have very difficult circumstances. This pandemic report will not be easy for some people as well, but we have to continue with our best resources and our strongest creative thinking to continue to try to do everything we can to serve our students, their variety of needs, the families, and obviously our teachers and all of our employees who work together to make this such a great school division. And I will say that we are noticed by other school divisions in terms of what we have been able to provide. Let's not forget, we brought in our most vulnerable learners on September 8th, and they've been in ever since. And many of those students have extraordinary needs. And I'm just so proud of what everybody has done to try to continue to provide an education, whether it be virtual, hybrid, or anything in between. And we will continue to make every effort to do that. In my pandemic update this evening, I will share some information on our PALS data. I will then ask Dr. Jennifer Casada to provide a report on the survey of students, families, and staff conducted at the end of the first quarter, as well as a timeline for a response to grading data. This has been requested by school board members. I will then turn it over to Associate Superintendent for Student Services and Special Education, Denise Hebner, Associate Superintendent for Finance and Risk Management, John Wallingford, Director of Student Services, Rebecca Schlater, and Supervisor of Student Health Services, Teresa Polk, to provide a more detailed update on our most recent health metrics, mitigation efforts, and our ongoing PPE review efforts. Following that, I will ask our Associate Superintendent for Human Resources, Dr. Donna Eagle, at the request of the school board members, to discuss briefly the interactive process utilized for determining the determination of employee accommodations, or as you heard from a number of speakers, Tier 1 and Tier 2 employees. First, I would like to, as I normally do, share some positive news. The recent passage of the additional federal COVID-19 relief and the Virginia governor's proposed budget to hold public schools harmless for attendance decreases, we anticipate will provide PWCS with sufficient funds to make a number of critical investments. First, we will hire additional temporary teaching assistants to help with our in-person elementary classes. Second, we will be able to now fund the deferred capital projects that the school board approved last year to assist us in funding needs to the early response of COVID-19. So this is very good news. Those projects that were deferred include the Bennett Elementary renovation, Brentsville District High School site improvements, including the practice field turf, stadium field lights, and stadium restroom building, Hilton High School artificial turf, Garfield High School CTE culinary improvements, Potomac High School and Unity Reed School tennis court lighting. Third, we will develop additional summer learning for students who may need additional academic support. Fourth, we are exploring additional in-person and virtual tutoring options based on Mondays for those students who need additional supports. And fifth, we will make an assessment and determination for any additional mitigation and PPE investments necessary for this school year, as well as purchasing for next school year. I would now like to turn to information on the recent PALS data. Early literacy screening is the key to providing effective literacy instruction and preventing future reading problems. The Phenomenological Awareness Literacy Screening, also known as PALS, provides a comprehensive assessment of young children's knowledge of the important literacy fundamentals that are predictive of future reading success. PALS is the state-provided screening tool for Virginia's Early Intervention Reading Initiative and is used by 99% of school divisions in the state on a voluntary basis. PALS consists of 3 instruments: PALS Pre-K for preschool students, PALS K for kindergartners, and PALS 1 through 3 for students in grades 1 through 3. PALS assessments are designed to identify students in need of additional reading instruction beyond that provided to typically developing readers. PALS also informs teachers' instruction by providing them with explicit information about their students' knowledge of literacy fundamentals. Mid-year assessments and PALS quick checks allow for ongoing student progress monitoring throughout the year. Prior to the disruption caused by COVID-19, the traditional testing window for fall PALS administration and for kindergarten students began 6 weeks after school started. Fall PALS administration for students new to Virginia in grades 1 through 3 began 2 weeks after the start of schools. All kindergarten through 2nd grade students took the PALS in the spring. Only 3rd grade students who did not meet their previous PALS benchmarks were identified to receive intervention and taking the PALS test in the spring. However, PALS was not administered in spring 2019 due to the COVID closure. This school year, changes were made to the PALS testing administration. All students in kindergarten through 3rd grade were given the fall PALS this year. The decision to deviate from the regular testing window was an effort to gather current data on students' literacy skills so that our teachers could plan targeted instruction and intervention just as soon as possible. The PALS test has a designed way to administrate it remotely under certain non-standard conditions. While this was largely successful, there were some challenges reported by staff in schools. Kindergarten students did not have the 6 weeks of instruction they typically do before taking the PALS. Many students make significant gains in letter and sound knowledge prior to taking the PALS in previous years during that 30 days of instruction. I stress this because it is important to note when comparing fall 19 PALS data to fall 20. The PALS will be given to all kindergarten through 2nd grade students and identified 3rd grade students in May to measure growth from this year's fall PALS. Teacher administrator informal literacy assessments throughout the year will be given to monitor progress towards meeting these grade level benchmarks. Each school receives and creates a plan that describes, they don't receive it, they create it, a plan that describes the intervention they will provide to students who do not meet the benchmark. Schools receive additional grant funding to implement interventions, which could include small group tutoring by a reading teacher or paraprofessional under the supervision of a reading teacher. It may also include using a computer-based reading program that adapts to the student's skill level and growth pattern. To provide more specific information on how schools use this data, let me share information from Ms. Letitia Green, the principal of Potomac View Elementary. She writes, quote, As the principal of Potomac View Elementary, my staff and I recognize the difficulty our students have with literacy skills every year, some years more than others. The economic and linguistic diversity of our school population has always been an area of focus for us, especially in literacy development. As a result of the pandemic and the significant changes that have accompanied this challenge, the staff and I anticipated more struggles in this area and have been utilizing the initial PALS assessment to highlight and target the areas our school staff can focus on as we transition to synchronous and asynchronous learning. In working to address the growth of phonemic awareness in our K-3 students, the following strategies have been implemented. 1, PALS Tutor, working with small groups in kindergarten and 3rd grade using My Sidewalks and/or Reading A to Z for phonics support. 2, videos that focus on different reading levels for guided reading instruction created by our reading teachers with students in the virtual setting. 3, professional development, including quick tips to address the phonics and summarizing instruction presented by our literacy committee every month. Reading teachers coaching general education teachers on reading strategies and instruction. Phonics units of study, professional development for participating kindergarten ESOL, and reading teachers, which will be moving to grade 1 next school year. Small group instruction provided by general education teachers on a daily basis. Reading teachers working with our most vulnerable students and providing supplemental support for teachers. 8, review of student data weekly for kindergarten and 1st grade students and students not making progress. 9, monthly review of students' reading data for all students with administration. 10, parent engagement, including Title I family events and monthly parent meetings to address challenges with learning during the pandemic and share information to reinforce skills parents can use at home with their child. The staff at Potomac View Elementary are dedicated to meeting the needs of each of our students. We understand that the pandemic has altered the way students are learning and teachers are teaching, yet we are confident that our efforts will continue to yield measures of growth for our students in their literacy development. End quote. I would like to thank Ms. Tisha Green and all of our elementary principals for taking this data seriously and working hard to support every student. Additionally, administrators from the Language Arts and Title I program meet regularly with school PALS contacts to provide training and support related to data analysis and best practices in early reading instruction. And digital literacy resources have been purchased for all kindergarten through 3rd grade teachers to use for literacy instruction and intervention during the school year. I will now turn it over to Dr. Quesada.
Good evening, Chairman Lateef, new Vice Chair Sargapur, school board members, and Dr. Waltz. I'm pleased to be with you tonight to present virtual learning survey results. I also have with me tonight Dr. Tim Neal, who's our supervisor of program evaluation, and Dr. Lisa Wills-Keister, our coordinator for program evaluation. Lisa joined us during the pandemic. She joined us in July, and she's brought some wonderful energy and experience in a variety of areas, including working with NASA and conducting evaluations of their educational programs. So that's just a little background on her to embarrass her. Dr. Neal and Dr. Wills-Keister did a terrific job developing and facilitating these surveys and the results analysis, which is ongoing. They continue to dig deeper into the wealth of information. Next slide, please. Some background is really important before we present the initial results. We know that you and the public are very interested in feedback on the virtual learning model as well as student performance. National news stories are reporting how virtual learning is widening gaps and leaving some students behind. We've conducted analyses of secondary student performance in the first quarter and found patterns that parallel some of those national findings. These survey results help provide some context. The purpose of the surveys was to gather feedback on experiences with virtual learning in a systematic way. The goal was also to use parallel questions across groups to compare perspectives. This feedback allows us to see what is working as well as what the biggest challenges are. You will see when I get to the results that we do a lot of comparing across groups. This helps us understand multiple perspectives. The surveys were developed by taking some open source instruments from Panorama Education and making some adjustments. The Panorama scales were tested and developed for specific populations. For example, the elementary survey was designed for students in grades 3 through 5. As we were getting started, we learned that the student school board representatives were interested in doing their own student surveys. And rather than double surveying students, Dr. Neal and Dr. Wills Keister worked with the Student Senate to get their input and incorporate their questions. They were extremely collaborative and helpful and made the surveys better. Finally, the superintendent staff provided input before the surveys were finalized. Next slide, please. So the surveys were administered in the second half of November after the first quarter ended, from November 16th till the very end of November 30th. In a quick amount of time, we received a very strong number of responses, a total of over 56,000. So the sample is representative and statistically significant in size. It is really important to note that each version of the survey included consent information right at the outset, explicit statements that the survey was voluntary. In addition, no individual questions were required. We did include some demographic questions at the end of the survey with an additional and separate disclaimer about them being voluntary. But these responses are really helpful as we do deeper analyses to look for patterns. In terms of what we received parent responses from every single school with over 30 home languages mentioned. 19% of parent respondents indicated having a child with a disability. And we had significant numbers of our school-based staff respond also. Just to let you know, it was only school-based staff that were surveyed as part of this, not central office staff. We received over 13,000 elementary school responses, students in grades 3 through 5. 26% of them indicated having a first language other than English, and 8% self-identified as having a disability. Elementary staff and parents did provide some useful feedback for us about the length and readability of this elementary student survey. As I mentioned, we started with an instrument designed for this population, but we will incorporate this great feedback that we received as future surveys were developed. In addition, we received over 26,000 secondary student responses. You see that 23% of middle school and 19% of high school students indicated having a first language other than English, and 8 to 9% of them self-identified as having a disability. Tonight, I will be sharing some of the division level results. I will discuss at the end what else is happening with the results at the division and school level. Next slide, please. This first chart I want to show you is about satisfaction with how virtual learning was going. This question was asked of both staff and parents. So while clearly there are still challenges, a majority of both reported being quite or extremely satisfied, as shown in the light and dark bars. Light and dark blue bars. Sorry, I got tongue twisted a little bit there. So 60% of staff, if you add those two bars together, and 52% of parents. So you can see there's still significant in the gray bars also, but that's how it played out. Next slide, please. It was really important for us to gather some input about the technology and tools being used by students. This table shows that responses from students and parents and guardians at both elementary and secondary levels were consistent, with a majority indicating that technology and tools were somewhat or very easy to use. You see that there were parallel questions for parents and students about the difficulty or ease with which they could use the virtual learning tools and technology. And you'll see across pretty much all of that their response patterns were similar. When you add them up, you see majorities there. I'm sorry. In addition, we asked students if they had the necessary technology to do their work. 90% of secondary and 85% of elementary students indicated often or almost having the necessary technology. And parents and guardians reported that 99% of the students had reliable internet access and 95% of students had a tablet, laptop, or computer for schoolwork. I'm fully aware that this is an online survey, so that perspective is higher than it may be for the entire population. But as I said, we did get responses from quite a variety of folks. Next slide, please. The next few slides include some student and parent perceptions. This information is again about the first quarter. However, it's important to note that we don't have a baseline from previous years for comparison. When we conduct surveys in the spring, we will be able to look at trends and patterns and how folks have responded to the data. So first, we asked a simple question of students. How sure are you that you can do well in school right now? So 73% of our elementary students and 51% of our secondary students indicated being quite or extremely sure. Again, those two blue sections of the bars, that's those numbers and where they're coming from. Higher level of confidence among elementary students is not surprising. This fits with things we've seen in the past in other areas. In addition, we asked students a few more questions about their work. Those are the things that are reported in the words at the bottom. 91% of elementary students and 80% of secondary students reported putting in quite a bit or a lot of effort into their classes. And then we asked them about how hard it might be to focus on their schoolwork. And 35% of elementary students indicated it was at least somewhat difficult to do that. And then 61% of secondary students indicated that it was at least somewhat difficult to focus on their schoolwork. Next slide, please. This next slide shows parent and secondary student responses to questions about the pacing of work and the volume of the student workload. This is something we know that was a concern and a question that you've heard in this boardroom before. The majority, so this one's an interesting response pattern. The majority of students reported that the workload was too much, 72%, and that the pacing was too fast, 54%. For parents and guardians, the majority indicated that the workload was just right, 65% overall, with a slightly lower percent, 61%, if you only looked at high school parents. In terms of pacing, 52% of parents overall felt that the pacing was just right, but that number is only 45% of high school parents. This is like the Goldilocks slide because it was too big, too small, just right. So that's how I think of this one. In addition, something that's not on the slide, in terms of what our instructional staff said, 60% of instructional staff reported that they thought their students were quite or extremely engaged. Next slide, please. Parents and guardians were asked to indicate some potential benefits and challenges of the virtual learning model, and this slide shows you both side by side. They were asked to select their top 3 in each. In terms of potential benefits, the most frequent response by far was safety and health. This again is not surprising. Flexibility in schedule and students learning self-discipline are what followed as the next 2. In terms of challenges, the most frequent response was students having feelings of isolation from peers, followed by lower academic engagement, increased numbers of distractions, and less instructional support. Next slide, please. So related to what you were hearing, what I just shared about isolation, students were asked about their level of connection to other students and adults. So secondary students definitely are struggling with connections to students and adults in their schools. This echoes what parents and guardians rated as the biggest challenge. It is important to note that the majority of students, 70% at secondary school and 77% at elementary school, did indicate that they know adults they could go to and ask questions in their school, but they definitely have the concerns about being connected. Next slide, please. In terms of instructional staff, one thing that they were asked about was confidence in a variety of areas related to providing virtual instruction. So you see a series of questions here ranging from their confidence in providing effective virtual instruction, covering the curriculum, motivating students, and reaching those students who are struggling. So they were most confident in their ability to provide effective virtual instruction and least confident in their ability to help students who need the most academic support. A slight majority indicated confidence in the ability to motivate students and to cover the required curriculum. Next slide, please. Another thing students were asked about were things related to Canvas, the learning management system platform. Students were asked to indicate which features of Canvas were the most difficult for them. Recording and uploading audio and video is the biggest challenge, followed by accessing or making audio and video messages. Those were consistent across elementary and secondary students. Accessing course calendars and receiving course notifications were reported as the least challenging. Students were also asked to identify what they would like their teachers to do to help them. The 2 most frequently selected options were being clearer about where assignments were placed in Canvas and slowing down to explain more during the lectures. Finally, secondary students were asked to identify some practices that help them be successful. The most frequent one by far was checking grades, Canvas, and email often, so basically keeping on top of things. Principals have been provided with school level data, and these lists at the school level could provide students with information about what their peers are doing that they find helpful, because as we know, it can be more interesting for our teens in particular to hear from other teens sometimes than from adults. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this presentation was a quick overview of some division data. A similar overview was provided to principals at their December level meetings, and principals have since been provided with school level results for parents, students, and staff. Level associate superintendents and principals are discussing the responses in principal meetings, and principals are using them with school leadership teams to discuss ways to increase connections, et cetera, for students, as well as other school-specific findings. Dr. Neal and Dr. Wills-Keister met with the Student Senate to discuss the data and how to analyze and interpret survey data and results, which warms our heart that we have a Student Senate full of people really interested in data. In addition, they are doing deeper analyses, as I mentioned at the outset. The specific feedback about best practices for success and technology and tools is something that we can share with students and school staff so they hear that feedback. And as I mentioned, follow-up surveys will be conducted in the spring to allow for an analysis of change over time. Survey results will be posted to the PWCS webpage for public viewing, and some additional charts will be able to be included. Next slide, please. At the outset of the presentation and in Dr. Walt's remarks, he mentioned that we had a timeline for response to grading data. So I mentioned that we had conducted analyses of first quarter grades. Purpose of this slide is to provide you with an update on the timeline for responding to that information. So the overview of those grades was provided to the school board on December 4th and presented to principals at their December level meetings. In addition to this analysis, principals have access to something we call on-track reports that identify students with a variety of risk factors, including failing courses, discipline issues, attendance issues, et cetera. These typically include failing SOL scores, but since those tests were not administered last spring, those are not included. These reports are updated quarterly and allow for sorting and grouping of students by risk factor and other factors. At the high school level also, students are grouped by counselor to allow for targeted intervention. So that list can be published and given to counselors of students with particular risk factors. This month, principals and level associates are engaged in ongoing discussions about grading and other performance data at their principal meetings, including, you heard Dr. Waltz talk about PALS data at the elementary school. One key focus of these discussions is standards-based grading, which is focused on students mastering standards and thus allows for grade remediation and replacement. So that's an important part of the discussion related to grades. In addition, principals and leadership teams are considering grades as well as other measures of performance on an ongoing basis to assess student mastery needs and determine appropriate interventions. Careful examinations going on at the subject and grade level to consider trends, as well as to look within individual schools as each school's population has distinct needs. Once the second quarter ends, a report on student performance in both the first and second quarters will be provided to the school board, and this report will also include information on the interventions in place to address gaps. This concludes my part of the presentation. And next slide. Thank you very much.
Dr. Quesada, thank you so much for that presentation. There's a number of questions I think board members may have, but let me start with the first one. I know when Ben Kim does surveys for us, he provides us all the crosstabs and provides us great detailed stuff. I understand here in your slide you said that you told you provided principals with their own school level results. I'd ask you to provide the school board with their school board those same level results for the schools in their districts, so we can see what the survey was per school. Is that data available for us to look at? Did we lose the whole internet? I think we lost everybody. All right, well, Ms. Huebner, I guess you're in charge here. Will you convey the message that we need to see the school level results and the data for each magisterial district schools on the survey results broken up so that, I assume this survey from Marumsco is going to look different than Marshall. Yes. That'll look different than Gravely, right? So we'd love to see that. So if we can get that, that would be fantastic. And then I think once we see that, board members can ask Dr. Quesada questions offline on that kind of stuff. Does anyone here have any questions? Okay. Well, Yeah, well, okay, so, but nobody here has any other questions on Casada's report. I'm gonna ask that we go back and ask some questions about, I have some questions about the, I know we gotta go back though and get the PALS data. I have some questions on that. Just to find out when we're gonna get mid-year, you know, how he said there was a targeted, so I guess I'll ask this question to whoever here in the room cares to listen. Mr. Crow seems very interested in this part of it. Ms. Huebner, you can also convey this to those in charge if we don't ever get back on. But
Based that tonight, I heard someone in all these presentations.
Okay, the boardroom's back on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We had lost all. Hold on, Miss Jessie. We had lost all of you. So
Okay.
So maybe you guys were all together, but the whole board was disconnected from you all. So we just missed everything.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I'll start over. I thought it was a very comprehensive survey. So I'm asking her, having listened to 60 or 70 people tonight and the concerns that they have, I wondered if you had thought about, or that before these people come to us with all their reports and their negative feelings, is there some way we can survey teachers and get a sense of what's going on with them? Not just the ones that principals pick, but it seems like you've done some random kind of selection of people, so we can get a feel like we do care about what you're thinking. Someone tonight said this was a good PR stunt. I didn't think it was, but I do think that the kind of work that you're doing, I'm not trying to create additional work for you, but I think we need to know what's going on with our workers.
Just for clarification on that, I think we caught the end of it. Miss Jessie, I think that maybe Dr. Casada, can you clarify that these were teachers across the division who did the survey randomly at their own choice, right? Nobody was picked to do this. Everybody was asked to do it, and there were certain.
Correct.
Is that
I'm
correct?
sorry, Dr. Lateef, I didn't mean to cut you off. Yes, the survey was administered and sent to all instructional staff in the schools and all parents and all students.
We should be very clear that nobody was picked. Yeah, nobody was picked to do this. This was done at. Why am I looking at Mr. Mulgrew? Can we put Mr. Casada back on? I don't want to see this. Can we? I don't want to see.
Hi, Mr. Mulgrew.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dr. Casada. Yeah, Dr. Casada, so to be clear, this was a survey sent out to both staff and students and parents, and all asked. And Ms. Jessie, before we got cut off, we were asking for she was going to provide the data of the school-based data, of the survey results that each school had in your magisterial district. I was asking if the board members could have access to that data so we know what that data looked like in each of our schools. And you may point out, like, a certain school may not have had a good response and another school might have had a really high response. So we'd love to see that. That would be very helpful, Dr. Casada. The board members would like to see their districts and their schools. Is that possible?
Yes, sir. We can put that together.
Yeah.
Jennifer, can you follow up on my question about trying to get a handle on these people before, it's like, what are you feeling out there? And I knowing you could come up with the questions, but we've got to get a handle on our staff of what they're feeling. Is there some way we can do something so they would feel comfortable? Because I've heard tonight and I've heard in my emails, they're concerned about retaliation. And I noticed tonight the tier 1 people had someone speaking for them, because they didn't want their name out there, but also they feared retaliation. So I'm wondering if we could think about that, something we could do.
Mrs. Jessie, if I'm understanding that you are interested in a survey, that would be a different kind of survey than what we just just did. So the purpose of these surveys were about virtual learning experiences in the first quarter. If there's a direction to do a different type of survey about staff concerns or staff perceptions, that's something that can certainly be discussed. But this was about.
I know what this was, and it was excellent. But my question is, we talk about our virtual learning, we talk about our instruction, and we talk about, but I think that's important because I'm always asking you questions about instruction and learning. But I also think that we need to find out what's in the heads and minds of teachers and their concerns, kind of like we do at the end of the year. What's going right for you, what's not going right. But I think somewhere in the middle, somewhere down the road, we're going to have to say what's working. Is mitigation? We say mitigation is working. Is it working for you? What's going on? I'm just wondering if we could at least think about that as a different type of survey.
Certainly, that's certainly something that can definitely be discussed.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Stevens, can I see the whole screen? I know there were no further questions from the board here on Dr. Quesada's stuff. Anybody from home? Ms. Jackson? Ms. Ralston? Any questions? Ms. Jackson? Oh, you emailed them? Okay, good. So I think most of the board, Dr. Quesada, would like to see their own school level results. And because our system is site-based managed, and as you point out in that slide, those principals will have access to that data, help guide them on how to address the concerns in those schools. The board members would like to see what those problems are in their schools, or what the survey results are, rather, in each of their schools. Thank you. Okay. I guess, Dr. Waltz, if we can go back, I had a couple questions on the PALS data, just for clarification. Not a whole lot, but I know we got the part of the reason this was, I asked for this to be part of tonight's presentation is that the PALS data was concerning. There were 15 of our elementary schools well over the 50% mark of students being identified for reading intervention from pre-K to 3. And as you point out, there are a lot of reasons for that. Part of it, the testing, part of it, the not having a spring, part of it just, remote learning, and part of it being in a pandemic, obviously. You talked about targeted instructional efforts to improve those things that we would be doing, and you would have mid-year and constant assessments. We are now 4 months in the school year. Where are we on the improvement in reading, and how have you assessed that, and when can we see that mid-year or those new data points?
I'll let one of the elementary associates respond, please. I have a
Dr. Waltz, I'll be happy to respond.
Okay.
Chairman Lateef.
This is Nathaniel Provencio, who is one of our elementary associate superintendents.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Chairman Lateef, Madam Chair, Ms. Agarpur, it's a great question. The idea of continuing to monitor our assessments formatively is something that we've been doing forever. Looking specifically at our literacy data and language arts data, our schools have a wide array of various assessments that we're utilizing to make sure that we are constantly on the pulse of the literacy development in our schools. The PALS data is one data point, a very important data point, but it is one data point that we utilize. We use, not only do we use that, we use DRA assessments to gain an insight on students' overall reading ability. We have writing assessments that we utilize. We have different online measures and resources that we're utilizing to be able to get a very clear, well-rounded picture of our students' literacy development. So we have several formative assessment measures that we're able to utilize to quote unquote triangulate that data to get a well-rounded picture of our students' literacy development. And this is something that we track and measure ongoing with all of our schools. So so PALS is absolutely important. It is one measure, not the only measure.
So yes, that's a great answer, Mr. Provencio, but you didn't answer the question. The question was, so we've decided based on the PALS data in the fall what targeted work we're going to do to help improve those reading assessments. Dr. Waltz mentioned that you would have, as you just pointed out, new measures at the mid-year or throughout the year to see if we've made improvements. Are we making improvements? How do you know if we're making improvements? Where is that data?
Mm-hmm. So currently, my colleagues and I, well, in the past, let's just put it this way. we've always been looking at data on grade level literacy data, something that we've all really measured and monitored, beginning of the year, mid-year, and end of the year. Not only have we measured and monitored that through reporting data that we have, different spreadsheets that we utilize, not only of the on-grade level literacy rates, but actually like the unit assessments that we give. Our principals do an amazing job of measuring and monitoring how their students are doing in relation to the standards. We don't just wait. We've never just waited for the SOLs to tell us whether or not we're doing well or not. That data is kind of, that's summative. So we've always used formative data to be able to measure and monitor what we're doing. For example, there's math unit assessments that our principals in our schools have been utilizing since the beginning of the school year. There's other types of, just a myriad of different types of assessments, formative, that we're also utilizing. So at any one time, I can contact a principal and be able to have a conversation about looking at their data that they keep from on site to be able to get a clear picture of how well their students are doing. Matter of fact, this earlier today, I was looking at math data from one of our schools to be able to pinpoint exactly which specific standards our students were doing well with a particular math assessment and which particular standards need additional work. So not only do we look at PALS data like that to be able to say, you know what, the phonemic literacy of these students need to be enhanced, not only for PALS, but we're also looking at that for a host of other things. For example, you could look at a DRA assessment and look at a pattern at a school that shows that comprehension is a need for some of our students. And so then the reading specialists coupled with the teachers, coupled with the ESOL specialists, coupled with special education specialists will collaboratively work together for those groups of students to be able to hit a comprehension-based need. So informally, we're always looking at this data. We've never waited for the SOL results to tell us how well we're doing in our schools or the needs. We've always looked at concurrent formative assessment data to be able to get that viewpoint, so we're not surprised at the end of the year. Now granted, this year is unlike any year before, right? We know, just like when Dr. Waltz was talking about the statement from T.C. Green, our great principal of Potomac View, literacy development and has always been an ongoing area of emphasis for our students, especially for our Title I schools who have a tremendous amount of students that are second language learners. So we want to grow students from where they are to where they need to be. We want to have tremendous growth measures, but our principals are always using the data that they have in their school to be able to get a very clear picture of where their students are, their needs, and where they need to be. So if this is one of those things that we continuously look at, and so if there's ever a conversation a school board member wants to have with one of my colleagues or myself to be able to look and see about the specific data that's going on with those schools, that's something that we could be able to have a conversation about.
So let me just add, and as a reminder, so when I read you Principal Letitia Green at Potomac View Elementary, those 10 steps are actual things that are going on at Potomac View in direct response to their PALS data.
So that's great. So I assume then, and I'll give you an example. There's a Title I school. It had 20% identified in fall of 19 for reading intervention. This year was 70%. That was in this fall. We've heard all the reasons for why that's higher. Mr. Provencio just pointed out all the things he's doing to sort of follow formative, and we're working on it and this and that. How will I know, and when will I know if those 70% we made an impact and we improved their reading literacy? How are we going to know that? Are we going to do a PALS test in the spring? Are you going to have a mid-year PALS test? Because Dr. Waltz, you pointed out you're going to have mid-year assessments. How do we know that we're making the improvements?
And yes, as I mentioned, we'll be doing it in the spring before Dr. Casada. And then Mr. Erickson or Ms. Hart, if one of you would like to respond, essentially, can you give a little bit more boots on the ground? Because this is the kind of thing that grade level chairs and grade level teams get together and discuss on a regular basis on any given year and look at their formative data. You know, I don't know how often, but if you could give them a few specifics.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Dr. Lateef, schools are ongoingly reviewing student academic performance. The apple-to-apple response is what Dr. Waltz says, that students will be retested in the PALS, and so we'll be able then to compare where they were in the fall to the spring. But we're also monitoring reading levels. We're using some online programs with the kids. Lexia is one of them. Then we're also we've got different unit assessments and so forth. Here's an example. I was at Dale City Elementary. It was Monday morning. They were working with third grade, and they were meeting to review an assessment that some schools are using called MAP. They were looking at the students' progress from earlier to now, and then going student by student. You know, have they made progress? This was the mid-year assessment that they had just given, and so had the students made progress, and if so, they celebrated. But if not, what are we going to do next? So they're constantly meeting with their teams to look at the latest data and then determine next steps with them. But the apple-to-apple response would be the next PALS test that we have.
Okay, I'm sorry, Miss Jessie. Miss Williams has had her hand up much longer. She's gonna go next, and then we'll go to you, Miss Williams.
Did you want to recognize Ms. Hart real quick before I spoke, or not?
No.
Okay, so I'm not sure why, but I think what Dr. Lateef is asking is like, when is the next PALS testing going to occur, and when you'll have that data. So it's going on right now. And I know this because I have a second grader, and they're getting PALS tested right now. And I am concerned as a parent and as a board member because we just came back from winter break. So anyone who has a little kid, and I mean like little, well, all kids mostly, but I'm sure after having a high schooler, now having an elementary schooler all over again, it's a different challenge in itself. They need time to adjust to being back in school. And I've heard from my various elementary school family counterparts across the county that different schools are implementing these on different dates. So for example, where my youngest is, he's not started his PALS testing this week. They're thinking maybe next week. But some families are starting this week, the first week back from school. My concern is how that data, the timing of the test will continue to skew the results, because there's a big difference in how my second grader performs on the first day back from break and the third day back from break. Like yesterday was great. Yesterday was so challenging just going back to school. I had to sit next to him sometimes during the day and be like, yo, wake up. Hey, wake up. Hey, pay attention. Hey, focus. Just simply because, like anyone else, when you get off of vacation, whether you did something or not, then simply going back to your routine can be challenging or exhausting. And I mean, we're all already exhausted in a pandemic. So that's my concern. The quality of monitoring that's going on, from my perspective as a parent and as sitting here for 7 years as a board member at the elementary school level and the middle school level, when it comes to monitoring reading, but specifically elementary, because that's what we're talking about, I think is absolutely right what I'm hearing. It is ongoing. There doesn't seem to be a time when students aren't being evaluated in some way, shape, or form by a teacher, a reading specialist, a counselor, sometimes unintentionally their peers when they're reading. There's a lot more involved. I've seen many more applications of different programs and apps specifically, different ways of getting these kids to read. I can say from my own personal experience, I had one who didn't like to read, refused to acknowledge that he could read, now reading in 2 different reading groups, depending on the day because of the pandemic. His desire to express how he can read changes, but the growth I can see. But I think for us as board members, just to circle back, when we ask a question like that, it's not from the perspective of we're assuming that you're not doing something or that we're not knowledgeable, not always necessarily that there's ongoing testing. We'd love to hear about all of those other things, but I think it gets frustrating right now when we ask like more of a specific question, like, is PALS testing going on right now? Would that be now, like, as soon as kids are coming back? You know, when is the next set of testing going on? Because people who aren't in elementary don't know, and they wouldn't know how we're looking at getting those results or the data and when it would be coming in. And I think that's more the point of reference of where we're coming from. Not to say that we don't think you're continuously monitoring this situation, because I know 100% that's what's going on in my Title I schools. That's all I've ever heard. I've known from, you know, hearing from Miss Jessie, it seems like it's only gotten better as time has gone on since I've sat on this board. So I think it's sometimes when we answer questions, we give a lot, but sometimes we just need a little bit of an answer. I'm sorry, for lack of a way of putting it, as I speak long-windedly, of course. I think that may be helpful in getting the public to understand how this process works. And because there's a concern, right, as we've heard off and on, that our kids are not learning virtually. So when we know you come in and you get tested at the beginning of the year, you're coming in, you're getting tested again at the end of Christmas break, and then, you know, the board will be able to hear those results in a month. It'll take a month or 2 months estimated. We don't need a guaranteed date like February 22nd at 7 o'clock. You're going to have all the test results, because we recognize too, we're in a pandemic and things, you know, are moving at a different pace. I didn't understand as a parent why my child was being tested immediately coming back in the building for PALS when I know in previous years it's been 30 days later. Tonight, Dr. Waltz explained that because we didn't test in the spring, so we wanted to get a baseline of where kids were so we could immediately jump in and start working on their progress and helping them get to the levels that they need to be at. So I appreciate everything that you all do, but sometimes we just really need the short, sweet version. Thank you. I think Ms. Hart wanted to talk.
If I may, this is Mr. Provencio one more time. Just, you know, I always have the opportunity to have a couple different hats. And, you know, I have a daughter who is currently receiving additional support through PALS and at Montclair Elementary School. And I have just been totally happy as a parent and ecstatic to see that her areas of growth were recognized early on, and that she's had the opportunity to meet virtually with PALS tutors to be able to diagnose exactly where her areas of needs are, give her direct diagnostic instruction to help her with those needs, have her practice those skills so that she can continue on. So I get an opportunity to hear this, to be a part of this question from multiple levels: associate superintendent, as a former principal, but most importantly as a father. And I will tell you that from a parent perspective, the work is being done. I'm seeing the growth, and I know that the progress needed will be made.
Thank you, Mr. Provencio. So I got the answer to my question, I guess, was Ms. Jackson said, she texted me that her kids are getting tested for PALS this week. Ms. Williams said her kids are getting tested for PALS coming up or this week. I assume those results will be coming out in the next few weeks. Dr. Waltz, you have an answer?
Yes, if Mr. Bassett could weigh in on your question, and also to give a little bit more of an explanation of what is going on at this point in time with the PALS testing, the window, the fact that it's formulative and so forth. Formative. Mr. Bassett. We're not hearing you. We don't hear you.
Is this better?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Good evening, everyone. Chairman Lateef and Vice Chair Zargarpur, Dr. Waltz, board members. Mr. Lateef, I think the Reader's Digest version of the response I would give to your question is we have the fall administration of the PALS test, and then there's an opportunity to do a mid-year test. Not all of our schools use that testing opportunity, but the window for the test is open until February the 2nd. So makes sense that people are reporting here that some of their schools are starting to administer that test now, those who are using it. And then again in May, we have the final administration for grades K through 2. Of course, in 3rd grade, students are taking SOL tests, and there's a conflict, with the testing schedule. So you're going to see that the 3rd grade testing is going to be focused on those assessments. In the meantime, there are a variety of other assessments that I think Mr. Provencio was describing, and they run the gamut. So teachers will have a variety of different tools that they will use to monitor progress between these assessments. Those folks who feel like they need a really comprehensive, deeper dive may find that mid-year PALS assessment is more important to them than someone who feels like they have ongoing reading data that's telling them where their kids are and informing their next instructional moves with students. And they may forego a more formal comprehensive assessment at the mid-year point because they have other data that they're using, like DRA progress monitoring assessments, or the running records or something to that effect. So I don't know if that helps make things a little more clear for you, but that's kind of a bookended look at the assessment that takes place around early reading as it relates to PALS.
Okay. Well, so that's great. So let me just clarify, and then I'll move on to Ms. Jessie's question. But the PALS data was extremely concerning to me, and I know board members. The PALS data is something we'll continue to look at. I recognize that we are in a virtual situation, and as the teachers point out to me regularly in emails, especially at the beginning of the year with virtual learning and how difficult it's going to be, there is a real concern about how do we get someone to learn how to read virtually. And that's not a teacher issue, that's a remote learning issue, that's a technology issue, that's as Dr. Waltz pointed out in the 9 steps that they're doing at Potomac View, a lot of that work is being put in there, and I really appreciate that. But and I want to recognize that this is not easy for our teachers and our families. But you understand my level of concern. We have a lot of students who are not hitting benchmarks that are supposed to be hitting, and it needs to be emphasized. After the October sort of debacle, in the sense that there was our enrollment issues came back to hit us, and about 20 of our Western and Mid-County schools had under-enrollment issues. They had money issues at their site-based budget management. We had to remove teachers and change classroom sizes in some of those grade levels. And in the one thing we got money for from the federal government and the state government was academics, and we couldn't support the academics. We had to make changes to classroom sizes because we didn't manage enrollment well. And I see the PALS data. I am very anxious as a school board member on the fact that we have to deliver results to our students and to our families. And virtual or in person, we're condemned. We are condemned in this pandemic, one way or the other. It's not it's not the ideal. So the money we've spent on the technologies we're acquiring and understanding whether they're working, and if we are working. So we don't want to see in that school that went from 20 to 80 again in the spring, right? And you guys don't think that'll happen. And that's what Mr. Erickson pointed out, that he doesn't think that's going to happen, in not so many words. But the second thing is we're going to get a lot more money from the federal government now with the second round of CARES, and maybe another 20, 30, 40 million. I'm not sure what's going to happen. But we have to look at how are we going to spend that money to catch up our learners. And does that mean we're going to do summer school for those students that don't meet benchmarks and mandate that for the next 2 or 3 summers? And that's something that I think we ought to look at as we plan the budget. And that's why I'm asking these questions. That's why the PALS data is incredibly important. It is one benchmark for those students. We haven't even talked about the benchmarks at the 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way through the high school level. Secondly, and you don't have to talk about it tonight, Mr. Provencio, you bring up math data. I'd like the board to be apprised of our math situation. So what is the equivalent of PALS for math? You don't need to answer that tonight. Get that data to us in the fall. Where were we in the fall? How did we compare to the prior fall with math? And what are we doing with math this year? Because that is as critical as our reading is. So those are my concerns. Ms. Jessie?
Hi, Mr. Provencio or anyone. we're talking about data. And, I always talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. Every time I'm at a board meeting, I get a presentation. I think you guys feel you have to tell us how great things are. And frankly, you're a professional learning community person, so that's scary. I want to know if when the PALS is more phonetic and phonemic awareness, but DRA is reading levels. And the question is, does that phonic instruction and the phonemic awareness translate into reading? So I'm wondering, what have you guys found? And Dr. Lateef said something about that comparatively. What are the reading, like, and I'm trying to remember, level 1 is first grade, am I right? 1.0 for DRA, and then you go 2.0. But when compared to pre-COVID and now COVID, what are you guys finding? How are we making the same, are we at the same place or are we behind? And the reason I ask this question is that there's nothing like that little kidney table where you do your reading instruction, which you can't do now. And I'm wondering if it's having an adverse effect on our reading levels. And Dr. Lateef talked about math levels. Have you guys, as area associates, made a comparison of where you were last year, pre-COVID, and where we are this year with DRA levels and reading levels?
If I can jump in, I would love to help demystify this topic about phonemic awareness literacy screening. Basically, I will go out on a limb to say that the PALS assessment or screening, the hiring of the PALS tutors, the small group instruction, the resources that we use for PALS are basically a well-oiled machine in our elementary schools. We have embraced the partnership of UVA and the design of PALS for more than 10 years. And so it is truly a constant as part of our language arts balanced literacy program or process. I think it's important to note that PALS data and PALS screening is developmental. So in the very beginning, we're trying to get kids to recognize letters and the sounds that letters make. Eventually, we want kids to be putting these letters and sounds together and reading. And so what we are expecting from a kindergartner is somewhat different from what we're expecting from a second or third grader. I also want us to be mindful that PALS data is one piece of information that we use when we're making decisions about how to individualize instruction or how to provide small group instruction for students. So we get youngsters who come to us and they already know how to read. We know that we can go ahead and place them in a reading group and start moving through chapter books or different genres, whatever it is that's going to challenge that child. So we use the PALS data to create groups. There is special money or funds for PALS to make sure that we can hire the best tutors. I know years ago, there was no differentiation between how much you paid a degreed PALS tutor versus a non-degreed PALS tutor. But now there is an accommodation to get high quality folks to work with our students. And so I feel really good about the work that's happening with PALS in our schools. I do think it's mindful of us to keep in mind that our youngsters left in March. And so they didn't finish kindergarten, they didn't finish first grade, they didn't finish second grade. And so we've come back trying to fill those gaps and to grab onto what's important right now. We can all agree that nothing will replace in-person teaching. So if we are expecting the same results that we get when we have the kidney table and the PALS tutor with a group and the kindergarten teacher assistant with a group and the classroom teacher with a group, then we might be setting ourselves up for frustration. But what I think we can hang our hats on is that our primary teachers are doing the absolute best that they can to meet the needs of kids and to teach reading and writing in a virtual setting. There are opportunities to dipstick, and the various components of PALS, like it's not such a great practice to say, oh, he or she failed PALS. Wondering what part of PALS did he or she fail, so that we can remediate that particular part. So I'm hoping that our conversations have helped demystify what PALS is and what it is not. We will be doing a mid-year assessment because we know not to wait until May to figure out where our gaps and holes are. We want to know as soon as possible, as early as possible, what parts kids can do well and what parts of phonics they need help with. And we have a lot of confidence in our reading teachers who partner with the PALS tutors to train them so that they are working on the right work with the right kids at the right time. And so I feel really confident about what we have in place with the phonemic awareness literacy screening.
So, Ms. Hart, you made an excellent point about the fact that the kids were out of school on March 13th through the end of the year, and then the Department of Ed essentially said you could have no new learning because of FAPE issues and that sort of thing. Could you just briefly piggyback on that and Ms. Hart, give your assessment of the 30 days of lost instruction?
Guys, I hate to interrupt you, but I asked a question. And my question, did you understand my question, Nathaniel?
Yes.
Could you please answer it?
Yes.
Have you found the difference? Yes. Have you found the difference in where we are literacy-wise compared to last year to this year? Because I'll tell you what my concern, it's not a concern, it's just a question. You know, I think that hands-on, having it at the kidney table works, but I'm also thinking that we have a different kind of kid, that this kid is, a lot of kids are technology literate. And, you know, what we thought we saw in kids year before is they're not the same kids. So my question is, good, bad, or ugly? I don't want you guys to tell me, you don't have to tell me how good the teachers are. Jarson, you don't have to tell me how much you guys monitor, because I know you monitor to death. I know you do everything that you can do, but I just want to know, where are we now? And I think that's what Dr. Lateef is saying. Where are we now? And what are we going to do about it? The 4 questions, are we learning? What are we going to do about the kids that have not learned? And what are we going to do about the ones that already know? Have you found a difference in literacy levels, in your DRA levels compared to last year? And then Dr. Waltz, I'm sorry, but I was just trying to get that question answered.
No problem. Nathaniel, do you have anything else you would like to say? I know that Todd had a remark he wanted to make.
Sure.
And Ms. Hart would like you to, again, give a little bit more assessment on what it's like to give a PALS assessment in kindergarten when normally they would have 30 days or 6 weeks of instruction. But we'll start with Mr. Erickson and then to Ms. Hart.
Oh, thank you.
Is he going to answer my question, Dr. Waltz?
I thought he answered it.
He didn't answer my question. No one's answered my question. I'm not trying to I'm just, Nathaniel, is there a difference in the reading literacy level of your kids in your area or whatever from what's the literacy? You know, we know that we have so many kids at level, whatever level. Is there a difference? Are we doing, yes.
So to piggyback on Ms. Williams' response, the answer is yes. There's a difference.
Okay, can you kind of just tell me? See, I don't expect us to be where we used to be. So right. I really don't. I mean, you guys don't have to defend yourself to me because I know how hard you work. I know how good you are, and I know but I'm just saying, what's the reality? And I think that's what Dr. Lateef said. Do we have some issues that you're looking at? Have you identified some issues? What are they in terms of literacy levels? What do we have?
I would like to ask if we could come back and bring you some quantitative data rather than where we think things are, what we think.
I don't want a bunch of quantitative data. The simple question is, let's go back to Nathaniel. Nathaniel,
Yes, ma'am.
answer the question, please, for me, and then we'll go on. I'll let you go. And
Okay.
you can turn your video off.
Oh, yeah.
Not be bothered.
So the answer, Ms. Jessie, is yes. I mean, obviously, there are significant, when I'm looking at the data, looking at the on-grade level percentage data, there's probably about a 20%, this is in general, a 20% difference with our on-grade level rates from right now as compared to where they were in the fall of last year. So let's say like if a school was operating at an 80% on-grade level literacy rate based on any kind of qualitative measure that they were using or quantitative measure that they were using to gauge that. If they were at an 80% last year, typically right now we're looking at around a 20%. Now that's not hard and fast science, Ms. Jessie. That's just what we're looking at from our on-grade level rates. So considering exactly what Ms. Hart and Dr. Waltz said, 30 days of lost instruction, not only in Prince William County, but the whole nation, right? The whole nation. This, once again, I always remind my principals and our teachers that we have to put this in the context. This is a nationwide thing, and so we have to have the data. You talked about the good, the bad, and the ugly. I don't think it's ugly. I think it's an opportunity. So we, based on a 20% difference based on a pandemic, that's not bad. I'm not saying it's great, but we got a lot of work to do, right? We've got a lot of work to do, but it shows that our teachers are amazing, our students are amazing, and in spite of the circumstances, we're growing.
It can just be an ugly opportunity. Sometimes things are bad, and I think we all need to admit that things are not going to be what they were. And in that literacy level, when Dr. Waltz said earlier in his report that we're going to get some tutoring, and so we're looking at PALS kinds of tutoring, but we're also looking at some literacy, which may be some more literature and things, because then you fill in the holes. I'm sorry, guys, I was very persistent, but please, for me, I just want to know what's not working and what we're going to do about it, very simply stated. Thank you. And I think you're all marvelous. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Dr. Lateef.
Okay.
I'm done.
So just to be clear, the PALS data is one measure, as Dr. Waltz pointed out. It is a snapshot in time. It is a tool that the school division, or as Dr. Waltz put it, 99% of school divisions in the Commonwealth use to look at. It doesn't tell a full story. We recognize that. Just like the SAT and the ACT and any other high-stakes testing or an SOL does not tell the full story. As Mr. Provencio and Mr. Erickson, Ms. Hart point out, there are formative assessments and subjective assessments throughout the fall. My concern is that it is a measure that we are provided data on, as are other things. We were provided information about grades and Fs and anecdotal, how many Fs there are, how much grade inflation there is with As, how many grade deflation there is. So we look as board members at all of the data, not just a PALS data, not just an SAT score, but our grades and our inflation, our deflation. And as Ms. Hart clearly points out, nothing's going to measure up to in-person learning. But we still have a responsibility. That doesn't abdicate the responsibility to deliver instruction. And so as we look at where our shortcomings are because of the pandemic and technology, no one here is saying because of teachers. It is because of the pandemic, because of technology, because of remote learning. What are we going to do moving forward to get our kids back to where they need to be? With Dr. Waltz pointing out no school in spring and no new learning, we are still catching up on that. And that is where I would ask you all, as you put your budgets together, when we talk about the new monies coming in, how are we going to address this loss of learning? And does that mean remediation in the summer? For the next 2 or 3 summers, what does that look like? As Dr. Waltz points out, he's added these tutoring things on Monday. That's great. Is that going to be enough? I don't know. And, We listened to the elementary superintendents at their last meeting for quite a while on how rosy the picture was. The board got slammed with emails from teachers telling us how it's not so rosy. And we understand and we recognize there's always sides of stories. And as Dr. Waltz pointed out earlier, we want to hear from everybody. There is no perfect, and we know that things need worked on, and we as a board recognize that. So the PALS data is an example of something that this board has to address and look at, just like every board in the Commonwealth, 99% of them. And these are why we're asking these questions. But if we don't have a plan or a strategy to follow up on this, that is concerning. So nobody on this board expects that school that was 20 to 80 is going to be 80 in the spring. If it is, we got a problem. Now that's one measure. I got it. I understand. And there's other things you're looking at. But if there's a problem in the mid-year assessment and it's still 80, and then it's still 80 being identified for reading problems in the spring, we didn't really do very well then. I don't think that's an unfair way to look at it, and then we have to address how we have to move forward with that. So this is just an example of the anxiety that the board, the community, and everyone feels when we're looking at loss of learning. And so that's why I appreciate you bringing up the data. We will continue to, as Dr. Waltz points out and Dr. Quesada points out, February, you will be providing us results on grades, where we are, how our students are doing at all levels, and we'll continue to do that. Mr. Provencio, if you can provide us math data for the entire division in the same way we receive PALS data, that would be excellent for your grade levels. And just, to emphasize, after that last meeting, I was inundated with emails and calls and concerns and from parents who said, my third grade teacher got moved, my first grade teacher got moved, my kindergarten teacher got moved, I'm in a higher class size and virtual. How can we do that? How did that get mismanaged? How did that happen when we're all virtual? And there were real concerns and real tears and real concerns from parents who were really upset in our inability to manage our enrollment problems and address them in a fashion that we didn't have to change a teacher. Teachers were upset. Parents were upset. This is very concerning to the board. And so this all matters because it will affect how we do. So anyways, we'll move on to the rest of your report, Dr. Waltz.
No, that was wonderful.
Okay. Turning to the most recent health data, we continue to share the latest COVID-19 information on pwcs.edu, where it is updated daily. The total for December through January 2nd to 324 cases compared to 212 in November, 84 in October, 50 in September. I will now turn it over to Ms. Huebner and team for further details.
Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the school board, Dr. Waltz. Happy New Year to all of you. And I'd like to wish Ms. Polk, who is with us this evening, a happy birthday. So happy birthday, Teresa Polk. So the new year brings us an opportunity to set some new goals and to reflect on our practices. I can assure you that one goal that remains the same for all of us on our team is to continue to prioritize children's learning and well-being as we strive to keep our staff and our students safe. So tonight we will give you next slide, please. Tonight, we will give you some overviews of some new processes that we've refined and improved, and you'll also hear an update from Mr. Wallingford. So I won't take a lot of time. I will now just turn the presentation over to kick off with our Director of Student Services, Ms. Rebecca Schlater. Ms. Schlater?
Thank you so much, Mrs. Huebner. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the board, Dr. Waltz. Great to see everyone this evening virtually. If we could go to the next slide, I think I'm looking for the PowerPoint.
I'm having an issue right now. Give me just a minute.
Okay.
Sorry, the presentation is totally frozen right now. I'm just getting a spinning wheel. Give me just a couple minutes, maybe. I don't know if
Got
they
it.
can, I don't know if Jim has one he can put up in the meantime. Give me just a minute.
Jason, can it be reloaded?
I just can't get it to shut down or anything right now. The presentation is frozen. I can do other stuff. I just can't do that. Give me just a couple minutes.
Why don't you just read it through? Go ahead and just read it through. We'll get the slides when Jason gets them working. Just go
Ms.
for
Schlater,
it.
if you want to just go ahead and.
This is like old
Sure.
hat for you, Miss Hebner. Go for it.
Absolutely. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the board, and Dr. Waltz. My name is Becca Schlater. I'm proud to serve as the Director of Student Services. Joining me this evening are Mrs. Teresa Polk, our Supervisor of Student Health Services, and Miss Heather Wines, our Pandemic Coordinator. Unfortunately, Mrs. Gina Bellamy could not be with us this evening as planned. So tonight, I will share some important updates with you about our health monitoring process and our mitigation strategies. As we have continued to share with you at each meeting, the safety and well-being of our staff members and students is our #1 priority. We've heard from a lot of the citizens tonight and know that people like myself and Mrs. Tiebner and the team that I work with in student services, we care deeply about all the stories that we heard this evening. I too am a parent of Prince William County students, and we just want you to know that we sincerely mean that your safety is our #1 priority. Staff in my office work tirelessly to ensure that we are doing everything possible to create smooth processes and procedures that support school-based leadership and in turn classroom teachers and students. We are also cognizant of the need for the superintendent and staff to have data available to them to support decision-making. Just this week, we met with over 300 of our school leaders to share information about our new streamlined processes for reporting staff member and student illness and exposure to COVID-19. We have tightened the procedures in place to ensure that notification to school communities is both timely and accurate when a person in a school building or an office has tested positive for COVID-19. We have gone to great lengths to expedite the flow of information from PWCS to the Prince William Health District to support contact tracing efforts and hopefully to decrease the spread of COVID-19 in the community, which is what leads us to a place where we can get students back to learning. The confidentiality of student and staff member information is protected at every level of communication to the best of our ability. Finally, we are now collecting real-time data about both illness and quarantine for staff members and students. I hope that each of you and our school community members see that we are constantly evaluating how we do business. And when there's room for improvement, we put 100% effort into making those improvements. In short, when we receive suggestions from stakeholders, we listen. Oh, I see. Our slides are back up. Great, Jason.
Which slide would you like me to go to, Ms. Schlater?
Go to the slide after 2 slides ahead.
Sorry about that delay.
That's okay. At previous school board meetings, you have heard my team and I talk about the importance of implementing mitigation strategies in our school buildings and offices. This evening, you will receive an update from my colleague, Mr. Wallingford, about the checks and balances we have put in place to monitor the implementation of 4 of the 5 strategies that you see before you on this slide. The information I have just shared about the steps we've taken to expedite the flow of information from PWCS to the PWHD, we believe has greatly improved our ability to support contact tracing efforts. I would like to give special recognition to Ms. Yusra Talat from the Prince William Health District, whose partnership has made a tremendous difference in our efforts to keep staff members and students safe. We feel that our success in keeping the spread of COVID-19 at bay in our schools and offices can be directly tied to staff members and students doing the right thing. Following the 4 remaining mitigation strategies, which include consistent and correct use of face masks, cleaning and disinfecting, social distancing to the largest extent possible, and hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette. At this time, I would like to now turn the presentation over to Mr. John Wallingford, Associate Superintendent for Finance and Risk Management. Can we please go to the next slide for Mr. Wallingford?
Mrs. Schlater, thank you. Dr. Lateef, members of the board, and Dr. Waltz. Before we get into the presentation, I'd like to talk just for a moment about some background information. At the December 2nd school board meeting, there were requests by several of the board members about providing a PP audit. There's a PPE review. On December 11th, the following Friday, you received information about our plan moving forward. And then our first evaluation took place starting the following Monday, December 14th. That evaluation, the results of that evaluation are what we're going to talk about briefly this evening. One last thought before we go to the next slide I'd like to share is that we put this in place pretty rapidly. It's a work in progress. Like any other process, manufacturing, education, anything, we will continuously improve, measure, make changes as there are changes in guidance from VDOE or OSHA or CDC. And so we will improve our processes as we proceed. Next slide, please, Jason. Jason, next. Okay, thank you. So the goals of this mitigation strategy monitoring, or self-assessment as I refer to it, are first, Jason, next slide, please. Thank you. First and foremost, assessments will note the availability of PPE, personal protective equipment, the proper use of signage, masks, and other PPE, the clear availability of hand sanitizer, soap, access to cleaning supplies like Oxifer, cloths, paper towels, and the placement and use of plexiglass barriers. The goals of this are to provide this monitoring, or to provide a consistent application of the 4 core CDC mitigation strategies that Ms. Schlater mentioned a minute ago. To provide immediate feedback and mitigation assistance to schools. So when the review takes place, immediately after the review, there is a conversation with staff in the building. And then finally, to provide data to support continued improvement in mitigation efforts, both centrally and out in schools. Next slide, please. Thank you, Jason. So to the team, the mitigation strategy monitoring team members. The folks leading this effort are our Director of Risk Management, Mr. Ron Crow, and Bill Miller, the Administrative Coordinator for Risk Management. Between the two of them, they have in the range of 50 years of experience with OSHA regulations and VOSH, and they understand these mitigation strategies very well. The folks who are actually out in the schools doing the reviews, you can see here our administrative coordinators, our investigators, and our safety and crisis training specialists. There are 9 folks out in the buildings right now, just the first time. Next slide, please. So the 4 CDC key mitigation measures, and Ms. Schlater again went through these earlier. I'm just going to read very briefly those 4 strategies developed by CDC, not developed by us. And they include consistent, correct use of masks, social distancing, hand hygiene, and cleaning and disinfection. So in order to do this self-assessment, we developed some evaluation criteria. There are 35 criteria that cross these 4 categories. And that makes up basically a checklist that each one of those 9 evaluators is using when they go into the buildings. Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk about the results of our first survey that took place in mid-December. So for the first key strategy, CDC, for the first strategy, social distancing, the consistent and correct use of masks. There were 9 evaluation criteria that we developed. Here you can see a couple of them, like signage, the availability of KN95s, high-risk PPE. Is high-risk PPE available, like the Kevlar sleeves and the gowns? Ear loop masks, are they available for all staff and all students? And face coverings in use, are face coverings in use by staff and students? And what you can see is with regard to those 9 criteria, we were 99.83% in compliance. Those things that were holding us back from 100% result were primarily items related to signage, things like signs at the entrance suggesting face covering are required. So you'll see a pattern develop as we go through this. Substantially, signage has been the issue that will be pulling some of these grades down. Next slide, please, Jason. Social distancing, the second criteria, the second strategy, social distancing to the largest extent possible. We developed 12 evaluation criteria. Amongst those was maintaining 6-foot distancing signage. Social distancing maintained. Has social distancing been maintained? And are plexiglass barriers in use? And you can see on this one, the score was not quite as good as we would have hoped at 83.85% compliance. And what was keeping us from achieving 100% or a very high score, primarily signage, not being in place at all places we would expect, and the use of plexiglass barriers. And so here's an opportunity for me to share a thought with you. Plexiglass barriers, we've provided 1 for each student in all elementary schools at this point. We had about 15,000 of those delivered to us today, and we are delivering, we delivered them, actually delivered more today for students who will be coming in over the next week or 2. Has this been corrected? Like each of our core strategies, there was a conversation after these reviews, and so these have been corrected. Next slide, please, Jason. Hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette. So we developed 10 evaluation criteria for this core strategy. Again, signage questions. Is hand sanitizer available? And one item here is no supply sharing among students. So in the lower grades, each student has been given their own supplies. They shouldn't be sharing them amongst themselves. And in this category, again, you can see that our scores have been higher at 93.9%. Again, what has held us back a bit is signage, okay? And have these issues been discussed again? Yes, they have. At the end of the review with the staff in the building. One thing I'd like to share with me, I think all of you know my wife's kindergarten teacher at Ashland, and she shares with me that her kindergarten students who she sees on a daily basis have been very good, in fact, surprisingly good at not sharing supplies, not taking each other's masks, maintaining distance. She's been very happy about how that has worked, at least in her kindergarten class. So Jason, next slide, please. Cleaning and disinfection. 10 evaluation criteria developed. Again, you see signage. Is Oxifer available throughout the building? Is hand sanitizer available? On this one, a 97.9% compliance score. Again, what was keeping us from achieving 100? And that was the availability of Oxifer just in 1 or 2 locations. You can see that that score is very high. Was this corrected again? This was corrected immediately after that review. So, last slide, Jason, please. So, mitigation strategy monitoring, next steps. Here we go. Reassessment of elementary schools will occur January 12th through 15th, and will continue regularly. And instead of doing 1 a month, we're going to step it up to 2 a month. Assessment of middle and high schools will commence soon thereafter. These assessment reports will be provided to the board as we do our evaluations. We will monitor, ensure follow-up from previous assessments, and begin to include non-school facilities like the central office building, transportation, the Independent Hill complex. We will roll those into this effort. And when necessary, we'll dispatch these teams in the event of issues like outbreaks, or if we hear of things not being done correctly, we will use these folks to go out and help review at that point. So that's my presentation. Next slide, Jason, if you would. Teresa Polk, our Supervisor of Student Health Services, will go through the next set of slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallingford. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the board, and Dr. Waltz. I will present the CDC core indicators by comparison, and we are looking at the date of December the 2nd and January the 5th. So this first slide shows the total number of new cases per 100,000 within the last 14 days. And then the percentage of PCR tests that are positive during the last 14 days. So in December, the number of cases was at 508.3, and the PCR test was at 10.8. As of January the 5th, the total number of cases per 100,000 over the last 14 days is now at 838, and the percentage of PCR tests positive are 18.3%. Now, as we look at the core indicators, we are aware that there has been a spike in the cases of COVID in the community. And we are starting to see the after holiday surge, we believe, which may be due to travel by many people over that holiday period. So we are certainly watching this very carefully, excuse me, so that we can continue to work closely with the health district on any things that we need to do differently. Next slide, please. This slide shows the threshold for the core indicators. And the threshold basically shows the risk of introduction and transmission of COVID-19 in schools. So again, we're looking at the date of December 2nd compared to today's date, January 6th. And this again just shows you the indicators are the, and the risk of transmission, in the schools. So it goes from the lowest risk to the highest risk. So as of December 2nd, for the number of new cases and the percentage of PCR tests, we were in the highest risk of transmission. Now, the ability for the schools to implement the 5 key mitigation strategies, and Mr. Wallingford just went over those. We were in the lower and moderate range there in terms of the risk of transmission, and we are certainly working very carefully to ensure that we are able to maintain those mitigation strategies. If you look at today, today, January 6th, there has not really been any change in terms of where we are with the percent of cases over the last 14 days, the PCR test, as well as the mitigation strategies. But as Mr. Wallingford shared, they are doing a lot of work to, go out in the schools and observe and assist and ensure that the schools, first of all, have everything that they need, the staff has what they need, and that they're using their PPE and providing the things for the students that they need so that we can hopefully maintain those mitigation strategies. Next slide, please. Now, this slide shows the secondary indicators by comparison, and the secondary indicators are for Prince William or the northern region, which we are part of. Again, we're looking at the data from December 2nd compared to January 1st of this year. And with these indicators, the first one shows the percent of change in new cases per 100,000 during the last 7 days compared with the previous 7 days, and the percentage of hospital inpatient beds in the region that are occupied, as well as the percent of hospital inpatient beds that are occupied by patients with COVID-19. So in December, the percent of cases per 100,000 was minus 1.9%. The percent of hospital beds occupied was at 81.5, and the percent of hospital beds occupied by patients with COVID-19 was 12.4. Now, looking at yesterday, January 5th, there has been certainly a change in the number of cases over the last 7 days, and that is now at minus 5.5%. The percent of hospital inpatient beds has increased to 83.6%, and the percentage of hospital beds occupied by patients identified with COVID-19 is now at 17.5%. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows you, again, the burden and threshold for the secondary indicators, which I just went over. So if we look at the first chart there, again, this is from December the 2nd, and we are now on into January. So this second slide shows January 6th data of this year. As you look at that, and I know it's difficult to see on the screen, but I believe all the board members have this, there's not really been a lot of significant change other than the percentage of hospital inpatient beds in the community occupied by patients with COVID-19 is greater than 15%, which indicates a higher risk of transmission at schools. And while, again, like I said, we are well aware of the spikes. Again, we're working very closely with the health district. Mrs. Schlater mentioned earlier, Ms. Yusra Talat, who is the case investigator, and we are working with her regularly. I mean, sometimes we talk to Yusra on a daily basis about situations as we are getting the information in, as parents are notifying us, or if a child presents during the school day and the nurse has to see the student and that student has to go home, as well as, situations with staff. We're working very closely to look at each situation carefully to determine the next steps. And, if there's any question about a situation, we don't make that alone. We contact the health district and we get their guidance and we follow through with that. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea of where things are. It's been quite busy since students have returned after the holiday. And as I said, while we know that there's spikes in the community, we believe a lot of what we're seeing right now is because of the fact that a lot of people traveled over the Christmas holiday. So we would expect that we would see some increases. But this concludes my presentation. Mrs. Slater, I'm going to turn it back over to her so she can do the next few slides. Thank you. Mrs. Slater?
Thank you, Mrs. Polk. If we could go to the next slide, Jason. Thank you so much. At the last board meeting, we took steps to share information about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic since the beginning of the school year. We do want to provide an update with some new information. Many of you have viewed our dashboard, and some affected community members have received direct communication from a school. Tonight, we will share data that has been self-reported to our staff. These numbers could be underreported, as there's no requirement for a parent or guardian to notify school staff if the student is engaged in virtual learning. We could go to the next slide. Thank you so much. So here you see our student quarantine data. As I stated earlier, we've refined our processes to ensure that we can collect data not only on the impact of those who have a positive test result for COVID-19, but also those who are quarantined as a result of being a close contact of someone with COVID-19. So here you can see some different categories for our quarantine data, and we have broken it down for you by the school environment for the students. So we have virtual students, and then those students that are in person. We did add some information about athletics, again, in the spirit of constantly refining our processes to try to collect the best information for the board and in turn the Prince William County community. We've started to collect data on those situations related to athletics. So you do see some quarantine situations there. If we could go to the next slide. Here we have our student positive test results data. So this is, again, self-reported, usually by parents that we have for our students. And this is for the time period, December 15th to January 5th. So you can see that the majority of the cases that we have seen in students are students who are in a virtual learning environment. If we could go to the next slide. Here we have staff quarantine data. And again, this is from December 15th to January 5th. You can see that we have a couple of different reasons why our staff members may need to quarantine, and we like to track whether or not it has been because of a contact in a PWCS building or on a vehicle, or if it has been because of contact in the community. And also we try to ascertain if the staff member is sick, have they also had close contact with someone. So here you can see for virtual and in-person staff members, what we are seeing with quarantine data. If we could go to the next slide. And here is our positive test result data for our staff members. Again, broken down by virtual and in person. And this is for the period of December 15th to January 5th. These are staff members with positive test results. So at this time, I am going to turn the presentation back over to the boardroom there, Mrs. Huebner, and have her wrap us up.
Okay, next slide, please. As I've reviewed previously, as part of our decision-making process, we rely on a variety of indicators and factors, including the CDC indicators for dynamic school decision-making that have the core and secondary indicators. They contain 3 elements, 2 of which are database, the other which is the self-mitigation strategy assessment, which Mr. Wallingford reviewed for us. We do recognize that due to increased activity in the community, our mitigation strategies are even more important to ensure that our buildings are safe for our students and for our staff. We do remain confident in our ability to provide effective PPE. And as Mr. Wallingford reviewed, we've developed a team to assist in monitoring the mitigation and availability of PPE in our buildings. The health district does remind us that our mitigation measures are the most effective when they're used consistently and in combination. So it's best to practice wearing a face covering and maintaining as much distance as possible and honor the goal of 6 feet or the minimum of 3 with a face covering. It's our ability to mitigate the risk that keeps our risk threshold in the moderate to higher category, despite the high rate of transmission in the community. We recognize that we need to continue to monitor and adjust our programmatic decisions as appropriate. And at this time, we continue to make programmatic decisions according to the Virginia Department of Health and the VDOE guidance. You'll note that under the current guidance, it suggests that we may want to follow the Phase 2 guidance. Next slide, please. This slide reviews some of the programmatic recommendations under Phase 2, including prioritizing learning for our vulnerable learners and in-person instruction for pre-K to third grade students, as well as emphasizing the importance of restricting the mixing of classes and groups. One note I'd like to emphasize is that virtual learning is also one option that is mentioned. While specific groups of students are identified for in-person learning, parents will continue to have the ability to select virtual learning for their child if they feel that that best meets their needs. Next slide, please. We will continue to collaborate with our local health district as we make decisions about our in-person learning. Practices and protocols will be refined and adjusted to regularly support our schools and our community. To ensure the safety of our staff and students, we've developed a monitoring system for our mitigation strategies, including the availability and appropriate use of PPE, and our decisions are aligned with the current guidance from VDH and VDOE. I'd like to recognize and thank all of our educators, both those who are in person and virtual, and all of those who support them. One thing I know to be true is that we may see things differently or have different opinions, but we do all want what is best for our students. Our team recognizes that it's important to hear the input and the voices of our staff and our school community, and to work together to create a world of possibilities for our students, both in person and in the virtual setting. I ask that our community can continue to share positive messages of support and hope for all of our educators and work to support them. Please help us keep your child actively engaged in their learning, whether they are at home or in person, and encourage your student to ask for help if it's needed, because we are here for them. I wish you all good health, great happiness in the coming year, and invite you to join me in seeing the future as one that is full of hope and possibilities. Thank you so much for our time, and I'll turn the presentation back over to Dr. Waltz.
Dr. Waltz.
Dr. Lateef, are you good with me moving ahead?
Sure. Mr. Stevens, can I see the screen? I didn't see if anyone else had any questions at home. Anybody? Ms. Zargarpur has a question.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lateef. I actually have a couple questions. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no,
they were
they
there.
are.
We're there. We're back.
Sort of.
Okay, we have Ms. Zargarpur has a question.
Yeah. So when we were talking about the teams who are going into the schools and looking to make sure that the mitigations are all in place, and Mr. Wallingford was going over this, I want to know, because he said we're going to do this regularly, twice a month. So if we're going in twice a month, is this scheduled or is this surprise visits? Who is comprised on this team? And is there any way we could get teacher input on the teams? Because I'll wear my teacher hat right now. A lot of teachers, I think, want to feel like they're part of the process. I don't know if that's something we could do from within a building, where there's maybe somebody who's sort of like the captain there, or if there's perhaps an educator who can be part of the team. But I think that having some teacher input, because our eyes see classrooms in a critical way. And so I want the answer to the question, who's on the team already, and could we include educators in some way, or some of their input in some way?
I'll let Mr. Wallingford respond. We have personnel at each building. The only concern I have about a teacher is it might be putting them in a bit of an awkward position, and you're giving whatever that teacher is an additional work. But Mr. Wallingford.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Vice Chair Zargarpur, that's a very good question. The initial request at the December 2nd meeting, if you recall, was to actually use nurses to do this kind of work. And we decided to do, to create a team from central office folks for precisely the reason Dr. Waltz mentions. Folks in the buildings are already working very hard, number one. And number two, we didn't want to put folks in the buildings in a position to be reviewing and their own staffs, basically. I think it's personally, I think it's a much better idea to use staffs from outside the buildings. We could certainly have that conversation, however. Mrs. Zargarpur, there was another question and I missed it at the very beginning of your comment.
I think it was just how regularly, are they surprise visits or are they scheduled?
Oh, yes, yes. They are not surprise visits. We give folks warning that we're coming out. We don't want this to be a I gotcha kind of thing.
Right.
We want it to be supportive. We want to identify issues if they exist and correct those as rapidly as we can. But we don't want folks to think we're out there trying to catch them doing something inappropriately. We just want to get it right.
Right, and I do understand the concern of not layering yet another thing on top of teachers. I'm trying to find that balance of how can we get the adequate input of people who see things every single day? If they have a concern, where is the best place for them to take that concern so that it is immediately addressed? I understand maybe principal, building supervisor, whatever, but I sense many times, oh, look, we got a, you're there. I sense many times that teachers feel like they're just not being listened to. And I'm trying to sort of find that balance so that they can, I'm trying to say this I feel like we get ignored sometimes because we're on the ground level and we see things every single day. And something can happen on a not on a Monday, I guess, right? On a Tuesday, and we're going to be upset about it. And I don't want my colleagues who are in the building right now and those of us who will be in eventually to constantly have these things above our heads. If we feel like we need to say something, who is the best person? What's the best way to address it? And you're standing right there, so I guess you.
Yeah, I thought I might be able to help you out with
Thank
that.
you.
And most of the schools we went out to, almost every school administrator.
Mr. Crow, I just wanted to make sure everyone knew who you were.
Sure, Ron Crow, Director of Risk Management and Security. So in most every school we went out to, an administrator went around the school with us while we were going around and doing the assessments. We met with them, prior to doing them and then after we did them. And we mitigated most all of the issues on site before we left. We were in all the classrooms. We were walking around, talking to people. So, if teachers want to address us while we're there or have that conversation while we're in the classroom, we're more than happy to have that. And I'll talk with my staff to make sure we're not interrupting the educational process, but giving them an opportunity if they choose to talk to us that, we'll be happy to listen.
Right. Thank you, because I really feel like we get a lot of emails that indicate that people don't feel like they're being listened to, and I just want to make sure that we have a way that their input is taken seriously and super timely. I mean, like I said, if I see something Tuesday, I don't want to know 3 weeks later that it's going to be addressed. I want to know by Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning, it's done, right? So
absolutely.
Yeah. So because that's one of the bigger things. And then the last thing I'll just say is I have not had the opportunity to go into my classroom. I'm just going to say this very generally. But one of the reasons I know that I'm going to be okay is because my administrator reiterates repeatedly what they are doing to keep me safe. And I know it's a tough message, especially when we watch these numbers going up. But I can say, honestly, for me, it makes me feel better when I hear that I've got as much distance as possible, that we've got a one-way hallway, that we got a place to wash hands, that if this thing falls apart, I got a PPE waiting for me, that my kids could have something if they need it too. So I'm just as one professional to everybody else, I know for me, it makes me feel better to know that you've got my back, you've got my back, you've got my back, and then you've got my back. So thank you.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Chairman Lateef. I had a few, questions and concerns. When it comes to, I'm looking at slide number 4, which you don't have to put back up, and just to reference where this is coming from, a few things. When we talk about contact tracing in collaboration with the Prince William County Health District, we get a lot of emails about that. And I was wondering if we could just speak to that very briefly again on how that works. So do we have, just for example, do we have, someone in a building that gets notified? Do they work for Prince William County Schools doing the contact tracing? I keep saying contact tracing, or is it the health department? How does that work exactly? Because I think there's like a misconception. I think people feel like we automatically know as a school division if a person is walking, from the minute they walk in the building, if they had contact with someone, if they're sick and they have COVID, if they have the flu, if they have a cold. I think there's a little bit of misconception about how that process works. And I don't think it could hurt to go over it briefly again, if you would, please.
Sure.
So if we could have either Denise or if you want to have Becca or Teresa answer that, Ms. Polk or Ms. Schlater, we'll start with you, Ms. Hebner, please.
So I think this is one of those that anyone on our team can answer, and I'll start at a very high level, and I'll turn it over to Becca, and she can select who's best, because really they're all experts in this. I do want to make it clear, Prince William County Schools does not do contact tracing. We assist in case investigations. With that being said, I will tell you, our nurses, our health team, our supervisors have been trained. We are getting very good. We might be able to be contact tracers, and we follow all the guidelines and the protocols that are aligned with what the health department and our health district is doing. But in order for a little bit more detail and clarity, I will turn it over to Ms. Schlater, and she can.
I'm good right there.
You're good right there?
I'm good.
All
Because
right.
the more we get into
Yes.
it, the more confusing it becomes.
And I will just assure you
I think
that
a lot of people think we do that, and we do not do that. We work with the health department to do that. And I don't mean to imply that our personnel is not knowledgeable or they're not capable, but I think it's really important to make that specific distinction.
And we do at times communicate on their behalf and confirm, but we confirm everything that we do with the health district, constant communication back and forth. We have a lot of different ways that we do that. And they are new family members with us. They join us in our meetings. So it is a constant collaboration, but ultimately they provide the guidance and we follow their guidance.
And piggybacking right off of that, I think, Ms. Huebner, you're also probably the best person to answer this question, or maybe agree with this point, however it comes out. So, right, it's 11:26. It is my understanding that this has been, since we have started putting students in, even before then, a continuously evolving process. And we are listening to the feedback that we get, both positive and negative, as well as health experts at all levels, and anyone else involved in making this process to continue to work better and better for all parties involved. And I'm going to stop right there. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, I would. We've always had a good relationship. Ms. Polk is extremely experienced. She's always been in charge of managing infectious diseases and case investigation type situations. That partnership and that longstanding relationship that Ms. Polk has had with the health district has allowed us to have a lot of open feedback and dialogue. We started here. They said, this isn't really working. We really need to do this. We continue to ask for that feedback. We monitor and adjust as needed. We're getting better all the time.
I say that because we live in an Insta culture. So we're already on pandemic exhaustion, and it has not yet been a year, but it feels like a lifetime. And I think the general public does not understand how much this process evolves. Not just from what we hear on the news, but just if you took a fine-tooth lens just down at a school-based level, how many times guidelines have changed or evolved since we have started putting people in the building. I mean, they were changing before we got there. Then we put children and staff in the building. They continue to change, and not just health and safety guidance, but HR guidance, and I mean, just about every single guidance imaginable. And in a school division this large and in places this large, normally you see maybe an HR change once or twice a year. It may take the entire year to get everyone compliant and understanding and knowledgeable about that one simple change. We're going through a pandemic, and now you magnify that by it could change daily, weekly, monthly. Then the people in charge of that information have to be able to digest and understand it, then regurgitate it to the people underneath them who also need to regurgitate it to, it's so on and so forth. I just want people to really understand that and take that in mind. I don't think that anybody involved has a lack of care or concern for the health and safety and well-being of people. but I don't think we're giving each other enough credit for being human beings. And I think a lot of that is what it boils down to. Everyone really is doing their best job. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to work well all the time. It doesn't when we're not in a pandemic, but especially so right now. And I know for me, and I'm pretty sure the rest of my board members, we want to hear the positives and the negatives. Your administrators, your school building people, your parent, everybody wants to hear what's working and what's not working. I think what we are forgetting is the other side of that is it takes a little while to do the implementation. And we also have not started school at a normal pace. We're not going at a normal pace. I'm not making excuses or saying anything, negative. I just ask for people to continue to tune into our meetings, to continue to listen to the updates, but to also understand this is an evolving process. And I say all that to say my final comment is just asking for more clarity division-wide. So slide number 4, where it lists like our key mitigation strategies. Are we doing things like that for our school building facilities to make it really clear and clean cut across the board? One example, very simple. Music doesn't sing unless there's 10 feet apart and, they have all the other mitigations. But maybe kindergarten is singing and they're not 10 feet apart and they're not. So are we, as we're evolving and going through this process, coming up with ways to be very clear, even though we know it's site-based and things change from building to building based upon that, but certain things so that they're consistent and the same, and doing it in a way that it doesn't sort of get lost in the telephone communication. And like, for example, like you have a telephone game.
So I can answer that very briefly, or try to be brief, because I know it's getting late.
Sorry.
So no, not at all. We have regular meetings, minimally once a month. We have a school health response team that has an administrator, a school nurse, and one other representative that's a designee, so that 3 people on that building get that information, and it is turnkeyed. We also utilize a systematic way. We've streamlined all of our communication to our administrators through Admin Instant. They know that they are to look at that. It's important, and that again has also turnkey information in it. In addition to that, we utilize our email, our communicator, direct us to the scoop. But we have really recognized the need for everybody to hear the same message at the same time, and we've gotten better at doing that. It started out through an email coming from me. Everybody, hey, watch for Denise Huebner's email. And has evolved into the system and the team, and we all work. Our associates are invited, they're panelists, everyone has a chance. We have a set topic. All of that information is provided to our school teams in one place where they can look at the resources, and it's cumulative. We flag things when they're new. So we are working. It has changed. I mean, just even the definitions of what we call COVID, from presumptive, and now we trace differently based on the impact and the situation in the community. So yes, it is our goal.
Ms. Huebner, could you please explain what turnkey means?
Oh, yes. So we expect that we give you this information, and it is your job to take that back and turn that around and help your staff understand it, communicate that at the school level. We do that through a lot of different team members. Our school nurses have helped with that, but we provide them the resources and the information that staff on the ground floor needs as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Jackson?
Thank you. I just have a really quick follow-up question. Listening to the speakers tonight, could you please speak to slide 3 and how the processes were streamlined differently? And then how will we monitor the effectiveness of the new processes?
I'd like, if I could, to ask Ms. Schlater if she wouldn't mind going through that for me.
Absolutely, no problem. So as far as streamlining our processes, without getting into too many details, we have a process set up where we do automatic alerts when surveillance forms are completed. And those alerts are going confidentially to certain employees in the building. We've really tried to streamline how that information flows from the employee or the school nurse who's inputting the information to the middle person in Prince William County Schools who needs to receive the information and do something with it, and then for that information to flow as quickly as possible to the Prince William Health District. So I think in the streamlining, one of the things that we focused on too is speed, because we know that to support the contact tracing efforts of the Prince William Health District, we need to get them information in as timely a manner as possible. So that's been a real focus and for an area of improvement for us, and that's a lot of the streamlining that we've done. As far as monitoring this, I think like Ms. Huebner said, we get a lot of feedback from our school leaders. For example, we just introduced a new staff process this past Monday, and we've already made 2 or 3 tweaks to that process just based on input we've gotten from our school leaders. So the monitoring is constant, but we really sit down and take a look at everything as a whole each month when we have those school health response team meetings, and we give people an opportunity to ask questions. In addition to the fact that we are meeting weekly with the Prince William Health District, they give us a lot of good feedback to help us improve our processes as well, as far as, you know, the information they need to flow to them, how they need the information to flow to them. So, you know, again, we're just constantly evaluating, constantly trying to get better, to get the information that we need from people, to ensure that that information is kept confidential, and to ensure that it gets in the right hands at the Prince William Health District so that we can allow them to contact trace and hopefully to decrease the spread. Hopefully that answered your question.
So another just piece of that, Mrs. Schlater, that I wanted to recognize, we also incorporated, we have 2 nurses on special assignment that are assisting with us reaching out directly to employees and parents as needed. You know, our school nurses take care of the majority of our students, but it helps the employees understand the situation, provide them, you know, just that confidence of someone who has a medical background. Our nurses are absolutely amazing. They've been amazing. They continue to help us. But that's another added step that we've put in, recognizing that that's the best approach.
Hey, thank you. And just really quick, when did this new process start? And then I'm done.
We held our...
we launched...
Yeah, go ahead, Becca.
Oh, I'm sorry. We launched the new staff surveillance process on January 4th. So that was this past Monday.
Thank you.
Hi,
Ms. Jessie?
Dr. Lateef. May I?
Yes, Ms. Jessie.
Oh, hi. Hi, I have a couple of questions. On mitigation, Mr. Walliford. I noticed that on the mitigation, you have a very high score on usage, but I'm getting all kinds of reports from teachers and from various people that mitigation is a situation and that people are not always using mitigation. They're not using, that kids are not wearing masks, that some staff members are not wearing masks. And I'm wondering if, you know, when you guys used to do your tabletop and all the other things, and I know you used to send intruders into the building and they were unannounced, and you see what we did. And sometimes we just ignored them, and that was not good. But I'm wondering, because it is a crisis, if you should not show up at a school unannounced at some point, because I am getting reports that people are not wearing masks and kids are not wearing masks.
Oh, Mrs. Jessie, thank you for the question. Here's what I'd say. Like I said earlier, our goal is to do this in a collaborative fashion, not to have folks think like they sometimes feel with financial audits that they're a gotcha kind of thing. We really want to be supportive to the folks in the buildings and help them. It's something that Mrs. Huebner, myself, Mr. Crow, Rebecca Schlater, we can certainly talk about that and consider it.
Well, I think you should consider it, because when you came into my building unannounced, it was a wake-up call and it was crisis management. So we're not talking about, you know, instructional kind of things, and I'm sure that people show up for instructional audits unannounced, but I do think that the teachers are reporting tonight, and they're reporting to me, and they're reporting to other individuals that people are not wearing their masks. And that is, the other thing was the personnel, like, I know that Dr. Waltz earlier in part of the report, you said you're gonna have aides. You know, at the beginning, I asked for a mitigation audit, for lack of a better word, and I also asked for healthcare aides. So, you know, I kind of walked through what happens to this kid who has to go to the bathroom, and you're the teacher, who watches him in the hallway, who makes sure that the 6 feet. Did you find in your observations that there were personnel issues related to maintaining the mitigation? Because I'm also hearing that staff is being asked to go into cafeterias, being cafeteria aides, that people are being pulled from their regular jobs.
So one or two responses, Mrs. Jesse. First of all, when these reviews take place, these teams are in the buildings for a short period of time. The folks in the schools obviously operate for hours and hours and hours, and these teams can't be there all the time. One of the things that we can do, Mrs. Jesse, is we can, with the SURE teams that Mrs. Huebner mentioned, we can continue to reinforce the idea, put up more signage, get folks to understand that there are these mitigations that they need to perform. We have a hotline. So if folks are not mitigating, if people are in the buildings not wearing masks on a regular basis, please, if anybody, for those folks watching this, and we can mention this at our SURE team meetings again, please use that hotline, call us, or call Mr. Crow directly, and we will certainly go out and investigate as rapidly as we can. Your idea about having surprise reviews, that's something that, like I said, we can speak about and speak with the superintendent and the deputy and maybe consider doing that kind of thing. I understand your concern.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk with the quarantine situation with Rebecca. Rebecca, you said this is the first month that you've gotten data in, or because I remember asking for that data once and I was told that you didn't have the data. So do you have any of the backlog data so we can get a sense of the number of quarantines since this, or do you just have the data that you currently have on quarantine?
So right now, we most likely could go back and just from the answers to the questions on the survey, get some of that information. When the questions started coming up about quarantine, I guess you can thank yourself a little bit for the changes in our process. We really redesigned our questions so that we could very easily pull out of the data whether or not the person was a close contact in a quarantine or not. So the data that we're sharing today is, from a data standpoint, the cleanest data. We know that it is, when we started, when we modified the questions and started asking them in this way, it was really a matter of asking the right question. And we started that right at the beginning of December for students and on December 15th for staff. So to answer your question, if there was a desire and the request was made, we could possibly go back and look at that information. But what we presented this evening is what we consider to be clean data from the reports on the surveillance forms.
I'm not asking you to go back, but I was very concerned when I asked for the number of people being quarantined and the staff numbers. So we just came back to school. So I heard Teresa say we can see the effects of the Christmas surge or whatever. In the last 2 or 3 days, do you have any numbers on cases and those? I noticed also tonight you have the sports data. So the kids just came back and the staff just came back, and the 15th to now is interesting, but a lot of times the people were at home, so they were on the holiday break. So I'm very interested in what's happening when these teachers came back after the break and the kids came back. Do you have any numbers on the last couple of days since they've been back that made Ms. Polk say, well, we see, and you also, we see the effects of the Christmas surge, because we're gonna have a New Year's Eve surge. Did you see all the parties on TV? People were having a good time. So COVID was having a good time, I'm sure too. So do you have any data on that?
Ms. Hebner, who would you like to answer that question?
Ms. Schlater or Ms. Wines, who is in charge of our data. Ms. Schlater, do you have the?
So at this point in time, what I can say to you, Ms. Jessie, I do, when we analyze data to present to the school board, we're focusing on stopping at a point in time because the data comes in kind of nonstop. So this data was stopped 1/5 to prepare for this meeting today. I can say that we have certainly seen an increase in the number of surveillance form submissions this week. And forms are submitted for a variety of reasons, but that's data that we can clearly see and analyze on a daily basis. To dig deeper and to provide data from today, for example, on quarantine and test results, it's not something we'd have right now. But we certainly, when we provide updates to the board or if other updates are requested, can provide that data. It does just take us a little bit of time to manipulate the data and put it in a format that's readable.
I did hear you say, because let me just be very clear about this. Teachers are concerned that these kids have been home and going various places, airports, and they're coming back. And earlier, one of you said, we can certainly see the effect. What does that look like? I don't want exact numbers, but how many surveillance forms are you getting? Or what's going on with the sports kids? Because that's good data. That's the first time I've gotten any sports data. What are you seeing with the sports? Do you see that we need to make some changes there? And going back to the first question, what have you seen in the last couple of days with the surveillance form? Who does
I believe
that?
Ms. Polk made the remark, so I would give her an opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Dr. Wald. I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Jessie, in terms of the surveillance forms, if it's a student involved, let's say during the course of the school day, a student is not feeling well and the student is the school nurse is contacted and the child goes to the clinic. The school nurse does an assessment on the student. And if the child is exhibiting symptoms that may be consistent with what could possibly be COVID, the student is placed in the isolation room and the parent is contacted to come pick the child up. The school nurse initiates the surveillance form, and there's specific questions that are asked and things that have to be put on that form. The same thing happens for a staff member who notifies their administrator that they're not feeling well or they're having symptoms. The same type of surveillance form is completed. Those forms go once the forms are done at the school level, we automatically get those forms. We get a notification. So we know if it's a student or if a staff is involved. Now for athletes, our athletic trainers are now involved in that as well. They're the ones that will, if they're working with kids who may be doing basketball, whatever, and something happens where either a student presents with some symptoms or the student reports they're not feeling well, they initiate that same surveillance form, okay? And the idea is to gather all the information about the particular student or staff person. And then what we do then next is we try to determine who are the close contacts with that person, because this information needs to be sent immediately to the health district, who then start to look at the situation to determine what's going on. So there's quite a few things that have to be done initially, but it all starts with typically at the school level, either the school nurse is seeing a student or sometimes a parent is calling in to say that their child is sick or whatever's going on, or the parent may report that someone in the home has COVID and that their physician has said that this family or the children may need to be quarantined. So there's a lot of different ways we get that information, but the idea is to collect the information as quickly as possible, identify who those close contacts are. That information automatically gets funneled to the health district, to USRA and the other contact tracers, and then they will start their contact tracing. So that's how that process starts.
I understand the process. My question is, what have you seen in the last 2 days that kids have been back? Because you said we're seeing the effects of the surge, and I don't need all the data. I just need to know what does it look like? Because you said we're seeing the effects of the surge, and what kind of numbers are we looking at in terms of your surveillance? Apparently, your surveillance. I'm not using the right form, Teresa. I'm sorry. You're more familiar with it, but what are the numbers looking like?
Miss Jessie, this is Schlater. I can share that in the first day back on January 4th, we saw one of the highest days we have seen for the submission of staff surveillance forms. We can look at a lot of different reasons for that. We were off break. That was when employees had to come back to work. The information was coming in, but I can share that we saw a number come in that day that was much higher than the average of what we had seen over the past 4 weeks. As far as student surveillance, I can share that again, just like the staff coming back from the break, we did see an increase in the number of surveillance forms that came in on Tuesday, January 5th. And that increase stayed pretty steady today, January 6th. So we've seen more forms.
But would you prefer not giving me a number? Because I've noticed that everybody's talking about everything but a number. Because, is there a reason? If you don't want to give me the
I would like to get back with you on the number. The reason being we need to have an apples to apples comparison. And when school started, it was the sum total of everyone that turned in their forms over a 2-week period. So we need to take a look at this. And so we get an average across number of weeks, as opposed to just giving some number off the top of our heads that doesn't necessarily give an accurate comparison.
Dr. Waltz, I will wait for that number, but the main concern teachers are having is that they have kids coming back after what was considered to be a national surge. And it's not going to do me any good or them any good a week or so from now. I guess suffice it to say, because obviously we're not going to get any numbers, that you saw a significant change, and there was that you related it to the Christmas surge. Am I correct in saying that? I'm not going to push any more on it.
I would say that you're correct in saying that we did see a fairly significant increase in the number of forms that were submitted.
Yeah, because transparency is going to be very important for all of us. We've got to tell people what's really going on. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If I could wrap this one up with just getting Denise's, just to make sure Denise is on this, or Diana Galata or Matt Guilfoyle from Communications. This has nothing to do with transparency. My understanding, we send you the updates on the numbers. We post those on the web, but normally during regular business time, we would give you 1 day at a time. So we had the increase because we had 2 weeks of data come in all at one time.
Yes, Dr. Waltz, that's correct, and that is an excellent point. We look at things over a trend over time. I also want to be mindful that we had students were not in the building with us on Monday. It was a virtual day, so Tuesday is the only day that we were actually back in the building, and so we certainly.
I'm done, people.
Okay.
I'm done with this. I just feel that I'm not going to get any numbers, so thank you.
Okay. Mr. Wilk has a question.
Ms. Huebner, just a couple things I want to ask you about the presentation of the data. Looking at slide 16, is there a reason why with these secondary indicators, everything else has been consistently 12.2 to 1.5 or 1.6, but then this goes to 1.5? Is that just kind of a glitch with dates, or is there a reason why, I know a day off or such, but that could lead people again to some confusion with the myriad of information coming our way?
So sure, Mr. Wilk, the reason that we aren't able to project and show you the 1.6 data is that the CDC school metrics are not updated until the following day. So the update occurs either late at night, depending on when the dashboard updates. So the information that we showed on the slide with the 1.5 date was the most updated data that was available for us when we put the presentation together. So
today,
I'm not sure, I don't have the slide in front of me.
no,
so
I'm
not
just
sure what
looking
you're
at it 'cause
looking at. But the secondary indicators, yes. So the pandemic dashboard takes some time to update. And so the Virginia Department of Health, it updates on Wednesdays. And that is done, either in the evening, late in the evening, and sometimes midday. So we just put the data in there this morning. And that's the data that we had available. When you're talking about the secondary indicators.
I'm looking at, comparison from 12.2 to 1.5.
Yes, so if you click on the dashboard right now, probably at 5:30, it depends on the day. I will tell you that a lot of times I've noticed the trend. If I wait until a little bit after 5:30 and take a click at it, it will be updated for that, the day. It's just the way that it updates, but it's not always consistent. So we always wait. As a matter of fact, you realize that you did get a couple different versions today, but we send the PowerPoint at the latest point in time where we can gather that data.
Okay, so maybe that explains kind of what I'm looking at a little different there. My other question then would be, is that the same case for slide 17? Because unless I'm doing my math wrong, for column percent change in cases of per 100,000, I'm looking at it and it should be over in the far right with the red, not the green. And again, maybe you guys can speak to me offline, but it seems like there's a mismatch there. And then the other one is looking at percent of hospital inpatient beds in the community. By us putting it in the orange, which is almost the same exact, it is the same exact indicator as the red of greater than 15%. It kind of, you see what I'm saying?
Sure, I'd be happy to look that and go through that. The secondary indicators are a combination of local and regional metrics. It is difficult because you have to go through several different pieces on the pandemic dashboard and on the trends.
I'm trying to do it on one.
Sometimes when you're looking at it, it looks as though it should be one thing, but it's actually another, and I'd be happy to show that.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Okay. Mr. Wallingford, my only other question about mitigation strategies. You might have said this already. I know right now we were doing an elementary audit, and that was the primary focus. With the possibility of phasing in, which we're currently on the timeline of middle and high school students. Have you guys already started kind of, in a sense, proactively looking at, given what we found or the reasons why the percentages are down in other areas at the elementary school, has that been conveyed to secondary principals on improvements they need to make before the staff even potentially return to the building and then the students?
So, Mr. Wilk, thank you for the question. Give me an opportunity to say something I probably missed in the presentation. Number one, yes, we do have middle schools and high schools and the other central office facilities coming online with regard to these reviews here over the next couple of weeks. One of the things that we have changed is we're going to go from once a month to twice a month to gather more information and provide more support to schools. Conversations have been had with the associates both at the middle school level and at the high school level, and we will be sharing information with them. As you're aware, this is the first review, and we're still considering what's going to be taking place over the next couple of weeks at those upper levels. I hope that answers your question.
So what I can infer from that, is it potential then that right now, if you were to go to a middle and high school and do some type of audit like that, that there could be an issue potentially with like the hand hygiene, the plexiglass being in place, the cleaning and disinfectant being available? Is there a possibility that we still at those two levels do not have 100% compliancy, in a sense, because we have not gone there and done those audits?
No, what I would expect, Mr. Wilk, is that we have very high compliance. 100% is tough to achieve, but we have very high compliance. We just haven't gone and done the reviews there yet. We will find some issues, and we will share the elementary school issues that you suggest with them. And again, to go back into the presentation, the common theme through each of the 4 key mitigation strategies really was that stuff is in place, people are doing what they should do. The thing that really drew down the scores in every one of those categories was signage, the lack of signage, or signage not in the right place, that kind of thing. And that was actually a really good outcome from that first review.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm good.
Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question. Maybe I have 2 questions. I'll start with my first question. On slide 15, with our this discussion about our audit of PPE and our mitigation strategies, which I thought was really helpful and extremely useful to have that kind of data and specificity for our strategies. I'm looking at the table on slide 15, the ability of the school to implement 5 key mitigation strategies. And I'm looking at this list and I'm looking at the results of that audit, and I'm wondering, have we discussed moving our assessment of our ability to mitigate from this sort of generalized greenish yellow big circle to perhaps moving it a little more to the left? Because it looks to me like we've done everything that we can. We're doing a good job. The audit has revealed our small weaknesses with signage and other things. We've corrected those problems. We're social distancing to the largest extent possible. It looks like it's good. And so I guess my question is, have we discussed moving that assessment to a little bit more, focusing it in or narrowing it in, or maybe acknowledging the progress that we made?
So definitely it's something to consider. As everything in this pandemic changes, we want to make sure that we monitor and adjust. I think one of the things that we want to do is not create a false sense of overconfidence or really portray something that may not be accurate. Now we do have our teams going in, taking a look, and providing us with data. It is something we can consider. The main thing that we look at, and keeping that circle in between the 2 or encompassing of 2, the 6 feet of mitigation is a very important piece that the health district constantly is reminding us of. And in the 50-50 proposed plan, it does depend on the capacity in each classroom and the number of students that are attending in-person learning. So we're in many, many schools, and I would confidently say in the majority or most of our schools, we do have 6 foot of distance. With the proposed plan and the phase-in, it will not be possible in some of our secondary schools or in some classrooms to maintain that 6 feet. And so in order to give the public that transparency, that's why it is where it is. But yes, according to, when you look at the positivity rates in our buildings and the success that we're having, we're going to acknowledge that not everything is perfect. There is always risk. And, I think that's a choice that parents are making. But the minimization of the risk is by the effective mitigation strategies, and we are doing a good job with those. We can always do better.
Okay, yeah, my assessment is we're doing a great job. And so maybe this, having this circle where this is just kind of trying to be realistic, I guess, and give the right image that we don't think we're perfect. What I am also wondering too, though, is, in our elementary schools, we also have a lot of good data now on the distancing, the ability to maintain that 6 foot distance. I've been in a lot of the I've been in all the elementary schools in my district, and there are hardly any kids in the classroom, and they're really far apart, et cetera. So anyway, I would just consider that we maybe look at that, but I accept that answer. I had one more question. Do we have any changes to our quarantine length or rules about who quarantines? Has that evolved in any way, or are we still quarantining folks? And I recognize quarantine is a very positive mitigation strategy. Anybody who might have been exposed, let's keep them, away from everybody. Do we have any changes to that? Has that changed or evolved in any way, or are we still, 14 days?
So it has
15 minutes
changed.
contact?
Yeah, and I will, and you're exactly right. Quarantine, it is a precautionary measure. It's a mitigation strategy. Quarantine does not mean illness, and I think sometimes we get confused when we talk about the number of people that are quarantined. Quarantine becomes concerning if it results in repeated loss of learning to students. If they're frequently being quarantined, that would be an area of concern. Or if we have enough quarantine in a building that makes it impossible or difficult for us to safely instruct and maintain safety, obviously instruct effectively and maintain safety in the building. So that's the nature of quarantine. We follow the guidance from the health district, and we have met and adjusted what the recommendations would be. We, in any case where we follow the 14-day quarantine, there are some cases on the recommendation of the guidance that's been given from Virginia, the health district, that some people may qualify, but in those instances, we rely on the health district to vary from that. So yes, we do adjust as needed.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay. Dr. Waltz?
Again, I'd like to thank Ms. Huebner and the team, Ms. Schlater, Ms. Polk, Ms. Bellamy, and everyone else who contributed to your presentation. I appreciate all the presentations tonight and all the efforts that went into those. I will now ask our Associate Superintendent for Human Resources, at the request of board members, to have Ms. Dr. Donna Eagle to discuss the interactive processes utilized for determination of employee accommodations and Tier 1. Dr. Eagle.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the school board. Tonight, I'm going to provide an overview of the interactive process for our Tier 1 staff. And as a reminder, Tier 1 refers to staff that have certain underlying health conditions. And dependent upon these health conditions, as defined by the CDC, staff are either at increased risk or may be at increased risk of severe illness should they contract COVID-19. These staff members may request an accommodation in accordance with the American with Disabilities Act. The ADA requires an employer to provide reasonable accommodation to qualified individuals with disabilities who are employees or applicants for employment unless doing so would cause undue hardship. To begin the process, the staff member and the staff member's physician review the staff member's job description and complete COVID-19 disability accommodation request form. Once complete, the Office of Benefit and Retirement Services reviews the form and notifies the staff member of the eligibility or ineligibility for consideration of a reasonable accommodation during the pandemic. For those staff members that are eligible, that are deemed eligible for an accommodation, an interactive process meeting is held. And this meeting involves a collaborative conversation between the employee, between administration and the Office of Benefits. Often a staffing supervisor from HR is present, and the employee's supervisor. On average, each of these conversations is 20 to 30 minutes long, not including the specific follow-up documentation for the employee. It is a process that respectfully acknowledges the employee's concerns and enables the supervisor and the employee to share ideas and collaborate on a solution. It's a conversation. During the interactive process meeting, the job-related limitations imposed by the staff member's medical condition and how these limitations could be overcome with reasonable accommodations are discussed. The preferred accommodations of the staff member are also discussed. We have completed nearly all the elementary and high school interactive process meetings and have begun meeting with middle school Tier 1 personnel. Ultimately, after consulting with the building principal or the supervisor and determining whether or not the preferred accommodation that the employee prefers is available without creating undue hardship, the employee will receive written documentation of the reasonable accommodations that can be made for the staff member. At the secondary level, we have appended final decisions on availability of virtual assignments until we have final student selections for virtual or in-person instruction. Once numbers are final, based on student needs, scheduling restrictions, and availability of staff, principals will make the determinations of which virtual assignments are available for Tier 1 employees at the secondary level. And at that time, Tier 1 staff will receive written documentation of the accommodations from the Office of Benefit and Retirement Services. For nearly all of our instructional staff, the preferred accommodation, the requested accommodation of the employee has been a virtual assignment. While we agree that offering virtual assignments to Tier 1 staff is absolutely the ideal option, it simply will not be possible for all 692, which is growing. We've added about 100 since we started this process. 692 Tier 1 certificated staff, nor constitute a reasonable accommodation in every situation as we return to buildings. The return to buildings does limit the number of virtual-only assignments can be made available without negatively impacting our ability to maintain school operations and provide in-person learning. Therefore, in the absence of a virtual assignment, reasonable accommodations could include reassignment to a larger classroom or a trailer, teacher spacing zone in the classroom, limiting in-person attendance for the teacher to those periods in which students are present, changing building entry to allow the teacher to avoid large crowds, limiting enrollment in sections, fitting for N95 mask, other PPE, physical barriers, plexiglass, relieving the teacher of duties that involve students outside of their roster, such as cafeteria and bus duty, additional sanitizing measures in their classrooms, other mitigation measures, or, as a last resort, a leave of absence. This list of reasonable accommodations does meet requirements under the ADA. It meets CDC recommendations for PPE, and ultimately are designed to provide the employee the highest level of protection and the safest return possible. On the whole, this interactive process has been a testimony to the desire of our staff and administrators to provide critical services to our students in creative and inspiring ways. We are grateful to all the individuals involved who have brought their best intentions to the process and have shown compassion, strength, flexibility, and a common goal of doing what is best for our children in the safest way possible in the midst of this pandemic. I'd like to extend my appreciation while I have the opportunity to our benefits department. It's a very challenging process they've been through. Joe McAlandra, our Director of Benefits and Retirement Services, Miss Elisa Pickett, she's our Supervisor of Benefits, Kathy Snow, she's a coordinator in the benefits office, and we also have been utilizing Sarah Hudson from our HR department has come over and assisted through the ADA process as well because we needed additional personnel. So I'd like to thank them so much. And that concludes my comments regarding my prepared comments, and I'm happy to turn it back over to Dr. Waltz or take any questions that you might have.
Ms. Williams has a question.
Thank you, Dr. Eagle. So I want to very carefully try to summarize what you just said. What I hear you saying is that we have a growing list of Tier 1 qualified employees or employees
That are
have been
eligible for
certified-
accommodations, yes, ma'am.
that have been certified as Tier 1.
Mhm.
We are now almost through all of our elementary Tier 1 employees going through the accommodation process. We're starting in middle and high school.
We're
or will
almost
be.
done with high school. We have about
We're almost done with high
We have
school?
about 20 left of the high school, and actually we may have finished those already.
Okay, and I also want people to understand. Could you? Well, let me go here first. So we're doing the best that we can to accommodate Tier 1 employees based upon what they, strategies they bring to us, strategies that we offer to them. It's a collaborative process. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. And then, I'm going to say something that I know people don't necessarily want to hear. It is my understanding that the school division is doing what we should be doing according to codes and laws and policies to employ our staff during this pandemic, which I'm sure you would agree, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. That does not mean that it is always what we want to do, or it reflects how our emotions, accurately reflects our emotional feelings as individuals and human beings, right? I imagine it has to be more than difficult and more than challenging to be an HR person or a benefits person and have to tell someone, this is all that we can offer you, and it does not meet what they perceive to be the highest level of meeting the needs that they're bringing to the table. Oftentimes, those two things don't align. And I say this because I don't think there's really a lot of willingness for anybody else to say it, but it doesn't always make it seem fair. It's not a fun process. It's a painful process for all parties involved. It's a choice that has to be made for both sides of the equation, and it's not a moral choice. This is an employer-employee based decision, and I don't think anybody really wants to hear that either. We all have morals. Nobody wants to see anybody have to feel like they're in a position that they don't agree with. But that's not what we do as employers. And I think that that's really hard to say. It's really hard for me to say, and it's really hard to hear because I've been on the receiving end of hearing or participating in conversations like that where I felt like, well, this isn't fair. I can still do this if you just do this. But as an employer, maybe my employer could not do that. And I think that's very challenging. And I want people to really understand that this is not an emotional decision. This is what we have to do as a school division. And we are doing what we need to do and what we are supposed to be doing legally and what we're required to do, which is much different than maybe per se what we would want to do or how we personally feel about this. And I think that's important to recognize. I also want you to speak to, if you could please, a little bit about what we hear from teachers who have turned in their ADA forms, been approved, had a virtual assignment, and now things have changed and they are no longer having a virtual assignment. I think a lot of people in the public feel that once you've been approved virtually, that you cannot, that's permanent. You will always have a virtual assignment. And I think there's a misunderstanding as to why sometimes teachers get called back. I don't know if you can speak to that best or somebody else could speak to that best, like maybe Dr. Waltz, as to why we're calling in staff. And my guess would be that because we're bringing more people in the building, but I don't want to guess. I'd like to hear a more qualified person answer that question.
Well, I also would comment that, when we send out the acknowledgement to the employee that they are eligible for an accommodation, that has been perceived in many cases as I get the accommodation that I've had, which is I've been virtual. Because at the beginning of the year, almost all Tier 1 employees, with the exception of our Tier 1 employees that were servicing our vulnerable students, were granted, a virtual assignment at that time. So, reasonable accommodations are dependent upon the circumstances. And so you're exactly right, Ms. Williams. The circumstances have changed in that we are returning students to building and need additional personnel in order to serve our students with in-person learning. And so that's exactly why the situation has changed. But I do think that, if you can turn back, we could turn back time and maybe have communicated a little bit differently in the beginning, our department can definitely own that and probably been more clear that, you are eligible for an accommodation. Currently, we are going to grant this virtual accommodation, but going forward, it's changed. And we've been very careful once we realized that was the perception since that time and doing a better job with our communication.
I really appreciate you saying that because I think that is very powerful, taking, acknowledging that there have been issues in that area and taking ownership of that. I appreciate that greatly. I know that this has been hard because I think one of the things we don't talk about a lot, I know I've said from the dais, is that we do not have a large HR department. And just the nature of HR itself is difficult because you often deal with emotions first. And you can't mitigate emotions. You can't tell someone how they should feel or how they shouldn't feel about a particular situation. And that's a very delicate balance. So I do appreciate you saying that and all the work that HR has done. I also want to know, maybe Dr. Waltz, you can weigh in on this a little bit better. Dr. Eagle just made up a very good point in that, situations continue to change and evolve. If it were the ability for the division to, let's say, I don't know, hire more substitutes, or we miraculously, had more funding to be able to put more staff in a building, to help mitigate with those tier 1 teachers, are those things that we consider and that we have discussions about, or if we had the ability to do, would implement?
Yes, they absolutely are. In fact, we're always exploring what are the creative solutions that we could use to help mitigate a tier 1 employee situation in order for them to be successful in continuing in their job. And, I'll just give you one example. We had an issue in transportation, and just by changing the bus and the route that the person was on with a smaller number of kids on the bus, it was able to be worked out. And we have those kinds of situations in schools too, where we're looking at somebody else to possibly be in front of the students with the teacher virtual, or, as was mentioned, size of the room. And again, just looking for all kinds of creative solutions to try to help that teacher or other employee be successful and still employed and mitigate to the extent possible the Title I or the Tier 1 status.
Thank you. And one other question in that same vein is, where can our principals and our administrators, who do they turn to help assist them with these creative solutions and challenges? Because I can also understand from their perspective, sort of, because I've never been one, but just from an administrator perspective, where should they go to feel encouraged and be encouraged to think for outside of the box and creative solutions? Because I can imagine, being a principal now, there would be a great bit of hesitancy to hire new people, considering we're in budget season. We know we're chronically underfunded. I think we're still waiting officially to hear word on whether or not we have to repay funds, and I don't remember if that came out or not, but I know this is not an isolated issue, right? I think one of the things the pandemic has done is shown how many different things are interconnected into one decision. And we don't often talk about where principals can go for assistance, and if that is available, who helps them to make that determination?
So we have a strategy that involves both a building administrator and an HR person to have these discussions, to explore. As Donna said, as Dr. Eagle said, it's a conversation that includes the person themselves in terms of possible creative approaches. Also, we would certainly, and this goes on constantly with these collaborative discussions, is having the principals work with not just their administrative team, but also their nurse, and also people who are leaders in the building, like department chairs and grade level chairs, because we're welcoming the creative solutions from anyone who might have them. As far as the support you're talking about, first of all, the level associates are very creative people to the person, and they understand the importance of trying to provide the best education to our students. So they're going to make every effort to support their principals in trying to make those decisions and help them come up with ideas, as well as the deputy superintendent and myself. And one of the main things that I try to do with our monthly principals meetings is to provide the very support that you're talking about and to be very positive. And my updated school visits since the year started is now at 17 in-person visits. And certainly when I go there, I am constantly praising the faculty and staff for all that they have done. And what I see on those visits, it's amazing. The lengths, the creativity, the efforts, and in listening to teachers and custodians, teaching assistants, administrators, cafeteria folks, you know, they love to share some of those creative solutions when I'm in the buildings, and it's truly amazing. So I will continue to be doing that, in fact, with the principals meeting next week.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. And I guess my last question along this vein is, hopefully my last question is, are we really reminding our decision makers and really truly looking at, modifying job descriptions, and just because, say, like you're an administrator, you can't do virtual, or, in a traditional, more traditional lens, you'd think, oh, well, if you're AP, assistant principal, there's no way you could do that job at home. Are we really truly thinking about that and having that conversation with all of our building leaders about, how a job started or how a job performed pre-pandemic, how we can modify that job now that we're in a pandemic? And I know that seems like kind of a silly question at this point, but I think it's important that we just don't talk about those kinds of things. And I don't think the public understands, some of the behind the scenes conversations that we have. And that's one of the questions I know as a parent, I would think, oh, well, are we doing that? Are we talking about these kinds of things and not just saying, oh, well, you're an AP and you have to walk halls or you have to cover, I don't know, lunch. I have no idea really, so you can't be virtual. Are we having those type of conversations at all the different levels involved when it comes to, viewing a job through a traditional lens and now viewing a job, making modifications based upon the situation we're in currently?
Yes. And in fact, we are constantly striving as the leadership team to have people think, as you put it, outside the box and try to come up with creative solutions. That being said, there are certain responsibilities, and especially when you bring students back, where it would be impossible to do something virtually if, for example, in a high school where you're monitoring 22 entryways and hallways and you're trying to make sure that everybody has their mask on and keeping social distancing, as we bring more students back, sometimes there's less of that ability to do that. But yes, that is something we absolutely encourage.
Thank you. I appreciate you answering that, Dr. Wilson. Dr. Eagle, thank you. I appreciate that. I know I was one of the board members who asked for you to come and speak on it because I don't think we can say it enough. There's definitely, we're going through an emotional time, and the more that we can say and remind our employees that, we do care and we do think about it, but there's also an employer-employee side that deals with laws and policies and regulations that we don't have any say-so in. We just have to be compliant. We have to follow. That doesn't mean we don't care or we're not thinking or we're not trying to continue to improve the way that we service our employees. And I just want to say, as a board member, I recognize it's not going to work for everybody, and it's not, the process is not a pretty process. It can be very ugly and very emotional. And I think I speak for my board members, and please let me know if I don't, that we recognize that, and we're still continuing to have these conversations, even when we're not having board members, and thinking outside the box and asking these questions. And I just want to make sure that the public is aware of that. And I think we all stand in little bit different positions about that from where we sit at the board, but it's constantly things that I'm sure you're tired of hearing from us individually or through another person. Don't answer that, but it's not something we just think about intermittently. So I just appreciate you and your time and having this conversation again. I know it gets a little bit repetitive, but I think it's worth having. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Jessie, Mr. Wilk had his hand up first, and then we'll go to Ms. Jessie. Mr. Wilk?
Thank you. One of my New Year's resolutions is to be calm during these questions. Dr. Eagle, thank you for the numerous conversations about this topic, and your entire staff. my emotions on this topic are nothing against you or your staff. I understand the compliance and what you guys are doing, so I don't want it to be taken that way. I'm just looking at solutions. When we talked, I don't know if those numbers came in yet. You said out of that growing group of the 692, do we have a breakdown of which ones are at risk? Is that majority of them that would be classified as critically at risk with the CDC guidelines?
We have not had the opportunity to re-examine everybody's medical condition and re-rate them in accordance with the 2 different risk levels for the CDC. So we have not had the opportunity to do that yet. I do have breakdown by, level. I mean, we have 333 elementary tier 1 teachers, certificated staff. We have 142 middle school and 217 high school currently.
Okay.
Certificated staff.
I know you guys are very busy. Do you have any idea kind of when that possibly could be available, like ranking and?
I can get back to you, Mr. Wilk. This week we spent a lot of time working on vaccine prioritization, and that really took a lot of the staff's time, but we will make that a priority to get that.
No. I mean, I just think it's kind of a critical piece. I don't know if my colleagues agree with me or not, but, I spent a lot of time looking at some of the major differences between those 2 areas and stuff like that. And, I think Dr. Waltz is, are you on mute, Dr. Waltz?
I'm not. But
he is now. Okay.
I'm always on the wrong thing, it seems like.
Oh.
No, I was saying that this is something that we can put on a future agenda, because what we want to be careful that we do right now, having these mitigation conversations and the people tied up with that is extremely time consuming. So if there's 5 or more board members that want to do something, we need to discuss that like at agenda planning and get the board to weigh in. So we're making sure that we're doing the most important priority, and also to making sure that we're not assigning jobs to people from the dais.
And yeah, and I'm not trying to assign Dr. Eagle a job. That's not my goal. It's just something I think would be very compelling and looking at finding more virtual options for teachers. Initially when this conversation said we would not be able to function as a district, I'm sorry, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What was about the school division could not?
We would be unable to maintain operations if we were to give virtual assignments to 692 tier 1 teachers. We would be unable to meet the in-person needs currently as enrollment stands now.
Okay, so that's Dr. Waltz. So that's my kind of premise to why having a breakdown might be helpful to see if it is potentially more realistic to see something like that with a virtual only option. So, okay, sorry. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So a couple other things. So, and this might be, this may be directly HR or maybe a little bit of both. Are principals being given the flexibility from their own site-based budgets to potentially allocate funds to give their staff members that option if possible? Because I'm hearing one thing and then I'm hearing another thing, so I'm curious. Let's start with secondary. At a high school level where we have a large number of tier 1 employees, if there are principals who have budgeted accordingly, which I'm hearing there are funds in budgets right now at the high school level for various things that they're not paying for, are high school principals given the ability to find subs or monitors, I guess we'll say, for their employees who are tier 1 at risk to keep them all virtual at this point?
Mr. Mulgrew, I'd like to ask you to respond, please.
Yeah, Mr. Wilk, we give high school principals as much flexibility. It's one thing that Dr. Waltz has always said about trying to have as much flexibility as possible. We work with that together as a group very much. We know that we probably have saved on sub money for the first part of the year. We understand that. We probably have lost money on community use and those types of things that we've used to, having churches rent our facilities on the weekends also gives us a lot of money that we have not had. But we've reviewed budgets and we've looked at all the the options, and we've discussed it as a group, and we've discussed it with senior staff. We appreciate his support on all that issue.
No, I appreciate that, and I think that's another good. I'm just trying to get some more information out there. Another thing I often hear, Dr. Eagle, is there's this perception that we do not have enough substitute teachers in the sub bank, or the potential to have subs brought into any levels, elementary or secondary. Do we have a current number of where we're at right now with eligible substitutes and potentially ones who are getting trained and certified with COVID procedures right now?
So, Dr. Eagle, that is something that we explored way early on, and I don't know if she has that data in front of her, but can you speak to that at least generally? Because that is a process that we went through, and we even determined which subs would be willing to come in person. Dr. Eagle?
Yes, Dr. Waltz. We currently have a little over 1,232 active subs that have completed the return to work training, and are able to accept assignments. And in terms of subs that have been fit tested for N95 mask, it's somewhere between 250 and 300. So those subs are important because they can substitute in person for our special education classes and our kindergarten classes that require an N95, because they're in the high-risk category for the Virginia Occupational Safety and Health Infectious Disease Standard.
Okay, thank you. And like I said, I'm not trying to put you on the spot and get all the data right up front. So I just wanted a general idea kind of where we're at with that, to see the possibility of bringing subs in to monitor a classroom while a teacher who might be at, keep on using the terms, an increased risk of tier 1 to support them, and for those kids who are in the room, whether it be 5 kids or something like that at the secondary level, creative solutions to potentially keep those at risk, severely at risk, tier 1, increased risk, got it, the language is all over, the increased risk tier 1 employees, to keep them as much as possible in a virtual environment. I'm happy to hear that there is flexibility. Another thing I'm hearing at the elementary level, because I know we already have elementary obviously in the building as we've been phasing in, one of the biggest things potentially, I know high school budgets are bigger, there's a little bit more ability to spend on staff, that elementary principals may not necessarily have the funds to have like a sub in the room or something like that. Let me just put it, may not have the ability so much as like a high school principal to find subs for their 7 to 10 teachers who are tier 1 increased risk. Is there a possibility, given the CARES funding, and we just talked about the great news that Dr. Waltz shared, finding resources to potentially help elementary principals have support to potentially keep those increased risk tier 1 employees in a virtual environment?
So let me just say that we do have money built into both building budgets for day-to-day subs, and then in the central office for long-term subs. And yes, we will work creatively to do whatever we have to do to make it work, but we will fund subs regardless.
Thank you. Good. Maybe, and again, Dr. Eagle, something that I'd be interested in, maybe my colleagues in the future with data, if we could have kind of an idea with the current, with the pre-K to 1 that we have, how many at increased risk tier 1 employees are currently in buildings right now. That would be helpful to know, at least from my side. I don't know about my colleagues. So. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Dr. Eagle. Thank you, your entire staff, for your support. Appreciate it.
Miss Jessie?
I think I'm going to have to apologize in advance to my colleague, Lori Williams, because she knows that I love her. But tonight, we had 70 people. We had people talking about cancer, people who were afraid because they were going to lose their jobs, people who thought they were going to be tier 1 only to find out later. And I I have this sense of casualness about it that just, I can't deal with it, to be honest with you, because we don't have enough subs. We are bringing people back who said, the doctor said they should be at virtual, but we're gonna have to put them on some accommodation. We're finding teachers who are saying that the principal said, come up with your own accommodation. You have people who have cancer at home. They have cancer. This is not, oh, by the way, I didn't get what I thought I was gonna get. And so, and then Fauquier County went virtual because they did not have the staff to run the in-person learning. So to me, it's pretty simple. We don't have enough people with our current group of students. And yet we're willing to bring in more students and just change the tier 1 status of teachers who thought they were going to be virtual and that are afraid tonight to even use their names or to have a proxy come in and speak for them. And I'm not sure we're hearing their voices. We can't have everything. We can't have a shortage of employees, but we're going to bring in more kids, but we're just going to change your status and ask you to put on a gown or put on more PPE or give you an N95 mask and hope that you're going to be happy. They're not going to be happy. Someone earlier said, oh my God, we've got 60 or 70 people on the agenda. Why? Why is because they went home. They went home during the holidays not knowing what we were going to do. And they worried the entire holiday period. And that's why you had crying tonight, because people were worried during the entire holiday period about whether or not they were going to lose their tier 1 status. And as we get to Dr. Walt's presentation later, I just want everybody on this board, not just Lori Williams, I want every one of you to put yourself in the place of these people and say, well, we're just going to have to change your tier 1 status, because we're not talking about the flu. We're not talking about a cold. We're talking about 350,000 people who have died. And Dr. Waltz, we had a wonderful conversation. I want to say up front, I really appreciate the fact that you called and talked. And we, a little bit later, we'll probably talk about that. But we can't just walk away from the fact that we have people who feel we're not listening to us. In fact, I was talking to Dr. Eagle. By the way, Dr. Eagle, I really admire your work and your sensitivity. And I said to her, and I said to Dr. Waltz, where do we go to get our reputation back? This tier 1 thing is coming. I have all these questions on tier 1, which I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer, but these are questions that people presented to me. So Dr. Eagles, just if you can't answer them, fine, but these are questions that have come to me. How many tier 1 accommodations have we received since July 2020? Do you know? Or maybe you answered it earlier and I was too emotional. I'm kind of like Justin on this thing because I'm just very emotional about it.
I'm
So if
sorry,
you
Ms.
answer the
Jessie, what was the first
How many
question?
tier 1 accommodations did you receive, or do you know?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
How many tier 1 accommodations have been received since July?
Excuse me. Excuse
I
me.
don't have data for the entire.
Chairman
Hold
Lateef,
on, Ms. McGowan.
you know, I
Division
think we are
Counsel.
getting into an area now that's best for closed session. Some of these specifics here. this is a legal topic. While we talked in generalities at the beginning, we're getting into specifics now that are more properly dealt with in closed session.
Okay, I'd like to ask another question, Mary, and you can tell me, I know you will, if it's legal or not. Are we losing employees because of their lack of accommodation? Have people resigned? How many people have resigned? Is that a question?
No, I think that's closed session material.
So we can't say that teachers have resigned because no.
Your question's a little different than that, Ms. Jessie. Really, I think the general presentation was appropriate, but I think some of the board members' questions are veering into the area that are better discussed in closed session. You can follow up on this perhaps in a closed session.
Okay, at some point, Mrs. McGowan and Dr. Waltz, you're gonna have to deal with this because it's real. We've got problems. You can deal with it in closed session, you can deal with it in open session, but you're gonna have to deal. And I can say that. So with that, I'm done.
Okay, I have one question from Williams and one question from Wall, and Ms. Jessie will take your concerns and move them into closed session possibly at the next meeting. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Lateef. Ms. Jessie, I'm fine. You know, I respect everybody's opinion. I know people up here, I heard some like gasping, but I'm good. Dr. Eagle, I just want to, I don't know. Dr. Eagle, I just want you to clarify, because I don't want anybody to get confused. I don't think that we're changing people's tier 1 statuses. Are we changing statuses? I think it's more, they are a tier 1 and then it's either a comment. Could you just clarify that a little bit? I don't want people walking away thinking.
No, I am not aware of any instances where we have changed someone's tier 1 status. If they're eligible for the accommodation, what I think maybe is happening is that the accommodation may have changed from virtual to now they may be being asked to come back in the building. So we're working with the employee to talk about all the other reasonable accommodations that I went through earlier. But when an employee is eligible, as long as they still have that underlying health condition and meet the criteria, they would still be considered tier 1. It's just the reasonable accommodation could change depending on the circumstances.
Thank you.
Ms. Wall.
All right, my question, I have a couple of questions, but my first question relates to the vaccine that is available and coming to citizens of our state. I suppose that vaccine access is going to be a huge discussion point in the ADA accommodations. And I am wondering, first of all, if vaccines have been a part of the conversation so far, because I know it's kind of, it's a fluid situation with the vaccines. So I guess my first question is, has the possibility of a vaccine been offered as an accommodation? And if we could speak to the effect of vaccine prioritization among our teachers. I mean, I'm assuming we're going to try to prioritize vaccines for those who are in the the in-person tier 1, and probably, what was the other category we were calling them? The at increased risk. Correct? Yeah, could you speak to that just a little bit?
In terms of whether or not the vaccination has been offered as an accommodation, no, it has not, because we are only discussing accommodations that are currently available. So, I know today the governor, I believe he did prioritize teachers and school employees as 1B, is what I've read, but we still don't have a timeline on when we'll get vaccines, so we have not offered that as an accommodation at this point.
And then do we have plans to categorize our teachers according to at increased risk, tier 1, in person? I mean, I'm assuming we're looking at that. We will probably do that.
Yeah, there's several factors that we're considering as part of the prioritization, of which certainly tier 1, having an underlying health condition being categorized as a tier 1 employee is one of those factors, as well as the risk the employee, we have the various risk levels for job functions in the division in accordance with the VOSH infectious disease standard as well as those employees that are working in person currently. So there's a variety of factors, and I don't think senior staff has agreed 100% on how they'll be prioritized, but we are working carefully on that.
Okay, thank you. That is, I mean, I feel like vaccines are really going to be important in helping us get our teachers back feeling comfortable, and also in operating functioning in our core operations. I had one other question. Let's see. So I assume at the elementary school level, it's going to be likely easier to accommodate a virtual assignment because teachers are generalists, and they also, at the elementary school in general, as opposed to the high school teachers who may be the only teacher that teaches that course, and so that makes it a lot more difficult for allowing a virtual assignment. But I just want to back what Mr. Wilk is saying about the general principle of trying to work with teachers to find those virtual assignments. I think we'd have a better understanding of this conversation in general, like with the public especially, and with teachers as well, as if we would remember that our highest priority is the education of children. It is that maintaining operations is essential to fulfilling that core function of educating children, and we look at it through that lens. We could talk a lot about teachers and their needs, and they're very essential. But if we look at it through the lens of we're trying to help children, and we've talked so much about the teachers, but the teachers are important because we need them to teach our children, and that's our most highest priority. I also, I think that is my last question, but my final comment is I do support Ms. Williams' statement that we are doing what we should be doing to comply with all of the codes and laws and regulations regarding employment of our staff during a pandemic. So I appreciate your staff and all that you're doing and working through this very difficult situation. Thank you.
Ms. Zargarpur.
Thank you. Super quick. I just want to make sure when you were talking about going through all the ADAs, you're talking about all staff. You're not talking about only teaching staff, correct? Assistants and
In terms of making reasonable accommodations?
Yeah. For right now, is that what is that number all of the staff?
You mean the 692?
Yeah.
No, that's not all staff. That's just certificated staff.
Oh, wow. Okay, so then we have assistants who would fall in that category as well then.
They're not part of the 692. They're in addition.
They're in addition.
692 is just representative of teachers, librarians, school counselors.
So this is not TAs too?
No,
Oh my,
that's separate.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Eagle.
Thank you.
Dr. Waltz.
Thank you, Chairman Lateef. And again, thank you, Dr. Eagle, for providing that information about our process. It's very important to note, as I mentioned at the last school board meeting, we would continue to monitor our situation closely. And should more indicators reach the highest levels, changes to operations could occur that could include recommendations to delay further return of students or other mitigations. Based on the information Ms. Huebner and the PWCS health team presented, at this time, we plan to move forward with the return of second and third grade as planned. However, it is necessary to delay in-person return for grades beyond third grade until fourth quarter, with the hope we see a decreasing trend in COVID-19 that lowers the overall risk by that time. As such, fourth, fifth, sixth, and ninth grades are tentatively planned for House A to return April 20th and House B to return April 21st. 7th, 8th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grades are tentatively planned for House A on April 27th and April 28th for House B. These return dates are planned to coincide to begin 2 weeks beyond the spring break, allowing for the monitoring of any increase in COVID-19 positivity that may recur as a result of spring break. Current start times will continue for all grades until the April 20th return. At that time, we would need to revert to an approximate 7:30 a.m. start time for high school. Middle schools would start at approximately 8:45, and elementary bell times will vary, with most starting between 9:45 and 10 a.m. This delay aligns to both the CDC and Virginia Department of Health and the Virginia Health Department and Virginia Department of Education guidance that recommends for schools with moderate or higher risk of transmission, specific learners should be prioritized for limited in-person instruction, including willing students with disabilities, English learners, and pre-K to third grade students. Additionally, our ability to implement all the necessary mitigations becomes more difficult at the secondary level. Specifically, the ability to cohort in a single classroom is not possible due to the academic requirements at the secondary level, requiring changing classrooms. This will increase risk in areas such as hallways and make determining close contacts or contact tracing very difficult. Lower community spread brought by vaccinations moving beyond winter and flu season will hopefully help mitigate this risk and allow us to return to secondary in person in April. I do not come to this decision lightly. As I have stated previously, my own child is a senior this year, and I feel the weight of this decision on both as a professional and also on a personal level as a parent. We all believe that in-person learning is critical for many students, and we will do everything in our control to bring students into buildings as soon as possible. We plead with our community to assist us in this effort. Do not send your child to school sick. Please wear a mask in public places. Wash your hands frequently and thoroughly, and follow health guidance when gathering with family or friends. We will continue to work closely with the health district and monitor the situation, and will provide further updates as we move forward. Thank you for your support.
Dr. Waltz, I will start off with the questions regarding your changes, your radical changes to the schedule. My first question is, there was a phone call with Superintendent Lane yesterday morning with all superintendents across the state. Did Superintendent Lane give you any indication that you ought to do this?
So we are restricted from discussing that conversation because it was embargoed.
My understanding from VDOE guidance that's been issued, and even Governor Northam today in his press conference said we need to get children back in school and in person, and he pushed for that, and he said that as we make recommendations for delays, we shouldn't do them by the quarters. We should be doing them by weeks or days. Have you been told you should be doing this by quarters? Is this a recommendation
coming?
coming?
Stated, and again, I don't want to go into too much detail because it is embargoed, but the point that was made that we shouldn't be doing it by semesters.
Okay, I'll double check that. My understanding, VDOE issued guidance on quarters in large chunks. And they said by weeks or months, by weeks rather, is what you should be doing. If you're halting, like some of the recommendations came out, if you're slowing down or halting, you should do it just by a week or a couple weeks.
Well, I think to put this in a different kind of a context, if you look at the last, if you look at the data right before we went out on break, we have only 12 divisions in person in the whole state, including a few places where they had no COVID or very little COVID activity. Partial in person is 39 divisions. All hybrid is 28 divisions. Partial hybrid is 10 divisions. and fully remote is 43 divisions. Well, the numbers that are fully remote have gone up significantly. I just don't have them at my fingertips. So when you compare us to many of the other Virginia districts, the fact that we're even bringing in children at all right now is significant.
Understood.
Let alone bringing in additional ones, which we have planned to do in a week.
No, I understand, but I understand your principles and your folks have prepared for our plan for, February, first day of third quarter for middle and high. And my question would be, how can you come to this decision so far in April, meaning we're leaving the students with basically 5 to 6 weeks of school, when you don't have your new survey data, which just went out yesterday, the survey, so we'll know the updated numbers on who's returning, so we'll better know the volume of students moving in and out. And second, so answer that first, and then I'll ask the second part of that question. How can you make this decision without having the survey data?
Well, because I consider many things that I've gone through with several times. We even put out a special edition of the Scoop that talked about all the mitigation considerations we consider. So it doesn't rely on having to wait for the survey data. And finally, I would say that just as you received tonight, you received a slide. It looks like this is one of the old ones, but you get this every 2 weeks like clockwork from the Virginia Department of Education, Virginia Health Department guidance in cooperation with the CDC, which in the area that we're in, moderate or high risk, states on there, in schools with moderate or higher risk of transmission, specific learners should be prioritized for limited in-person instruction, including willing students with disabilities, English learners, and pre-K to third grade students. All other students should be served remotely. Fully remote options should be available to all.
The background documents, though, on that sheet that the CDC refers to says it ultimately, and I've read this to the board numerous times at these meetings, that it ultimately depends on our ability to mitigate. And if you can mitigate successfully, you could go in even at the highest criteria. Now, April 27th is 3 months away from now. 3 months behind us, the numbers were radically different. One could potentially say, let's look at March 1 as a possible entrance date. Those numbers may be better. We may have vaccinated folks. So the second question I have is, so if we can get the vaccines, as the governor pointed out in today's press conference, started in January and February, we could potentially have teachers vaccinated, at least our in-person folks, our tier ones, potentially, if we do this well and correctly and right, by even the end of February, we could theoretically go in person March. So my question is, why would you box yourself into a date so far off in the future when we have, as a division, have been preparing for third quarter?
Well, what we had no idea of preparing for was the skyrocketing community transmission on top of everything else. And again, in the places where we are on the chart that I explained, and with all the other considerations, which I'm happy to go through, all those that are part of factoring the decision, the least of which is the fact that you have this community spread, and then you have the students at secondary changing classes every hour to hour and a half. And to try to think that we've got that kind of community spread and that's not going to somehow cross into the school doors and be transmitted. And then we have the increased mutation of the virus, which has a lot of concern. As of yesterday, it was in 4 states. We don't know too much about that. We know that England the UK has closed their schools because it's sweeping through them. So there's many things, but the other thing is the rollout of the vaccines. We don't have any vaccinations going on in our schools so far. And even when we do, it's 2 vaccines so far. And then you have to have the period of time in between the vaccines.
Correct.
And-
As the governor pointed out,
People aren't
hopefully
gonna be
end of
vaccinated by
January,
then.
3 weeks, end of February, you wait a week or two to get it going. That, understood. But the data on schools being opened at worse health metrics than we have had in Georgia, Texas, Florida since September 8th addresses your cohort concerns. And this is not something we're trying brand new on February 1. This is something that school divisions around the nation have been doing and around the world seemingly successfully and have found a way. But are you telling me you do not believe we can do it and our principals can do it? I mean, you told us in October or November our principals were not ready. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. Are you telling me we're in that same point now?
Well, what I'm telling you is that in a previous presentation, we explained everything that was involved with changing middle and high school. The schedules have to be changed. It will involve teacher changes. It will involve time changes. It will involve the busing schedule changes. And that's extremely difficult and if not impossible to do in the middle of a quarter.
So the preparation for the pandemic has been difficult, almost impossible for families to adjust. It's been difficult on our students to adjust. It's been difficult on parents and teachers to adjust. We've had, at your recommendation, we're keeping students out over 1 year from school, and you're saying we cannot find a solution to the challenges of doing this in the middle of a quarter. And so I will wrap up my questions and ask the board members as they go through, and if they have any questions, to let me know what they think about, rather than such a distant date, considering something maybe in March, so that we're not boxed ourselves in. We've not closed out the option. I recognize, other school districts have not done that so far. And by the way, I do appreciate all the work we've done on absolutely prioritizing and continuing to prioritize pre-K through 3. That is critical. And in our special ed, which for most folks should know, that's not really a hybrid on special ed. It's 4 days in on every day since September 8th. So I will ask the board members to weigh in on their thoughts as well on whether March 1 or March, or not boxing ourselves in with the potential that if the vaccination comes through, that maybe we can move in March. So maybe we come back here in 2 weeks and we reassess, but not to go with this schedule you put out there. Consider March. So I'd like to hear what the other board members say on that. And I'll start with Mr. Wilk. Wow.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Just a couple concerns. One thing you and I talked about, looking at this guideline, if the VDOE, VDH, the chart that you showed to Dr. Lateef a few minutes ago, if the numbers started improving, we're talking about the dramatic change that would have to happen at a secondary level. What about the 4th and 5th graders? Could they be brought in sooner? I mean, I think the biggest gap that's happening is at the elementary level, at the need for in-person learning. So is there a possibility, instead of, again, like, I don't know, Dr. Lateef said, boxing out dates, is there a possibility of, having those kids potentially come in sooner if the numbers and, the vaccinations, as Dr. Lateef was alluding to, if those kids could potentially come back? Because that's not going to totally, I guess, completely readjust the scheduling and change the times and stuff like that. That would just continue the elementary phase-in, correct?
So yes, you are correct. And as I have stated with all of these plans, we can come back and revisit. I wouldn't see us revisiting this in 2 weeks, because there's no way in the world that we'll have a good sense of this in 2 weeks. Now, we can put it on the agenda in 2 weeks and have 150 people come and speak. But the point is that you made, that the 4th and 5th grade, that doesn't involve huge scheduling changes. So yes, we could look at bringing those in earlier.
I would
It
agree. I think,
also wouldn't involve changing the entire bus schedule.
Uh-huh.
It would be a limited number of 2 runs with some elementary schools.
okay, so let me ask you a couple other concerns, quite a few. But I'm looking at, at the secondary level, our level 2 special ed and our level 2 ESOL students, as Dr. Lateef said, could be out of school for a year under this plan. Do we have something planned or something that the team is working on? So instead of that one day, you mentioned the tutoring potentially on a Monday, do we have more opportunities potentially for those students to come in, whether it be a tutor in a room where they're spaced out for families who may want this, some more opportunity for those students at that, disability level or language barrier to have some additional support if we're going to potentially keep secondary students out if we don't revisit it down the road and look at March. Is that an opportunity to provide additional support other than, a Monday session for tutoring?
Yes, so another thing that we're considering is after-hour stipends for tutoring virtually or in person for those teachers volunteering to do that, and also providing at least some limited transportation. We've also not restricted principals. We have some students that since we first started going in with the vulnerable students who over time and using the IEP process, and then we have a process for second language learners, have added students over time. So there's nothing precluding them from doing that. And let me just mention one other thing about the amount of time. So when the repeated comment, Dr. Lateef, that you said you're keeping them out for a year. Well, it wasn't just me keeping them out. So I just want that to be clear, that the governor closed the schools and the school board was in complete support of that before it was even announced. So I'm talking about back in March. So let's talk about 3 weeks that we could look at. One of the reasons that I have them coming back 2 weeks after spring break is because the third quarter ends the Friday before spring break. All right. We know that we had students at multiple high schools who went to the beach, got COVID over the summer, but luckily it didn't affect the school division because we didn't have schools in session. I have every reason to believe that there will be a lot of mingling and spring break trips during spring break, as we have seen happen in Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's. So what I did was to build in 2 weeks instead of bringing those secondary students back, to make sure that all of that was hopefully that we would know that it was under control. So again, the board could look at starting that fourth quarter on the Monday following spring break. But what I would ask the board is, I feel many times that I get mixed messages from the board. First, it's the board's decision. Then it's my decision. Then the board needs to come back and look at it. So what I would ask is, if you want to consider doing something different with fourth and fifth, and also with the fourth quarter, is that you would vote on those things tonight. Vote to override the plan and put those, you could put both of those, you could change those dates for the fourth and fifth graders. And also you could move everyone else back 2 weeks if that's the board's recommendation. I've got my recommendation in front of you.
I don't know if you were addressing me or Dr. Lateef, so let me, I'm just asking questions, Dr. Waltz, and I just wanted to know, like you said, the plan potentially in your mind could change if things got better. Am I mischaracterizing what you're saying? This is currently the plan, but if the numbers do improve, that potentially this could be revisited, or I just want to clarify. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you saying that if the numbers change, Mr. Wilk is asking if we go with your recommendation and the numbers say dramatically change in the next 2 weeks, you're going to bring middle and high school back sooner?
No, I'm saying if the numbers were to change and things were to get better in 2 weeks, we could relook at the 4th and 5th grade for starters.
So, okay, let me ask you this, Dr. Waltz. What would need to occur in your mind to bring back secondary students sooner? Let's just say even phasing in a 6th grade class. I mean, we have these large middle school buildings that are completely, well, not completely, we do have some level 1s in there. We have these buildings where potentially we could phase in a 6th grade class or a 9th grade class at the high school. Is that something potentially, again, not in 2 weeks if the numbers miraculously get better, but if we start seeing the trend and the numbers do get better, is that something potentially to be considered? Or I guess, are you pretty much locked in, really, no matter, in a sense, again, I'm thinking a hypothetical, if the numbers get much better right now, the VDOE and the VDH chart says it's not, but if things do get better, could secondary be revisited?
Well, again, the difficulty with secondary, we could revisit the return after spring break. We could move that up 2 weeks if the board voted to overturn my recommendation. But the fact remains, the scheduling that would be required at middle school and high school, not just classes, teachers, start times, end times, the whole school day will change, which means the whole school day will change for those who are virtual as well. So instead of being in front of a computer the time we have now, I mean, essentially, you've got to build in all the lunch breaks and all of that kind of thing. And because we're doing the learning, the dual learning in person and virtual, that would mean everybody would have to move to that expanded schedule. And then when we bring in the secondary kids, we would have to change the school start times, and we would also have to change the whole bus schedule. I think it will be very chaotic, and disruptive. And yes, I believe that we can do quite a bit with this money to bring at least some kids back in different ways in person for additional assistance, especially those that really need it, either because of their grades or because they feel that they're having a difficult time.
No, I appreciate that, and I know I'm asking a lot of questions. I'm almost done. So yeah, Dr. Waltz, that's what I was going to say is, we're hearing often that there are secondary students that are struggling. I like the one-day Monday session, but like you said, could there be multiple sessions if you said that stipend or opportunities for who may want to do after-school sessions in person at the high schools at a designated, again, socially safe and distance and all that stuff. But for students who might be struggling, that it's not working virtually, to have that support system that they can go to in person to get some support in their various subject areas and such. I mean, because I'm thinking we have athletics happening. So for those kids who may need that in-person support, can there be more options for them versus just a Monday kind of tutoring session?
So again, I will answer the question the same way, yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's good to know. I think we already talked about level 2s. We talked about support, change, good. I think I'm good for now. Thank you, Dr. Waltz. I appreciate
You're
your
welcome.
responses.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I've been pretty consistent in saying that, if it were up to me, I'd have everyone learn 100% virtually, and that's where I started, and that's still pretty much where I sit. My position has changed in the sense that I understand and have learned, become to learn more about and understand the necessity of having certain students in a building because there is no option for them to learn at home. And, I also really praise you, Dr. Waltz, for the considerations you've made for students outside of those boxes, the additional supports you've put in place, the expansion of having students come in who have to have learning hours for their CTE to be able to graduate. Some of the things you mentioned this evening, expanding tutoring. I personally, again, would prefer to keep as many students as we possibly can out of the building for as long as we possibly can until we have a better situation and handle on COVID. I know that doesn't make any. I know that doesn't make a lot of people happy, and a lot of people disagree with me, and that's fine. I don't think there's one size solution that fits this problem. I'd rather continue to wait than to add more students, but I understand it as a delicate balance between what the state is asking us, what we know in academic, in the field of academics on who needs to learn what when. So at this time, as long as I am willing to agree with this plan, because I think that you remain open-minded, and please correct me if I'm putting words in your mouth, remain open-minded at using creative opportunities to continue to educate our students as they need to be. I mean, I think you just made it pretty clear in saying that if we could bring students in, if teachers want to volunteer for after hours, or, we're continuing to use creative solutions to help our most neediest students. And I think that's very admirable. I just want people to understand too, it's very painful for some of us to hear things like our kids have been out of school for a year, because they've been out of a building for a year, but our kids have not stopped learning for a year. And I think we do a great disservice to the people who spend a lot of time teaching our children and educating our children when we say things like they've just been out of school, because it takes away from all of the work and on both the teacher side and the student side on what they have been doing. I know there's a lot of concerns about SOLs and a lot of concerns about, standardized state testing or standardized testing, College Board testing that hasn't been changed. And I think the more we interrupt our students' day in our schedule, I think the more disservice we also do to them and their learning and their ability to learn. So I think we should carefully consider that when we think about, accelerating putting students in. I also think that you make a very good point when you talk about the challenging schedules and the bus schedules. I mean, even now I received an email from a couple parents this week about, well, if my student goes in as a third grader, I know what time that the bus will be here to pick them up. What time do they get home? And parents just now understanding your elementary school may have gotten home at 3:30, but now they may be getting home at 5:30, just because we have a limited number of buses. We were already in a bus driver shortage before we got to this point. Now we have less. Or, we have to make double runs because we can only fit so many kids on a bus. And I'm not saying these things as excuses to advocate not putting more kids in a building. I believe everyone has a right to feel how they feel. I'm not negating that at all. I just think that there's a lot of things that we don't talk about when it comes to scheduling and how some of the things that make us wonderful pre-pandemic make us much more complicated post-pandemic. So I just want people to consider that. I know April seems like a long time away, but I also know government and large systems move slow. I would love if we had a vaccine and had our staff vaccinated by the end of February. I think that's way more hopeful than I am at this point in time on the timeline for getting people vaccinated. I just don't see it happening. So I think this is a very wise decision at this point in time. I like the fact that you built in a break after spring break, because as we see right now, that time is needed. That's exactly where we are now. We just came back from Christmas break. We're still seeing the results from Thanksgiving break. I just think it's very smart. So I appreciate this plan, and I appreciate your willingness to, make considerations as needed. I think even your chart said that you just put up that lovely graphic we're used to seeing. There's a note on the bottom that says subject to change. I think that in itself speaks volumes. So thank you.
Ms. Zargarpur.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. It's very late, and I know we are all very tired. If we were to talk about April as a date to start secondary, and we have schedule changes, we're changing them for the less than the last quarter at this point, right? So could we just go ahead as if we're on schedule and make those scheduling changes for the second half of the year? Does that make sense? So I know it's late.
I just think it would be extremely disruptive.
Well, it's going to be disruptive anyway,
Say
right?
make those changes now. In other words, school would start at 7:30 for high schoolers.
No. I think I understand that a piece of this is also that whenever we get to wherever they're going in, there's going to be changes because of some are all virtual, some are going in, and there will be teacher changes, right?
Yes, there'll be teacher changes, schedule changes, bus schedule changes. Yes.
Okay, so why not just go ahead and do it at that semester when we start the third quarter and you're ready to go, and then we can have that option to talk about maybe pushing the date to into March if the numbers were going down. Does that part make sense? So we're ending the second quarter, and then right. Okay, so this. All right, I'll just tell you, as a teacher, I thought I was going to work next week, right? And or in 2 weeks, and I was supposed to get whole new classes, and they were going to do it 3 weeks before the end of the quarter. And I'm going, I don't know who these children are. So what I'm trying to say is, as a teacher, or even as a parent, if you're going to be making a change in the fourth quarter, then for going back in, and you're going to end up changing teachers, why not just do it at the end of that second quarter, going into third quarter? So then the change is already made, and then that's one less thing. Does that make sense? Yeah, I know it's 1:30, nothing makes sense.
Because we don't know how all those tier 1 mitigations, we have almost 700 certified staff with those mitigations. That's what will drive a lot of the classroom changes. So to start predicting all of that now, plus with the vaccination, I mean, we may not have near the class changes and teacher changes if that is all taken care of by the time they come back. I just think if you want chaos, let's start that whole process now. If you think people are upset now, it's going to be 10 times worse.
But we were going to do that anyway. Yeah. No, okay, never mind. I need to think.
Let me see the screen, Mr. Stevens, please. Ms. Jackson.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Waltz, for taking the time to talk to me the other day and listen to my concerns. I understand that 4th through 12th grade have different needs which impact mitigation, and that numbers are considerably high, and we must make database decisions. I know that we cannot cohort middle and high school students, and that scheduling needs impact grades differently. And I know that less students in the buildings, with the metrics being this high, is arguably the more responsible course at this present time. I know that you guys, the staff, Prince staff, has access to operational data and knowledge from meeting with the health department that I don't have, and it is part of my job as the board member to seek the advice of you, the education professional. However, that being said, I am concerned about the timetable and the impact on our youth and waiting until 2 weeks after spring break. But what I'm hearing you say is that you're going to think outside the box and come up with solutions to revisit bringing in, 5th through 4th and 5th graders, and maybe possibly earlier. So that timetable for them, it will be possibly shorter, and that we will continue to evaluate the high school. When evaluating and thinking outside the box, there's a specific.
Ms. Jackson, just one sec. Just to be clear, because I think everyone's getting confused. There will be no, on Dr. Waltz's current plan, there's no reevaluating the high school. The only thing he's said he would reconsider is 4th and 5th, possibly if metrics change. And then if the board chose to start middle and high school the first day back from spring break rather than waiting another 2 weeks. But there's no reevaluating. So there's no reevaluating on high school.
Yes, but he's reevaluating in terms of thinking outside the box.
Right,
Correct?
in terms of providing additional support, virtual and in-person on Mondays, again, with teachers who want to do it. We would be asking for teachers. There are actually some teachers who would be interested in doing this for additional compensation. You can't compensate a contracted employee during the regular school day. So, you know, there are some ways that we could do certain things on Monday, but we might have to have them give up a planning period and pay them a stipend for that, which we sometimes do. We offer that to teachers when we need to break out another class, and we almost always are successful at being able to do that, especially at the high school level. And then we would look at after school, in-person and virtual, which we can pay a stipend or have compensation. And again, let's recall what I said earlier tonight, we're getting several $1 million more. Well, prior to recently, we weren't getting that money. So that's a tremendous help as well.
Okay, so one of the subgroups I'm worried about, Dr. Waltz, with this delay, and again, I am concerned about the delay, is the AP students that have to take the AP classes and the workload for high school. And you're saying that tonight we have to make the decision on whether or not we accept this timetable, and we cannot wait for 2 weeks to evaluate where we'll be with immunizations and everything. Like, everything is set in stone. We have to decide tonight in terms of the timetable.
Well, especially regarding this middle and high school, because there's no possible way we can schedule reschedule. The counselors are, you know, they're very concerned now because originally they wanted to do the rescheduling before the winter holiday. So this is very, very, very time intensive.
Okay, so then I guess my other question would be, you're waiting 2 weeks for them to return from spring break, but we did not delay the second and third grade for 2 weeks after winter break. And I'm just asking for the reasoning behind that.
Sure. So the reasoning behind that is, again, we're able to cohort those students. The average teacher in the elementary has, 25, 26, 28 students. We have some of them on all virtual, and then the remaining students are split in half. So we're able to cohort those students, basically keeping them all together for the entire day, with some exception. I mean, occasionally somebody has an additional special ed service where a provider comes in or they go to another part of the building. But you're able to basically really keep the lid on how the kids are moving around. And again, of those 17 school visits that I've done so far this year, most of them have been at the elementary. And I did that on purpose because we're bringing so many, the majority of the kids that we're bringing back were at elementary. And I wanted to see with my own eyes and hear from the people with boots on the ground in those classrooms and schools how this was working. So I believe that our mitigations for that young age and the CDC and Virginia Health Department guidance, that basically, if you go on the CDC website under schools, it says even if there's high transmission, that those early learners pre-K to third, if you can mitigate, which I believe that we can. So I have no reason to believe that we can't do the same thing after spring break. What I'm concerned about is you're going to have a repeat of the same thing of tonight if we bring the middle and high school kids back. Not saying we can't do it 2 weeks earlier, but I just definitely would want you to be prepared because I see the exact same concerns from teachers.
Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to listen to the rest of the board members talk. I still remain concerned about the timetable and the impact on social and emotional health, but I am still, processing what everybody's saying. So thank you for now.
Ms. Ralston?
No comment.
Great. Ms. Jessie?
Hi, is my, okay. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Waltz for the phone call. I think we had a great conversation. You know my concerns. You know, I'm from the South, and there's an expression called wait until the dust settles. And there are certain parts of this where the dust is already settled as far as I'm concerned. And the dust is already settled that we have a 20% positivity rate. We have tier 1 problems, we have substitute problems. So the part of the plan that I would like to have considered, I don't know if we need to vote on it. I would like to bring those second and third graders back, but give it a couple of weeks to wait for the dust to settle to see what's going to happen with this virus. Because I think that it's a lot. I think the teachers will think, my goodness, we came to you, we told you that we're afraid, we told you that we've got, but I think 2 weeks would give us a little bit of time to see where this virus is going to go and give them some peace of mind that we realize that we're the only ones in many instances, but we got a 20% rate of infection. Now, waiting for the dust to settle, part 2, which I'm sure the rest of the board members are going to be shocked. And I think you and I discussed it. I think waiting until the last quarter to bring seniors, these kids back, the last quarter is like, I remember the last quarter. And perhaps for seniors it will be good. I just think that the dust settlement that I think you need to look at is the COVID rate, because we don't know what it's going to be. I also think that we should look at the vaccine to see if that has made, and so somewhere in this plan you said you would look at other factors. I just think keeping these kids out, if we can avoid keeping these kids out for until the last quarter, I think we need to make efforts. But I agree that we shouldn't bring them back in. Hopefully COVID will have had its course and they can go to the beach and not be infected. But you know they're going to the beach. And you know they're going to come back, because we deal with teenagers in this house, and they're not going to tell you that they have COVID. And the other factor is our high schools are so large. I think what you do for high schools here is so totally different, because our high schools are huge. Kids going up and down the hallway. I can't envision them not touching each other for various reasons, wanting to say hi to their friends. I just think this high school and middle school, especially at the high school level, it frightens me. But somewhere there's got to be a Goldilocks place where I think you look at the science, and I think to lock ourselves into that last quarter is going to be upsetting to parents and upsetting to students. And to be honest with you, my daughter deals with some of these teenagers who say they love being home and they don't have to get up until 9 to 10 o'clock. And I think when spring break comes, I don't think you're going to have anybody in school anyway if you wait till the last quarter. So I don't want to necessarily have a vote, but I would like for you to consider delaying the second, third with this COVID rate and the tier 1 considerations for a couple of weeks, if that's possible. And to all the teachers, I didn't respond to all your emails because I just want you to talk tonight. You know where I stand. But at the end of the day, it's about kids and learning, but kids don't learn without you. So those are my comments. Thank you. And again, thank you for giving me the call. I appreciated it.
Ms. Wall?
Okay, well, I have a lot of thoughts right now. I'm going to just start at the personal level. I have 2 high schoolers. I have a 10th grader and a 12th grader. I have a 20-year-old who is a distant or just recently graduated in 2018. I'm saying right now we have an immediate crisis here, and we have a long-term crisis that if we adopt a really slow plan like this, we are just making our long-term crisis worse. From my personal standpoint, this is way too late for the high school students. I also have a senior. I'm not okay with this. I am not okay at all with saying, okay, 1 or 2 days before May, you can go back to your school. Guess what? May is AP testing season. It's I'm out of here season. The argument will be in April, what is the point of bringing kids in for 6 or 7 weeks? And especially for our seniors and our juniors too, the last week or 2 of school is it's a non-school event. So what again will be the argument? Well, why should we change classes? Why should we change buses? Why should we have kids get up at 7:30 in the morning for the last 6 weeks of school? I mean, if we're gonna adopt this plan now, we should just say, forget it, we're not bringing kids back at all. That's how I think the public is gonna look at this, especially for our high schoolers and especially for our seniors. We should just hand them a diploma and say goodbye. And you know, I'm obviously emotional about this a little bit because I have kids that are these ages, and I hear what they say, I hear what their friends say. For kids who want to be virtual, fine, it's working great. But there are at least 50% of the kids who want the option of going back to school. And even if it is 2 days a week, and even if there are only 5 kids in their class. So the immediate crisis we have, which we're trying to solve, and the long-term crisis, and if we don't handle the immediate crisis well, we're going to make a bigger long-term crisis for ourselves. We saw that data. We saw what those kids were saying. They were not quite sure they were going to be successful. They were struggling with feeling isolated. They were feeling that they were not capable of managing their time and their efforts in their high school classes. That was significant. That data was really significant. We were looking at close to 50% of the kids were like, I'm not sure I can be successful. So these are some of my other thoughts from the CDC's website, application and interpretation of indicators. It says that, and I quote, if, after applying the core indicators described in the table below, a school is at medium, higher, or highest risk of transmission, it does not, and that's in bold, mean that the school cannot reopen for in-person learning, but that the risk of introduction and subsequent transmission of SARS-CoV-2 is higher, and the school should consider alternative learning models such as a mix of in-person and virtual learning, also known as hybrid learning, or virtual only. So we can consider virtual only, where we are right now in kind of a higher or highest risk of transmission. I suppose we're in higher, I suppose. But we can also, per CDC, consider a mix of in-person and virtual learning. It is not inappropriate. That graphic that has that middle section that we've highlighted that says we should prioritize we should prioritize special ed pre-K through 3, that is not definitive. That is not law. That is not set in stone. We can consider hybrid even in that phase 2. We shouldn't give that more weight than it really has. So my other criticism of this idea or this plan is this argument about the scheduling. So I remember what October was like when we were looking at that November 10th deadline. Our original vote was, okay, let's go back to the summer. Let's go back to the summer when we were saying, let's open. And then it became, oh no, we have so much we have to plan. There's just too much to plan. Let's start virtual and then we'll move in to hybrid instruction. So then October came around and it was like, we've got too much to do. This is too hard, too many changes. Let's just not do the November 10th. Let's push it off until February 1st. Here we are in January and we have the same excuse. There's bus changes, teacher changes, schedule changes. Guess what? This has been the issue all along from the very beginning. I am not accepting this excuse anymore. We need to make those changes now or else never. I mean, halfway through the year is probably our last point at which we can reasonably make this change and not have the entire Prince William County parent community completely, not entire, maybe 50% just completely, thinking we're crazy. So, the changes with the bus schedules, we can do that. There's no excuse for why we can't do that. I don't understand why lots and lots of teachers would change. I have been told that there may be some few teacher changes, but it's not that, this would be out of the ordinary. My first preference would be that we hold with the plan, we keep the plan, we put the brakes on it if needed because it's still a future plan. We're still looking a month into the future to bring back high school, a lot of our secondary students. Then if we need to close a class or close a building, then we do that. If we get too many buildings that are closed, then we look at saying, all right, let's go back to, maybe we just have K through 3 and special ed. That would be my preference. I think that's doable. I think that we owe that to try. We owe our students that we could try to do that. That being said, I recognize that I may be on one side of this spectrum of opinions, and so I would consider March 1st. I would consider bringing 4th and 5th in. I would consider bringing 4th, 5th, 6th, and 9th in because we have a 6th grade class, the only kids in the building. We have 9th graders, the only kids in the building. I would consider that. I would consider anything that prioritizes children and their needs. We have done everything we can to prioritize the needs of the teachers, and I understand all of the conversations we've had tonight, which have been excellent. And we have, a lot of people working on solving those problems. I just believe we should be problem solvers and not be afraid to tackle the problems, Dr. Waltz. So I'm just laying it out how I think about this. I think, Governor Northam, President-elect Biden, they're on this side too. President-elect Biden has said, I want you guys to, let's get some schools open. It's fundamental to getting our economy going, to getting families back on their feet, to getting our society back on its feet. So those are my thoughts on this. So yeah, I would be interested in an earlier date.
So in response, let me just say a couple of brief things. I, with all due respect, I take great offense to the same old excuses back in October. Things aren't the same as in October. We didn't have a 20% community spread rate back in October or anything close to it. And it's nobody's fault, not the teachers, the parents, the families, the kids, that people aren't following these mitigation strategies and that what they're predicting is getting worse. And then we have this mutation of the virus that is concerning. I also want to make mention that this was before the community spread and before schools started going back to all virtual. This is pre-winter holiday. These were the stats that were shared. The DC Metro superintendents from Maryland and the big districts in Virginia and Washington, DC, met with Dr. Dan Domenech, who is the head of the American Association of School Administrators. Before any of these surges, before schools some of them started closing back down, 51% of American schools were on full remote. 33 were in person and 18% were hybrid. So if you make the argument, well, wow, what about the 33% in person? The average school division is around 3,000 to 4,000 students. We're the 35th largest. So if you look at those average divisions with much smaller high schools and you have a 50-50 plan and you have some kids in a high school of 500 that do all virtual and then the others are split on every other day, we will have 500 students in Battlefield with the current 50-50 model because our schools are so large.
Dr. Waltz, I want to clarify. I wasn't saying by excuses, I wasn't referring to the data on, sorry, it's very late. The data on transmission or prevalence of COVID in our schools or in our communities. I was referring to the excuses of, well, then we would have to change the bus schedule, then we might have to change teachers' schedules, then we might have to revert to the time change of 7:30 for high school students, which I get. Everybody loves that later time. I love it too. So that's what I mean, is that those reasons are not reasons in my mind.
Those
because
reasons haven't changed any. You still doing it outside of the quarters, changing all the grade books. That's very difficult work. I'm sorry you see it as an excuse.
Well, Dr. Waltz, let us be clear, crystal clear, because Ms. Argapur pointed this out earlier. Doing the start date for high school 2 weeks after spring break on your plan is in the middle of a quarter. That is no different than doing it in the middle of third quarter. The same exact struggles, challenges you will face in disruptions with bus schedule, teacher schedules, you will face in the second week of the fourth quarter, which is what you are advocating. That is no different than the second week of the third quarter.
Well, it's completely different because hopefully we will have thousands of people vaccinated and low numbers and the teachers prepared to come in because they've been vaccinated.
That's different,
And all
Dr. Waltz.
other
What Ms. Wall had pointed out is the idea of the bus, the schedule changes. We're not talking about the vaccinations. We're just talking about you're continuing to say the disruption of doing something in a middle of a quarter is your guiding reason for why you chose not to sort of move us to middle of third quarter. Like, one could make the argument, why not start like March 1st or March 7th and the disruptions happening sort of in the middle of the third quarter. We might have better metrics by then because that'll be 2 months from now. We might have a vaccination situation. We might be at a metric level than we were in October when we voted on the plan to go back in February. So that's what I think Ms. Argapur was trying to point out. And I think what Ms. Wall is pointing out, that the scheduling changes are exactly the same. The disruption to the student's schedule is exactly the same. The bus schedule changes are exactly the same. The same challenges and problems and difficulties we're going to face, we will face in the middle of the third quarter or the middle of the fourth quarter, which is what you're advocating. And I think that's what the board is trying to sort of understand with you, or try to make you understand that it's the same thing.
Well, I don't believe it's the same thing, and there are many, many factors that play into this, but we can debate this for the rest of the night. The fact is I've presented a plan. You voted to have me be able to make changes as I saw necessary. I've done that. And if you want to change the plan, I would ask Mary to weigh in on how that's done, but you certainly don't have to debate me if you want to make a different plan.
Understood. And to also add a little bit of context on this idea of mixed messaging, we voted on this. In agenda planning, we talked about this in December, that, well, look, it wouldn't be unreasonable if there was a slowdown or a halt or a pause, similar to some other school divisions. What you're offering is radically different than what one would have expected, and different than what we're doing elsewhere or other divisions. Now, we are also doing second and third grade, and we are doing all of that. I commend you. That is absolutely incredible. And don't get me wrong on that. This is, like I said at the onset of this meeting, this is going to be challenging. But I want to be clear that there's no mixed messaging here. This board we gave you that authority, and that's the way it worked. Ultimately, if you offered some change that was dramatically different than what the board would expect within the context of that authority, the board may have a different idea. So let me just, if I can, there's no point in taking another vote unless I have an idea of if the board members are willing to support, so Dr. Waltz has given us one thing where he said, look, I'd be willing to consider bringing in fourth and fifth sooner as metrics change, and that's something that he would be fluid and flexible on. And he's fluid and flexible on the start date for the students coming back from spring break if the board so desired to begin it on the first day of fourth quarter. That's something Dr. Waltz has mentioned earlier as something where he feels that he's flexible, and he mentioned that to all of us on the phone. I'm asking the board, maybe you can do it as a show of hands, just to say, is it worth taking a vote? And Mary, you can tell me if I'm doing something wrong. I mean, I'm just saying, is it worth taking a vote on considering the idea that we don't make this decision to April 28th for a few more weeks? Meaning we say, okay, let's just push back that February 1 or 7 start day for the secondary schools to March 1 or 7 and just move it back 1 month. And over the next few weeks, as we evaluate what's happening, vaccines, metrics changing, we may say, okay, Dr. Waltz, go to that April 28th, 27th schedule, or we may say, look, we think we can pull this off before spring break starts. Is that something the board would be willing to consider?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Before you go down that road, let me, just the point of order here. So the superintendent had authority to make the plan from a previous motion. He's proposed a plan. If there's a feeling on the board that you want to alter his plan, you'd have to make a motion to do so. But before you could do that, you have to have a 2/3 majority vote to change this information agenda item to an action item under your policy.
No, and I saw that, Mary, and I thought I had made it clear, and it's my fault on that this item was always supposed to be for action because of the anticipation that there would be possible change at any given moment. So I don't know why that happened, but fine, we could do that. That's we could try that.
So you need 6 votes to even decide whether or not to turn this into an action item. That might alter your
Okay, so
your
let me
straw
go
poll here.
quickly through.
Dr. Lateef,
Yes, Ms.
Dr.
Jessie.
Lateef, I asked for a small modification, which is just 2 weeks for second and third graders with this 20% positivity rate.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. What do you mean by 2 weeks?
I would
Delaying
like for
2
them
weeks?
to-
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because they're just coming back from the New Year's Eve, and we've heard them say there was a surge, and I'm just asking for them to delay the second and third graders coming in. I'm not saying not to bring them in, but I'm just asking him if he's willing to delay it for a couple of weeks. I don't know if we need to have a full vote on it. I'm not sure, but I would like to have him consider that. Dr. Waltz, could you consider that?
That's a question for you, Dr. Waltz.
You're mute, Dr. Waltz.
Is his mute button off? His mute button is on, I think.
Not
No?
on, though. We
No,
can't hear you.
Not on. Dr. Waltz, do you have another hearing device connected into your computer? Something that maybe got plugged in that you can unplug? No. Oh, hold on. Let me mute you and then we'll unmute you. All right, go ahead and unmute Dr. Waltz. No, I'm not sure what happened.
Did we lose Dr. Waltz?
that better?
Yeah, now we got you. Thank you.
And Jason, please try to reconnect with Adele Jackson. She seems to have fallen off.
Dr. Waltz, did you hear my question?
Yes. So again, I'm willing to do whatever is the board is directing me to do.
My question is, I'm not sure I really need a vote on that, but I would like for you to consider, with the metrics being what they are and New Year's Eve coming up with a surge, just delay it for a couple of weeks and give it some time to, you said you would look at things. And so honestly, to be honest with you, I'm trusting you to say that you're going to look at things that you've heard us and you've heard our concerns and that you'll consider. I think to vote against the entire plan is, I don't know. But I would just like you to consider that, because I think it would help in our relationship with teachers, and it would give them some time to kind of adjust to this surge thing and see if it's really going to be what we think it's going to be. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Williams.
So a couple things. I'll just start with, I don't think anybody in this, well, the majority of people are always very concerned when we make decisions at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't necessarily think that this is I don't think this is a good idea. I think it's setting a bad precedent. We as a board made this decision because we waited till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to give the authority to the superintendent to make these kinds of decisions on our behalf. One of the reasons for me, I thought that that was a smart move is because we're not involved in the day-to-day operations. As I said earlier, I don't think that this is something that makes truly the majority of people happy. I mean, I of course don't want my child to be in the building. He will be in school. He will be doing school virtually all year long. But I have plenty of friends who have kids, high schoolers, and various other grade levels that can't wait for their children to go back in school. So I hear it on both sides. This is not an issue that's going to be a right or wrong. I will say that we have not followed any other division. It's convenient for us to throw it out there. Well, this division's doing this division's doing it when we don't like what we're hearing. But we forget often that we are one of the only divisions that started with children in the building on day one, first day of school. And it's been great for those children. But now we're talking about adding more kids sooner. We just heard 60-some people come to us and complain about, their grievances about being teachers in the buildings and administrators. And I mean, I just caution this board in thinking it's not, we're here to educate children. Nowhere in the state code or anywhere does it said we're here to educate students in buildings. We're here to educate them. And if we have a superintendent that's willing to make for creative allowances to get that job done, I think we also as a board should be willing to make and be mindful of the staff and everybody else that this equation includes, besides putting physical children's bodies in a building. Because I think we get caught up in that, and that's not the only part of the story. And I also think at this point in time, taking our slow approach to adding more students in the building has benefited us. We have COVID cases in schools. We're going to continue to have them. We've added more students. We want to continue to do that. No, the pace is not what everybody would like to hear, but we're also doing sports. There's a lot of also ands that we're not talking about. So I think we just should be mindful of that, especially when we have staff right now who are very concerned. I don't think it's going to make anybody happy no matter what decision we make, but I really think this board should very carefully consider pulling back, giving Dr. Waltz the authority by making a change, and unless we really think it's that egregious. It's, this is the end-all, be-all kind of a thing, because then we're going to be putting ourselves in a position from now till June that every time he makes a statement to us, people are going to be like, oh, well, you guys, at 2 o'clock in the morning, you want to discuss and consider. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm just telling you to think about these things before we decide, to make these alterations. We have a meeting, and also don't forget, we're also going to be meeting a lot for the next 2 to 3 months ourselves. So there's, we'll be together enough that we can discuss and have paces, how the progress with this virus is going. So it's just something to consider. We're already meeting a heck of a lot. If we needed to add a special meeting, we could do that. I mean, we're going to be seeing each other a lot, so it's not that there's going to be a great, 6 weeks in between, or 3 weeks or 2 weeks Christmas break in between. There really isn't a lot of communication, so that's something to consider too. Just offering these things as considerations. I'm not swaying from my perspective one way or the other. Just something to throw out there.
So what I'm really asking is that we basically consider, delaying a month. Dr. Waltz still has authority, but keeping our options open for possibly if things change quicker and sooner that we could then go in. We always have Dr. Waltz will always have the authority to change it, especially if the metrics remain high and he feels like the folks can't get it done and it's not possible and it's not safe. I just feel very uncomfortable at this time doing something so pushing it off so distant. And so I'm going to just do, if I can have a show of hands here, Ms. McGowan, first of all, I need 6 votes of folks who would convert this to an action item. Do I have 6? Anybody, raise their hand if you're willing to vote on something different tonight. So I see 2, 3, 4. No, and then at home, I have 5 on Miss Jackson. Miss Jessie, Miss Ralston? So I only have 5 votes to convert this to an action item. So I cannot change it to an action item. And so, which, you know, Ms. McGowan, I really, you know, to be clear, this should always remain as an action item. I'm not sure why this was on for information. And so that is my fault. So this board will meet in 2 weeks.
Dr. Lateef, is it possible for us to review this and not make a decision tonight and call a meeting? I'm willing to come to a called meeting.
Well, you know,
because
you're right. So here's the issue, Miss Jessie. You didn't see 150 people here tonight because the parents believed we were going in on our schedule. They trusted us. They believed we would stick to the schedule. They're not going to, you know, folks are going to come in and we're going to have 150, 200, 300 people here at the next meeting. We can schedule a special meeting or we can just do this in 2 weeks. We can, you know, the superintendent has made a recommendation. This recommendation could be changed in 2 weeks at the next board meeting. We certainly can do that, but that will create a level of anxiety in the public, as Dr. Waltz points out, in chaos that we could resolve just tonight if we agree to change this to an action item and then take a vote. The vote may die, which is fine, but then the public knows this board has voted on whether we should be a little bit more.
I'm sorry, but I can't vote for an action item because I think that I'm not sure I fully understand and grasp all of the ramifications, and I just can't. At 2 o'clock in the morning, I think to vote on anything at this point is not fair to parents. I agree with Lori that people are like, we waited until 2 o'clock in the morning to do this. There's got to be some way that we can work this out.
Sure. I mean, we can put this on as an action item with a resolution for the next board meeting in 2 weeks. We certainly could do that.
Okay.
Now we can do that right out of the bat, make that the first item if the board wishes to do something like that.
Okay. Dr. Lateef, could you also put my item on for next week?
Well, let's stick to this topic. You can certainly email us. We'll have agenda planning this week. Ms. Ralston, did you have your hand up?
Agenda planning is on the following Friday because the next board meeting is the 27th due to the inauguration.
All right, well, we may, if the board decides to have a board poll to add a new meeting, we may have to do that sooner. If I didn't realize there was, so what is that, 3 weeks then? That's 20 days.
Yes.
That's fine. Okay, Ms. Ralston, you had your hand up?
Yes, I'm gonna go with you on this.
Okay, so then we have 6 votes to make an action item this evening. Okay. So do I have to take an official vote for that, Mary?
Yes, you do.
Can I just
That's
do it by,
reflected in the
can I do it by hand or do we have to put it in the computer? I mean, it's 2 a.m, Mary.
You can do a hand vote as long as you recognize everybody and call the vote for
Okay.
I just
for the
have a
record.
question.
Yeah.
So everybody here knows what changes they want to make and we're ready to decide, because that's what we're asking to do is we're going to vote to make it okay to vote to change Dr. Waltz's plan. Right. So everybody here, so you're willing to stay if we have to stay till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, you're willing to do that. Are you sure it's
So I'm
too
gonna
straightforward?
discuss everybody's
Because
recommendations.
you know what changes you want made. Ms. Wall, you know what changes. Dr. Lateef, you know what changes. I don't want any changes. You know, Lily just had back and forth. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I just want to make everybody aware of that. I can sit. I'm happy to sit all night if that's what we need to do. But we have not had, you know what I'm saying? We knew this was coming in a sense. Again, I can't advocate enough about how we should not be doing this in the middle of the morning, in the middle of the night. That's just my personal thing. continue on if you want to, but we can be here for a very long time. Just put your seatbelts on.
Okay, all in favor of Ms. Jackson?
So if we can, I just want to make, because it is 2:00 in the morning and then my connection cut off for like a few minutes. So by making it an action item, this is so that we can discuss it further. But now we're saying we have to discuss it further tonight. I thought it was so that we could talk about it again.
No.
Next.
If we make it an action item, we will then vote on a motion to change or alter Dr. Waltz's plan, which we'll do
Matt?
right away. We'll make that motion now.
Okay, so we have to make that motion now. We can't just talk about this next Wednesday.
I mean, we
make
could
a
do it,
special
you
meeting
could
for
do it at
next
the next,
Wednesday?
you could do it at the next board meeting, then we don't need to take this vote, then we just add it to the agenda of the next board meeting. We put it on as an agenda item with the exact motion, and then the public can come in and weigh in on
I
that.
think that Lori is right, that it's 2:00 in the morning, and I think we should wait until the next board meeting. I don't think it's fair to parents or to Dr. Waltz to make this, because I am just exhausted at this point and trying to think through, this is a very important thing that we're doing, and to do it at 2:00 in the morning.
I'm open. I'm sorry, Miss Jessie, are you finished?
I just want to be fair to parents and to the kids and to make sure I've given a lot of thought, because the ramifications of this, I don't like the last part, and I would like for 2 weeks extension. That's something that he has to tell me tonight if he's willing to do that, because it's coming up. But I don't want to make a major change without really thinking it through on this end of the year thing. It's just too complicated. And it affects so many high schoolers and older kids. So I hope I'm making sense. I'm not making sense because it's too late. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Dr. Lateef, may I just interject quickly?
Yes, Ms. Jackson.
Is it possible to meet next Wednesday with the sole intention of resolving this to try to get community input, or is that just adding too many meetings? Because I don't know where we are in scheduling the superintendent search and budget meetings and everything else.
We can substitute it for that. Miss McGowan, what's our meeting schedule? I don't have it in front of me.
We have the CIP meeting on January 11th.
Ms. Simpson, tell us what the schedule is.
Schedule is, we have the license revocation hearing on Monday, January 11th, and then on Wednesday, January 13th, we have our first work session for the CIP budget. So that would start at 6 o'clock. So possibly if you wanted to do something before, perhaps I'd have to defer to Mrs. McGowan. If you wanted to add maybe a special meeting right before, I don't know if that's feasible or not.
I would think not. I think that would derail the budget meeting.
Right, okay. So then.
You can see how much time the board spent on this very important subject tonight. You're not going to want to be constrained. I think you need a special meeting just on a different night.
Mm-hmm. And the next time we
Now,
meet would be
the following Wednesday
is a holiday.
is Inauguration Day. For that reason, there's no regularly scheduled school board meeting. But I don't see if the board agreed and they wanted to meet on that date, they could.
But Mary, I'm wondering if the idea of having it before the budget meeting, because we'll have more time to think it through. It's time to really think through what the changes are. And I don't think that it's going to be a huge discussion. I think most of the discussion is taking place tonight. I'm not sure if other people agree with me. I think a meeting before that meeting, because I think Inauguration Day may be special to some people.
Or another alternative, Lily, and board members might be to have it on a day other than a Wednesday. Have it the 12th, if that's available, B.
You understand we'll have citizen comment time as
Right.
well, so you're going to have to bake in 2 to 3 hours of that.
Right.
The 12th?
It is available. I mean, and as is the next week, as Mrs. McGowan said, if you all decided you wanted to meet on the evening of the 20th, it's it's an employee holiday, but we could certainly hold a meeting that night instead of waiting until the 27th.
Could we also consider, since we won't have closed session, starting at 5 PM to accommodate all the potential?
You might want to rethink that 12th, because I believe that would be 3 board meetings, 3 nights in a row.
You're right, Dr. Waltz. That was a bad
I mean,
suggestion.
that might be, that might be what we have to do. Why can't we do the 13th? What are we doing on 13th? That's the CIP meeting?
That's a hearing.
The 13th?
What time does it start?
13th is a hearing?
I'm sorry, the 13th is a CIP. The
CIP.
hearing is on the Monday, the 11th.
Yeah.
Can we do it on the 11th?
No, that's a hearing and it's gonna. You could, what about the following Monday, the 18th? Give yourself a breather between some of these dates.
The 18th is a holiday, Mary. It's Martin Luther King Day.
Oh, right. 19?
I mean, we could do the 12th. You don't want to do the 12th, the 3 days in a row?
I don't care. I'm okay with it.
With the 12th?
You want to ask, by show of hands, how many people are okay with it?
Yeah, I mean, if we do it the 12th, we have to public notice it immediately tomorrow morning, and we have to put a motion on the public notice
Is everyone okay just doing it at 5 PM
on the 12th.
on the 12th?
Yeah.
If we could not, I mean, that would be great. I mean, I think this is important. I'd like to be here at the start, and my schedule is now changing, so I'm already going to be taking a lot of time off.
So
to get-
5:30?
so, I mean, 5:30 is better.
5:30 on Monday, the 12th?
Okay.
Tuesday, the 12th, sorry. Tuesday, the 12th. So we'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 3 nights in a row. And for
Okay.
those of you who get to be at home, you get to be at home 3 nights in a row. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Dr. Lateef, I hate to be the point of order person, but under the policy, you need a motion to set a special meeting for the 12th.
Okay. I'm going to do it by hand. My motion will be it resolved that the Prince William County School Board add a special meeting to June 12th, Tuesday, January 12th, Tuesday, 5:30, to discuss an action item on return to learn. Do I have a second?
Did you put a time?
5:30, I said it.
I second.
And we have a second from Mr. Wilk. All in favor, show me by hand count, or I'll do a roll call. All, how do you vote? Mr. Wilk? Yes. Mr. Wilk votes yes. Ms. Wall? Yes. Ms. Wall votes yes. Lateef? I vote yes. Ms. Williams? Ms. Williams votes yes. Ms. Zargarpur? Ms. Zargarpur votes yes. Ms. Ralston?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston, yes. Ms. Jessie?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Oh, Ms. Jackson?
Dr. Lateef, clarification, you don't usually have citizen comment at special meetings, but you would like it at this meeting.
Well.
Maybe we could not have them.
So we make it a special meeting and we ask citizens to send their comments through the portal. Public comment through the
If we
portal.
don't have public comment that night, we're going to have double, triple public comment the very next opportunity we have public comment for all those people who feel that
That's going to
they
happen
don't
no matter
need-
what.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
those
that's going to
people-
happen because
gonna
of the
have
announcement of
more.
Dr. Waltz tonight. That's going to happen no matter what in the next meeting.
I understand that. What I'm saying to you is we're not giving that opportunity before we make another change. So not only are you going to have people coming to complain about whatever the change may or may not be, if there is or isn't one, but then you will also have people saying that they weren't allowed to comment at our special meeting about whether about the plan and what we discussed, because who knows if there's going to be changes or not. So I'm just saying, we're going to have double from people who voices are not heard, and then we're going to have people who are going to come and speak in favor or not of whatever this plan is.
We should probably have it.
So you might as well, I mean,
Just have it.
I think that's.
Can we limit it?
I
Can
think,
we do it? Can we?
I think that's a good
Ms.
point.
McGowan,
Ms.
you had
Williams.
mentioned, I think, was it Fairfax County has a limit on public comment? I mean, I don't think we have that. Do
We have a limit of 30 minutes with a spillover after business is transacted at the end of the evening, right, under the current policy.
Can we do like an hour and a half or something like that on this one or something? What, can we
I
do a
think you
limit?
could set your citizen comment for this meeting however you want by motion. Your current policy doesn't allow for it, so, but you can vote to allow for it on whatever terms you want.
Mhm. Or do we just let it go and just do a regular citizen comment time? What do you folks want to do? Yeah, no, I mean, no, we can't start that early. I mean, if you really, because if you,
Could we limit it to, like, say, an hour? And we give folks
the portal.
the portal as an option? I mean, to be honest, there are very few arguments that are original now. It's just a reiteration of
Right.
variations of the arguments we've been hearing since July.
So we make a motion that the school board will take 1 hour of citizen comment time for 2 minutes, and we'll accept all other citizen comment on this matter, by email and in the portal or whatever way we have it.
Yes,
Is
you can do
okay?
that.
Can we do that? So we start
Yes.
that at 5:30.
Do you have a vote on that?
Okay, so I motion that that meeting be set up with, because it's a special meeting, there will be a special citizen comment time for 1 hour at 2 minutes protocol, with the meeting beginning at 5:30. And citizens are encouraged to sign up either in-person, virtual, and/or send us by email their comments. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
I will second
A
it.
second, okay. I'll go roll call on this. Mr. Wilk?
Yes.
Mr. Wilk votes yes. Ms. Wall? Yes. Mr. Latif, yeah, Wall is yes. Latif is yes. Ms. Williams? No. Ms. Williams, no. Ms. Zargarpur? Yes. Ms. Ralston?
Yes.
And Ms. Jessie?
Yes.
Oh, Ms. Jessie is yes, and Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. So that'll be Tuesday the 12th, 5:30, 1 hour citizen comment time. Okay. All right. We'll move on to the next item, which is
Governor's School.
Governor's School update.
Yes, we're not done, yay. So Governor's School update, try to keep it brief. The Governor's School Board met early in December, I believe on the 8th, and we voted to approve the FY 2022 Governor's School budget. In addition to that, I just wanted to provide some happy news. There was a student who participated on a team who won the 2020 Computer Science in Your Neighborhood contest for our region, which was sponsored by VA DOE and Code VA. She was awarded a laptop for participation in the teams. We also have students who have had early action or early notification for a college acceptance from the Governor's School graduating class of 21. The universities that these students have selected, and partial list right now is George Mason, Stanford, University of Alabama, Texas A&M, Penn, Brown, Harvard, Tulane, VCU, Clemson, UVA, University of Pittsburgh, and University of Georgia. So expect that we'll have more updates on these students and all of the fantastic things that they do as we move along in the year. And I think that's it, unless you have something else to add, Dr. Latif.
No, I think
I
you
did
should
have
add
one
that
more
the
thing. I'm
Governor's
sorry.
School will go
Right,
virtual the rest of the
for
year.
third- Yeah, so the Governor's School students will remain virtual for the third quarter, no, they will remain virtual at this time, and a vote on the third quarter will take place in the next few weeks at our next meeting.
I think we voted to go virtual for was it the rest of the year, Dr. Waltz?
It's virtual for the third
For the third
quarter,
quarter.
and then they will revisit for.
Revisit for the fourth. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Waltz. Perfect. And then I just might add that I don't have the details, but I'll get that passed along from Principal Calhoun, that they had a fairly successful early admissions set of applicants to universities, Stanford, I think, Brown. Oh, did you say it already? Oh, got it. Okay, good. Did you say the early admission? Okay, good. Well,
That's
yeah.
why we should make
Yeah.
major
Okay, great.
decisions at
Okay.
2:30.
I was out getting water. That's why I missed that. I was up and about looking for water. Okay, next we will move to 1705. It's a first reading. 1704. Oh, the attorney.
1703.
We did that. 1704. Motion's in order.
We haven't done 1703. This is 1703 that's on the screen.
Well, Mary,
I see
on
yours are renumbered.
yeah, you got renumbered. So for us, it's 1704. This is the item. It's on for action. I need a motion.
Dr. Lateef?
Ms. Williams.
I move that the Prince William County School Board receive a brief presentation and authorize the Office of Division Counsel to immediately hire a third attorney and executive assistant with the cost to be paid under the current budget.
Second, I second it. Okay, so discussion. Ms. McGowan.
Yes, I was going to give a brief overview here, just a few slides on what is behind this request for a third attorney and support staff. Next slide, please, Jason. Just very quickly, most of the board members are familiar, but the public may not be familiar with the responsibilities of the Office of Legal Counsel. We handle all of these areas. This requires us to have expertise in an education law practice, requires expertise in a number of different areas. We deal with all of the school board's legal issues. We have to handle a variety of employment law issues for our Human Resources Department. You can see on the slide the various statutes, state and federal, that are involved. We assist with the discipline and dismissal of employee process. We provide a lot of support to student services, constitutional student rights, civil rights, custodial parental disputes. We deal with FERPA and claims and student discipline. We support our attendance officers. We are a moving part of the Prince William County Juvenile and Domestic Relations Task Force that attacks a number of issues that are in common to both the courts and the school division. And we deal with Title IX compliance. We handle special education issues. We handle a variety of issues supporting the Finance, Facilities, and Risk Management Department. Next slide, please. We provide almost daily direct support to school principals on a wide spectrum of legal issues. We do regular legal training for board members, principals, other administrators and teachers, other employees, to assure compliance with a number of the state and federal laws which impose various legal restrictions and requirements on our employees, as listed here. So we basically sit at our desks and provide advice on a myriad of legal issues every day. We review all policy and regulation revisions, and we edit and review all non-procurement contracts and MOUs. That's some of what we do on a daily basis. Next slide, please. This is our current staffing in the Office of Division Counsel. We have 2 attorneys, 1 executive assistant paralegal, and we have an executive secretary too. We are serving, this office serves 15,000 employees, over 88,000 students. We work with 11 associate superintendents who oversee 100 schools and over 50 offices. We support all of the people within those offices. We collaborate and plan with the superintendent and the deputy superintendent on a regular basis. Next slide, please. Compare what we do with 2 lawyers and 2 support staff with the Prince William County government. We have 15,000 employees, they have 3,600. They have 17 attorneys supported by 11 paralegals and executive assistants. Their adopted salary for fiscal year 2020 was nearly $4 million. So how do we do this with so few lawyers? Next slide, please. Like many other school divisions, but we use outside counsel. But I got ahead of myself here. This is a slide that just kind of shows you comparative in-house counsel staffing in other large school divisions around us. So Fairfax has 4 full-time attorneys supported by 1.5 paralegals and an executive assistant. Montgomery County, bigger than we are, of course, but they have 7.5 attorneys with 4 assistants. Virginia Beach, which is smaller than we are, has 3.5 attorneys, 1 paralegal and 1 assistant. Next slide, please. So this takes us to the issue of outside legal counsel. Pretty much every division uses outside legal counsel. Certainly the ones that don't have any in-house counsel have to expend considerable money to hire outside law firms. Even the large firms, the large divisions like Fairfax and ourselves, must use outside counsel. We use them for litigation against the division in state and federal courts. We do this, even though I have been a litigation lawyer for most of my career. Litigation is so incredibly time-consuming that there is no possible way that either myself or Carol Marchand could handle litigation. So all of our litigation goes outside. When we receive administrative claims filed with various state or federal administrative agencies, they also go to outside counsel. We need specialized expertise in real property, intellectual property, immigration issues, complex employment issues, construction contracts. No lawyer in today's age can be an expert in all of these subspecialties. And we occasionally have conflicts of interest for which we need to have outside counsel. Now, many of our outside legal fees, the ones involving litigation and administrative claims, the attorney's fees are covered by the division's insurance, but all the rest of that is not. So one of the challenges that I received when I came in-house, one of the goals in our office for the last 3 or 4 years has been to reduce our reliance on outside counsel and reduce the related legal fees for obvious financial and budgetary reasons. Next slide, please. This is an example of how you can save on using inside counsel. In fiscal year 2017, the year after I came, the end of that year, our legal fees for outside counsel just for special education services were over $300,000 a year. Carol Marchand joined the division as assistant division counsel and came in to support special education and student services. She also supports all these other departments. But with Carol on board, we were able to reduce our fees for outside counsel to $36,000 for fiscal year 2019 and for under $10,000 fiscal year 2020. So there is a great economic savings in bringing in an inside counsel with expertise in a special area. And we keep a close eye on the different areas in which we have to expend money for outside legal fees. It's difficult to put a price tag, though, on the quantitative benefit of having an in-house attorney available at the end of the phone call or down the hall to answer questions and help nip problems in the bud before they become legal disputes. Next slide, please. So we had a 5-year plan. We've had a 5-year plan since 2016, which contemplated bringing in a 3rd attorney this past year and an executive assistant to support that attorney. When the pandemic hit, though, that plan got derailed. For obvious reasons, the legal positions were cut from the budget in anticipation of a need to spend that money on other pandemic-related issues justifiably. What we did not anticipate when the 3rd attorney was cut from last year's budget were the legal challenges that were going to hit us in the face after the pandemic hit. So HR suffered a major impact from the pandemic. There were many executive orders, various federal laws, state laws, Virginia OSHA standards, et cetera, all of which were new and novel that came into play, resulting from the closure of schools and the workplace. You heard a lengthy presentation tonight on just the ADA implications from Donna Eagle. There have been contracts, staffing, benefit, and leave implications. Student Services also was hit by the impact of COVID. We've had to support them with compliance on the executive orders and the other federal and state requirements relating to the development of the health and return to learning plans. Special education has impacted the delivery of FAPE, and we anticipate surges in legal challenges. The school board has grossly increased, should I use that word grossly, vastly increased the frequency of meetings from 2 times a month. By the summertime, we were meeting almost every single week. Because we were having to meet electronically, this spawned compliance issues with new laws regarding virtual meetings. Recently, we've been involved in the facilitation of the superintendent search process. Next slide, please. Finance and facilities have also had novel issues related to the impact, primarily budgetary and funding issues. And apart from the pandemic, in August of 2020, the Trump administration passed new Title IX regulations dealing with sexual harassment, which has required extensive remodeling and retooling of our procedures, our Office of Title IX, and our training. This has taken an inordinate amount of time. And finally, the legislature last year passed quite a number of new laws impacting HR primarily, but also other departments which have required our attention. All of this additional legal challenge, this additional burden, is the reason we are asking the board to take the rather unprecedented step of allowing us to hire an attorney immediately to help us as we go forward. Next slide, please. So our division counsel model going forward is that our assistant division counsel, Carol Marchand, will become the deputy division counsel effective July 1st. We have 2 support staff currently employed. We are looking to hire a 3rd attorney as early as possible, preferably with expertise in employment law and an added secretarial support. Going forward, the model will look, as so many division counsel models do look, that as we go forward, we'll have a division counsel, a deputy division counsel, and attorneys working in additional specialized areas of the law where we can reduce our reliance on outside counsel and related legal fees. I think that's my last slide. Is it, Jason?
Yes, that's it, Mary.
That's it. So that's the background. That's the justification for this request to the board that you vote tonight to allow us to hire this 3rd attorney.
Any questions? Okay, please vote. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson votes yes. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Okay, we're going on to 1705, revision to policy 132, regular, special, and closed meetings, policy 134, citizen participation. So this is on for information. This is a first reading. There's a lot here to read. For the board members, take a look at this. At our next meeting on the 27th, or whenever our next meeting is, we will bring these up to vote. Any questions, concerns, please send to either me, Ms. Zargarpur, Division Counsel, or whoever staff may be the one to resolve the questions. Okay.
Dr. Lateef, I was going to suggest, I had a brief overview tonight, but given the length of the meeting, I really do encourage board members to call or email me directly about any specific matters so that we can resolve those before it comes back for a second reading. We have 3 weeks to do that, so.
Right. Did you have a slide presentation on this or something?
I did not. I was simply
Okay.
going to go through it section by section.
Okay.
And talk about the reasons, but I'm happy to deal with board members individually on that.
Okay. All right. So everyone heard Ms. McGowan. Wonderful. And okay, now next we'll go to 1706, renaming of Gainesville High School. This is on for action. Ms. Jessie?
No, I would like to have that table, please.
You have to have a motion to table, Ms. Jessie.
Well,
I mean, I
have
think,
an
Ms. Jessie,
audience and
people
I'm
came,
asking the board-
people came to speak about it tonight. I think we might as well just wrap this up. We have long
I
meetings
have
coming
to
up.
speak. And so I would rather the audience that I'm speaking to be allowed to hear it.
Well, you have to make the motion for something, Ms.
Okay.
Jessie.
I would like to table it and move it to the next agenda, please, to the next, the next board meeting.
So you're making a motion to table it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second to Ms. Jessie's motion? So I don't have a second for the motion fails.
I am very disappointed that you guys want me to present a minority issue where people are asleep and they cannot hear what I have to say.
Ms. Jessie, everything we talked here, including the hiring of an attorney, including the reopening of the plan, has been done after midnight. That is just the nature of the pandemic.
You know that this is a very sensitive issue and it doesn't bode well with the African-American community that we're doing it at 2:30 in the morning.
So do
And
you
I am
have,
making the
do you have a
presentation,
motion
and
for this board to address tonight?
I refuse to make the presentation. I will relook at it. I won't do it.
Okay, so there's no motion on the table. We will move to 1707.
I'll put it back on the agenda.
Ms. Jessie, if you're going to put it on the agenda,
I
then we,
will put it back on the agenda, Dr. Lateef. This has been very emotional for me, my family, and members of the African-American community. I'm not going to do it at 2 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't mean much to you guys, but it means a lot to us. I only ask this board, first of all,
the motion to table it died, Ms. Jessie. You asked the board to do that.
I will put it on next week's agenda.
You
I will
can't
not
do
present it
that.
tonight. I'm sorry.
Ms.
I
Jessie,
will not present something as sensitive for the African-American community.
can I have Ms. Carroll or Ms. McGowan weigh in on this? The motion to table this has died, so we can't bring it back. It's on the agenda for this evening. So
Right.
Ms. McGowan, I mean, the motion has died
Correct.
to table it.
I will make it into another form of another motion and I will bring it back. And I will take it to the African-American community. You guys know that I have people out there who are asleep. As far as, I gotta know.
Ms. Jessie,
well, I'd like
they've
to
all
get
they've
over
all
with.
spoken on this.
It's not about getting it over
They've all
with.
spoken on this, and so they're all gonna just wait to see how we
They
voted.
have
So
not
why not
spoken,
offer
and
the
I have
motion
not
this evening?
spoken. I have prepared remarks that I would like for the African-American community to hear, and I'd like for the people in Gainesville to hear. And so I would ask this board to allow me to do that. And for those of you, I'm not going to say anything negative about any of you or anybody in Gainesville, and I think the people in Gainesville will be pleased. I ask this board to reconsider and let me put this on for the next board meeting.
So a motion to reconsider.
No, Ms. Jessie, so the thing is, if you put this motion up at another meeting, I mean, it's gonna be, you're gonna be giving the same, I mean, your talk is, you can put it on video or whatever, but anyways, if you don't get a second on your motion at the next meeting, then there's no discussion on this in the first place. If you didn't get a second on the table.
But it's on for discussion. It was on for.
No, tonight it's on for action.
No, it's not on for action. It was on for discussion.
It's on for action, ma'am. It's a recommended
No.
action.
Yes,
But
it is.
It's on for 2 items. I thought it was on for discussion and action.
Only action.
So,
Yeah, information action. It's on for action. It's a motion.
information. So there was an opportunity for me to provide information and then to decide if there was action, I thought.
No.
So I'll put it on for information.
The matter, you moved to put this on the next agenda and the motion was defeated.
I will not embarrass the African-American community by doing this at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you guys on this board, Lori, all of you people on this board should allow me to not have to do this tonight. And for those of you, and I want to talk to you guys because I know you don't want to hear this, but I have asked to be placed on the agenda since October, and it was denied. I'm not sure that you guys understand what it means to me to not, that this, your board chair has denied it, and I've been called up for all kinds of things. So you guys can go with this and do what you want to do and not even let me bring this before the board at a time when there are people listening to me and my position, because I do have a very strong position, and it has nothing to do with you, Mrs. Jackson, and it has nothing to do with the rest of you, but it does have to do with being an African American and what this whole thing means to me and to my community. And I think we should have that opportunity. So I will have to take it to another forum. Thank you and good night.
Okay, moving on to 1707, approval of the January 5, 2021 board poll. Motion's in order. Ms. Zargarpur.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. I move that the Prince William County School Board confirm the January 5th, 2021 board poll, asking the board, should Ms. Jessie's naming request be placed on the January 6th consent agenda?
Second.
Second.
Ms. Williams, second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie?
I don't know why a bold poll was necessary for this, and all you guys had to do was call me. I have tried to get on the agenda for before holidays. I met with I talked to the board vice chair. I wrote to you, Dr. Lateef. If you, instead of doing a bold poll, all you had to do was call me. All you had to do is call me and say, we have found a regulation and this is what, and I would have worked with it. But to allow me to let these teachers and people write letters and it was supposed to be a surprise, and to put a bold poll, I've never seen anything on the consent agenda put on a poll.
Any other discussion? Please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
No.
Jessie votes no. Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
No?
No, you got to vote the way you voted on your board poll, I think.
What?
No, you're just confirming your vote. So you're confirming the board poll. So you're just voting yes to confirm that you voted in the poll, that you're confirming what you voted in the poll.
So am I voting as I voted, or am I confirming, yes, I'm staying with my same thing?
The vote has to reflect the vote in the poll.
Oh, it does?
Voting at the time
Hold
to
on,
whether or not-
hold on then. Then put it back up. Put it back up. You will vote the exact same way you voted on the poll. So put it back up. Cancel what you just put up for the computer. Put it back up. Everyone vote the way they voted in the poll.
Point of order.
Yeah, Ms.
So basically, the motion is, should Ms. Jessie's naming request be placed on the January 6th consent agenda? That's what we're affirming? Yes or no on that question? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, it's 2:30 in the morning, so 2:47 in the morning. So
Actually, Mary, you're wrong.
We voted
Yeah, Mary, you're
on
wrong.
what?
I'm wrong?
We're
Yeah.
voting on the poll. It's the approval of the.
We're approving the poll that we
itself.
voted on. We're just approving the poll that was already done. So you vote
All right, fine, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Who decides on a poll?
So point of order, if we vote yes, then we are saying we approve the results of this poll.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the way the motion is written. So please vote. So so Ms. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Ms. Jessie?
No.
Ms. Jessie votes no. All right. We go to board matters.
Did the clerk call the vote?
The motion passed 7-1.
Thank you.
The motion to approve the board poll as it was done is passed.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef.
Okay, we're at board matters. I don't know if anyone has anything else to say this evening. Why don't you raise your hand if you have something to say? Anybody have anything to say? Anybody want to speak? Okay. Meeting is adjourned.